It was the 15th year since the terrible catastrophe began. The world had changed dramatically. There were zombies and everything was heading towards the end of the world. To somehow feed themselves, people took absolutely any work. But unfortunately, the news that our hero heard today was not the most pleasant. The problem was that at the last vote, it was decided to expel his sister. Of course, given the fact how hard it was to find a job now, and generally survive in general, Michael didn't like it very much and started trying to work things out. Such a hard decision was made for two main reasons. The first, most important, is that the girl has tuberculosis, which is very dangerous for other workers. The second, she can't do anything useful. What's the point of spending limited resources on her? Then the boss asked how the guy could even think of raising his hand against his elders. When Michael realized that the situation was hopeless, finally he just asked where his sister was, in order to find her and provide her with some living conditions. The answer was overwhelming. As it turned out, the guys had left her to her fate somewhere in the mountains. Without wasting a minute, Michael immediately turned around and went to her, and instead of trying to help him, everyone started laughing loudly. Already being in the forest, the guy started shouting his sister's name loudly so that she could hear him and say something in response. At that time, the girl was sitting in some bushes, and she did not react on purpose, because she did not want to complicate her brother's life anymore. But since the guy as a child always won in hide and seek, even now to find Katerina he was not difficult. To be honest, despite her desire to disappear, the girl was mad to see him again. As suddenly a huge monster came out of the neighboring bushes and tried to attack the guy. Even at such a life-threatening moment, Katerina was not afraid to take a risk to save her brother, so she jumped up, pushed him away, and put her body under the monster's attack. As a result, Michael was saved, but in turn, Katerina lost consciousness and fell to the ground from her injuries. Of course, the guy couldn't just let it go, so he grabbed his sword and took the fight, which unfortunately he didn't manage to win. Michael blamed himself insanely for the situation, because if he had used the attachment system a little earlier, things might have been different. Then through a dream the guy felt that someone was trying to wake him up, and in a couple of moments Michael woke up in school at one of the lessons. The teacher, to put it mildly, was displeased with this disrespectful behavior, so he made a remark. When he looked around, he saw a classmate who had lost his life at the beginning of the apocalypse, which made him think that he had really gone back in time. The teacher also confirmed this with his story about the quotas that give a pass to the special zone. The special zone is a so-called safe haven in case of the apocalypse. Apparently the government really knew it was coming, but didn't say so openly, and just tried to do something to save as many people as possible when all this chaos started. As it turns out, the guy even has a system that will make his journey much easier. In his previous life he managed to send his family to a shelter, but unfortunately his mother lost her life in the first wave, and his sister, you know what happened to him, so this time Michael just has to get into the quota. At the very beginning of the apocalypse, Jordan had an advantage, namely a group of subordinates, so Michael and his sister had to join them, otherwise they could not survive. But unfortunately the cruel egoist treated them like slaves, beating and chasing them for every little thing. All this lasted until the awakened one came to the company. Then the guy had the first chance to see their power with his own eyes. The most important thing this time is to prepare well in advance, if possible to create your own group of people, to become stronger thanks to the system, and to protect your family. The first thing Michael decides to do is to go to the credit card company. Because the owner is not very conscientious, it wouldn't hurt to come and put him in his place. The first thing Michael does is to go to the credit card company, because the owner is not very conscientious. To be frank, he was generally cavalier, initially piled his victim with a lot of text about the fact that debts must be repaid on time, and then just began to strike, so to speak, to make his words better remembered. In general, people who fell into the hands of truly can be considered poor. By the way, the girl really turned out to be a strong spirit, because despite all these beatings, up to the last supported her opinion, and did not even think to accept the conditions of the bandit, as suddenly in the room rushes Michael, with only one kick he managed to break the door. The owner of this underground business was, to put it mildly, shocked by this insolence, and first decided to ask who dared to break into his office without his permission. The guy, in turn, was a bit of a mouthful, so he simply called himself a superhero, and pointed his baton in the direction of potential rivals. The bandit then assumed that the boy was probably in over his head and told his boys to explain to him as soon as possible in the language of pain that he should not behave so badly in the future. Of course they didn't mind, but as soon as they got close, they both got hit in the face with a bat. Then, without wasting a minute, Michael went straight to the main man and grabbed him pretty hard by the throat, thus making it clear that his head is fine. Since the situation was desperate for the bandit, he decided to ask why the guy was doing all this. In response, he said that he decided to collect debts, because this particular office owed him a substantial debt for another timeline. Of course, that answer confused the owner even more, and he didn't even know what to make of it. Michael then picked up his bat again and fought the guards once more, because in the meantime they had woken up and made the same mistake. As soon as the situation calmed down, the guy immediately ran to the girl lying on the floor to ask how she was feeling, and tried to help her. In principle, she was conscious, at least that's a good sign. Also, before he left, Michael remembered something. Specifically, the note of debt between the boss and the girl must be destroyed. Initially, the man started to pretend as if he didn't know anything, but when Michael threatened him with his bat, strangely enough, almost immediately he remembered everything and showed that it was on his desk. When the guy took in his hands this receipt, he was mildly shocked by the amount that was depicted there. But nevertheless, from that moment the girl no longer owes anyone anything, and already with a clean soul can tear up the document and throw it in the trash. In principle, so she did. Then the system sent a notification, which said that there was an opportunity to create an attachment with the next girl, Marina. But there is one problem: Marina still has not awakened, so her skill will not be obtained. In that case, the first thing to do is to help her do it. Meanwhile, it began to rain black rain outside, another sign that the end of the world was just around the corner. After Marina was finally able to awaken, she received a rank ability called Metal Manipulation. Consequently, Michael also received a rank S ability. Absolutely all awakened have a rank of abilities. As a rule, they belong to the 6 basic senses, and abilities above level S are basically dual senses superimposed on each other. At the moment, the screen shows all power levels from weakest to strongest. In his previous life, Michael had only gotten a rank D ability, because it was basically too bad, and in the end, it was only after a large amount of time that the guy managed to reach peak storm level. The same ability of the S level really felt different, and as soon as Michael was able to awaken, his power was close to the peak of the storm level. Marina then approached the guy and asked him why he had the same ability as her, and after a moment's thought he said that they were just the same. In fact, it is not quite so, primarily due to the numerous awards, which managed to get because of the system of attachment, but to tell Marina about it, of course, it is not worth it. After a while, the guys met up with an old acquaintance of theirs. This guy was aware that they had advanced abilities and unlimited prospects, so he encouraged them to join the military, which he thought would be the best choice. Out of politeness, Michael said he'd think about it, but in fact he already knew it wasn't really an option. He also emphasized that the quota for entry to the special zone was very valuable, so Marina should be very careful, because having such a ticket, a person becomes the number 1 target for all the bandits. In response, the girl began to smile, and said that she was giving her ticket to Michael. The man's surprise was unparalleled. How can you just give away such a valuable place that can't even be bought for $1 billion? Objectively, these two create the illusion that the precious space on a special military base is not really that valuable. As suddenly out of nowhere, on the horizon appear zombies, which bite other people, and thereby infect them. By the way, the look of them is quite frightening. Honestly speaking, Marina initially did not even realize that they are zombies, and thought that people just came up crazy and began to bite each other, also immediately notified Michael about it. As soon as the man noticed that something strange was happening, he immediately drew his service weapon and urged the infected to stay away from him. But since they are regular zombies, they have no ability to think with their heads, and as soon as they sense danger, they go straight to eliminate it. Eventually, this behavior caused the man to shoot, but it can't be said that it helped too much, because at this point he was already lying on the floor and about to be bitten. In order to save the day, Michael was forced to use his powers to attack all the aggressive zombies. In the end, after only a few minutes, the opponents were neutralized, the comrade was saved, and the environment became more favorable for life. The funny thing is that the zombies showed up before the black rain was over, so the initial infestation happened sooner than Michael could have imagined. As a friend on Michael's phone received a call, it was his mother. She said that the street is now too dangerous, so it is best not to go out there. She also added that literally just kidnapped his sister. This news, to put it mildly, shocked Michael. He could not understand why the events are developing so quickly. Well, in this case, there was no time to lose, so the guy reactivated his power and ran to save his sister, while destroying a whole bunch of zombies behind him. In general, at the moment, everything is not going according to plan, because in his past life, there was no such thing as someone kidnapped his sister. But if you take into account how many times at this point Michael is stronger than before, then we can say with certainty, he will not let anything happen to his sister. A large number of different skills that allow you to destroy the enemy to prove it. Meanwhile, Marina looked at all this from the side, and could not believe her eyes, because despite the fact that she and Michael have the same abilities, she realized that the guy is many times stronger than her, and for sure all that he is showing now, it is not the limit of all power. After a while, the guys did get to Michael's parents' house, and what a relief it was to see his mom safe and sound. Of course, the guy immediately ran up to her and started hugging her, because he was worried sick, and he was thinking about bad things all the time. After a few minutes of this hug, Michael promised his mother that he would find his sister, and asked if these people had left any messages. Anyway, before taking his sister out, they told Michael to come to one particular building, otherwise they would just destroy her. As it turned out, Marina was aware of the building in question. It was the property of a very high-ranking person. When Michael realized who he was talking about, he was mad because he had never encountered him in his previous life because he had lost his life at the beginning of the apocalypse. Before starting the process of searching for his sister, Michael asked his mom to pack his things so he could take her to the shelter, and preferably do it as soon as possible. To be honest, he was starting to feel guilty for relying too much on information from his past life. But this one was different. So if Michael really wants to protect his family in the future, he has to be more careful, otherwise it could lead to irreparable consequences. Then, while his mom is packing, the guy goes to Marina and starts asking her everything she knows about these people. Then when the boys got to the defense line, Michael told his mother that he had one more place to go, and as soon as he rescued his sister, he'd have her sent here to keep you company. It'd be a lot more fun for the two of us. Also, before leaving, the guy urged his mom not to worry, because now he's awakened, and saving the world is his job. In the end, with tears in their eyes, the guys finally said goodbye and the front door to the defense station slammed shut with a huge bang. On the way back, Marina did not give up hope to extract from her companion as much information as possible about what this black rain and crazy people. But Michael behaved like a real partisan, and until the last did not want to admit that he knows anything about the situation in the world. As suddenly there was an explosion not far from the guys, constantly occurring unforeseen situations. To put it mildly, pushed the guy on negative thoughts that today everything will not be so easy as it would be desirable. Then they found a girl who was burning with bright flames, and ran straight towards them. As it turned out, it was one of the strongest warriors of the apocalypse, the Queen of the Flame, Tatiana. Now it is very interesting to know what she forgot here and why so purposefully trying to escape. Is there some monster, which is much stronger than her? Deep down the guy realized that if he can get close to her, he will become many times stronger. Unfortunately, in his previous life, Tatiana just passed by for supplies, perform a task, so the guy then did not manage to communicate with her, but this time he is definitely not going to miss such an opportunity when she is right in front of him. Suddenly a new crowd of zombies appeared on the horizon. Of course Michael went into full alert, and Tatiana in turn did the same. With her fire, she tried to burn them all at once. But unfortunately they were too many, which purely physically does not allow to give the right amount of fire on each of them. But as they say, it's no big deal when you have such a powerful awakened as Michael. This time, to impress Tatiana, he decided to go all out, and literally started to smash absolutely everyone, just to get attention, and it worked out more than well. At one point the guy got into a bad situation, because he was too much involved in what was happening in front. He forgot to look back. During this time some zombie got too close and was about to infect the guy, but Marina came to the rescue. Thanks to her strength, she was able to lift a huge heavy object and drop it right on the monster before it could do its dirty work. To be honest, she was overjoyed at that moment, because it was the first zombie she had ever destroyed, and it was so beautiful too. But nevertheless it's too early to start relaxing. Quite a lot of zombies were destroyed, but in their place came even more, which means that something must be done about it, otherwise, at one point the forces to resist them may begin to be insufficient. In principle, this is what the guys began to do. Each of them had their own task, which perfectly coped with it. And after a while, the guys could breathe a sigh of relief, because there were no zombies left on the horizon. To be frank, Tatiana was shocked by the power of these two guys. She guessed they were both at the peak of the storm level, which gave them incredible strength. As soon as the opportunity arose, the guy immediately approached her and asked how she was doing. The girl replied that everything was fine, and Michael decided to introduce himself, so they shook hands, and the system sent a notification in which reported that the possibility of binding with Tatiana has been reached. At the same time Marina was playing with life-deprived zombies. For some reason she found this activity quite amusing that at one point she got so engrossed that she couldn't tear herself away from the process of drawing, right on her head. Michael, meanwhile, was trying to make use of his new skill. But when he realized that he was not very good at it, he asked the girls to wait for him here, while he secluded himself and did his business. Going to the nearest shopping center, the guy tried again, but only by exerting even more force. Strangely enough he succeeded. Now fire is his second main skill. After that he even tried mixing skills, and ended up with something incredible, namely now flying objects could leave fire streaks with them, which looked really cool. Basically ignition, along with metal control, adds at least plus 10 damage to a weapon. From this Michael assumed that he could have already risen in level, because if compared to what was just 5 minutes ago, they are completely different forces. In the meantime, Tatiana came up to Marina and asked what she was doing, but when she saw it for herself, she didn't ask any more questions. Then, since Tatiana is considered a savior, she asked what the guys were doing here, because this is a very unsafe place, and it is better not to go outside at all. Instead of answering the question normally, Marina asked her a counter-question in which she said that Tatiana was also on the street, so it was rather silly to ask her. As it turned out, the girl had simply become estranged from her teammates, and was currently trying to find them, but unfortunately it was not so easy. Since the answer was quite clear and understandable, Marina also decided to tell us why they were here. Her reaction of course was overwhelming. It was hard to believe that she really cared that much about the guys she was seeing for the first time. Unfortunately Tatiana couldn't help any information, because she hadn't been to that side of town yet today, but she knew one thing for sure: the street was full of crazy people. Such a radical narrative made Michael very wary. Could it really be that bad? When suddenly right before the guys were about to leave, Tatiana shouted out that she was going with them. At first the guy didn't know what he meant, but then he thanked, on behalf of his sister, for the future help. On the way Michael gave for Marina one small gift, namely a box of lipsticks, as he said a great color, but used them a little later, because at the moment the guys need to go, and as soon as possible. The girl was insanely pleased, because it had been a long time since anyone had given her a present. After a period of time they finally managed to get to the office. also finally stopped this black rain. Tatiana even suggested that now zombies will be an order of magnitude less. Since Michael experienced this story not the first time, he knows firsthand that the cessation of rain does not symbolize something good. And even on the contrary, things can get several times worse, because in the past life after the end of the rain came the real beginning of the catalytic period of the end of the world, which means the transition in zombies to a new higher level. This makes them stronger, and forces them to put more effort into destruction. But let's not talk about the bad stuff, let's go inside the office. The first thing that confuses you when you walk in is the absolute silence, although there are definitely people here. As the guys consider themselves honored guests, they decided to use the elevator to get to the top quickly. Unfortunately, it was not possible to find out exactly what floor the enemies are on, so it was decided to go up to the top, and in case they are not there, gradually descend to the floor below and also carefully check it. When the elevator came down, even inside the guys were waiting for a little surprise, in the form of zombies. In any case, there was no time to be very upset, so not long thought they took the fight, also a unique opportunity for Michael, to use his new skill, and learn to use it as effectively as possible, so those who left the zombies in the elevator can only say thank you very much. By the way, the team worked as smoothly as possible, everyone knew his place and his task, which in the end allowed much more effectively destroy the opponent. We can say with certainty that this is the work of real professionals. In the process, the girls even had time to compliment each other. Tatiana was really too hot for this world, and Marina wasn't too far behind. The girls have also experienced that the zombies have really leveled up, because even after they've been burned, they still keep going. But good thing Michael was nearby, and could always help the girls in emergency situations, because at the moment his strength is far superior to the zombies, even though they have increased in level. Also after the help, he never forgot to remind the kids to be careful, because no matter how it is, these monsters are dangerous. Of course, they were very pleased that Michael shows signs of attention, but nevertheless, these words refer more to Tatiana, because Marina, too, with a great desire can cope alone, using a couple of her secret abilities, which she shows only in extreme cases. The little activity of the Flame Queen is due to the fact that she is very young, and does not have much experience in battles, so far Marina is doing the job instead of her, despite the fact that she has just awakened, as in her previous life just works wonders, showing very good results on the battlefield. As soon as the first wave was over, the guys even managed to relax a little, but just a few seconds later zombies appear on the horizon again, which symbolizes that the second wave begins. Since it makes no sense to fight them all the time, something had to be thought of. As a result, in that short period of time, Michael could think of nothing better to do than to go to the elevator and call the girls with him, having previously destroyed a few more monsters. Tatiana was desperate, to say the least, because her theory that there would be fewer monsters after the rain ended had been disproved. She also compared the way she was prepared for this day, and what is actually happening. As a result, the conclusions were not long in coming. Because what is happening at the moment, the military and law enforcement agencies completely failed to predict, according to their assumptions. To hold the monsters should have been easier. Also, as the boys went upstairs, Tatiana speculated that, in fact, the whole office thing might be a trap. Anyway, at this point, Michael was more worried about where his sister was than whether or not it was a trap. Just as long as she was safe. The boys stood in the slowly rising elevator. Impatient Michael activated his mysterious energy, causing his hands to glow blue, which magically sped up the elevator, illuminating its doors with a shimmering light. When the friends took the elevator to the top floor, they ran into trouble. When they got out, they found zombies again, who had already been defeated by a monster in armor with a sword. Stunned, they returned to the elevator, where Tatiana, with anxiety in her voice, asked what to do now. Marina looked at Tatiana in bewilderment, as she suddenly grabbed her head and began to scream. At the same time, Michael, preparing himself, fought a new enemy, whose scream echoed off the walls of the corridor, and as he flew toward the elevator, his body ran out of air. In general, This creature is a clear example of how soon will look like all zombies. Here it is clearly understandable that they have armor, and they themselves have become much stronger. At least it confirms the fact that the monster managed to make a hole in the metal elevator. Against this background, Michael had a very interesting question: how it happened that zombies so early entered the period of growth, because in the previous life it happened much later. But before looking for an answer to this question, it is necessary to defeat the opponent, so the guy urgently asked the girls to leave the elevator. To make it possible, Michael made another hole, so the guys easily climbed out. But of course, you can't hide from such a strong creature, so immediately after climbing up, Tatiana used her skills and threw a huge barrage of fire at him. But even so, the monster didn't feel much discomfort. Instead of trying to get away from the fire, he went straight for it, and stretched his arm forward to get Tatiana. Michael did not stand aside at the same time, and when he saw that it was getting hot, he attacked in time and saved the girl. Also, after the danger was over, our hero decided to show what a gentleman he is, and asked Tatiana if she was all right. When the girl replied that everything was fine, Marina attacked next. Using her powers, she squeezed the elevator with the monster in it into a round ball. After that, she threw him down with a huge force. I really want to believe that this will help the confrontation, but considering the opponent's armor, the chance to cause him some damage is quite small. But at least the guys were really shocked that Marina could do such a thing. Meanwhile, on one of the floors, also against the zombies, fought some awakened, and to speak frankly, he felt more than well. No panic, no nerves, but only clear performance of his task. As suddenly he heard that in the office there was someone else besides him. For some reason, to put it mildly, he wasn't very happy about it. In the meantime, the boys continued to fight the monster. Michael immediately warned his girls that it would not be easy to destroy it, so a good option would be to get out of the elevator shaft, thus organizing a more acceptable battleground for themselves. But as soon as they wanted to take a breath and get some rest, the monster was already on the floor, and immediately ran to attack, and judging by his red, greedy eyes, you can see at once that he will fight to the last. Nothing can make him change his mind. At the moment the guys were even a little confused, but nevertheless there was nowhere to go. Initially Marina again tried to stop him with the remnant of pieces of metal from the elevator, but this time it did not work at all. The monster had no problem demolishing everything with his hands and moved forward with an aggressive look. Of course, Michael could not even think that so soon he will have to face the zombies of the growth period. But no matter how you look at it, the guy is not what he used to be, so he has nothing left but to take this fight with dignity, and finally defeat his opponent, rather than constantly running away from him. First he created 2 fire swords, with which he tried to strike a decisive blow, but unfortunately even this did not help, because the armor is too powerful, and almost in the same second patched all the wounds for the monster. Then Michael realized that the power had to be used a little differently. In order to make sure that the enemy would get damage, the guy made a fiery fist, and gave him a precise blow right on his face, as a consequence of which his face looked not so serious, but more simple. Also he flew a few meters away, and caught fire with bright flames. When Tatiana saw what happened, she was surprised to say the least that the power of the flame could be used in such a way. She didn't even know about it. To be honest, Michael was sure that it was 100% over, but even though the damage was so enormous, the monster still kept on attacking. At this time, the girls were not just standing on the sidelines, but actively watching the fight, and at one point suddenly made a joint attack, the essence of which was to send a huge metal, fiery needle into the opponent, and hit exactly in the solar plexus. When the girls saw that the opponent is still standing on his feet, decided not to stop there, and continued to actively attack, only this time they were already aiming at the heart, and hoped that the needles at one point will still be able to penetrate his armor, and reach their goal. By the way, in the heart of the guys were aiming for a reason, because even in the growth period, these monsters still have a weak point is the heart, so except for hitting there is no way out. But unfortunately, even now, instead of winning, they had to face new challenges. When Tatiana saw that things weren't quite going according to plan, she got a little tense, but Marina was even more motivated to fight on and then paint it. In the meantime, Michael realized that with his current strength, cannot do critical damage to this zombie, as suddenly on the horizon appears the same man who fought on the other floors. Instead of just saying hello, he expressed his displeasure that the guys cannot defeat one monster. As it turned out later, the girls knew him quite well, the name of this mysterious operating Captain Frank. He is an awakened level of indignation. Tatiana immediately said that they would definitely talk about everything only a little later. For starters, she urged Frank to help them out. Of course, such beauties cannot refuse. Even so, the man basically came here for the sole purpose of helping, and to be frank, he acted as if he would right now to deal with this monster in just a few seconds, but the guys still warned him that the opponent is not weak. Frank it did not stop at all, because he just madly loves to break hard things. Probably even if he knew that he would lose, he still would not give up at least the opportunity to try to overpower the opponent, and of course to break through the thick layer of armor. In the end, the first blow, despite the fact that it was really powerful, absolutely did not change the course of events. The monster did not feel it at all, and on the contrary even smiled as if he was just tickled, but Frank still did not despair, and tried to attack again, only more seriously. This time the opponent still felt the blows, and even fell off his feet. Anyway, Frank has already made an incredible contribution to this battle, because with the help of strong punches, he managed to destroy the armor zombie in the chest area. Now the guys had almost complete access to the heart of the opponent. Of course, it's a chance that can't be missed, so Michael gets up from his seat, and he's going to make a surprise attack while he has the chance. The girls, for some reason, were not so active, but still the boy urged them to wake up and help him attack as soon as possible. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, Frank is losing, to put it mildly, and he needs help, otherwise, his opponent will literally swallow him whole right now. Of course, he aimed exactly at the heart, and hit just perfectly, after which, to be sure to end this confrontation, decided to attack from above, and thus make a decisive blow, completely finish the monster, and be sure that he will never rise again. When everything was successful, the monster started the process of self-destruction. Initially it began to study the bright light from all possible holes, and then exploded, unfortunately, because of its armor, on a bunch of small particles that did not fly apart, but will not be able to resist. At the same time, Frank watched from the sidelines, and concluded that Michael was really not a bad fighter. As Marina approached her potential drawing board, who was insanely upset because it was completely burned out and no longer usable for drawing. At the first opportunity, Tatiana turned to the captain and told him that he had behaved too impulsively and had almost lost his life. In response, the guy smiled and said that the girl did not appreciate him, because at that moment he had not even warmed up yet. Roughly speaking, it was just the beginning. Then Michael came up to the guys and asked the girl who this man was. She quickly introduced Frank, emphasized that he was a flood-level awakened man, and then proceeded to introduce the guys to each other, which they were very happy about. In the process of acquaintance, Michael realized that the name Frank is not familiar to him, but his power is far from the weakest. Now the guy is tormented by the question of whether he can bind him, and get the opportunity to use this power. Unfortunately, the system sent a notification saying that the binding failed. This is a direct indication that this guy's heart is much more wary than it seems. Also, Frank recognized that his new acquaintance is really very strong, and for the sake of interest offered in his free time to fight among themselves, to which the guy kindly agreed, because in the future it may help to get attached. After Tatiana suggested that they should notify the bureau as soon as possible, because the black rain had stopped, and those madmen in the streets still hadn't come to their senses. Frank replied that the bureau was already in the circle, and added that those people weren't really people anymore. Michael suddenly broke into their conversation and asked the guys what they meant by the word bureau when they said it. Tatiana was visibly nervous, and Frank said there was nothing wrong with telling Michael about it, because the secrecy program had long since run out of steam. In this case, it did not take long for the girl to get to the story. In general, Frank and she are actually employees of the Bureau of Special Security. This is such an official organization, designed to regulate the civilian awakening. By the way, the guys were mildly surprised that the guy hadn't heard of such a service. And Michael, in turn, was surprised that there was any official regulation of the awakened at all. But if you think about it logically, of course there is, because after all, not every person who passes through is mentally stable, and can do a lot of damage. After putting everything together in his head, the guy realized that the Special Security Bureau was directly connected to the Sixth Senses Society. Until that moment, he didn't even know they were connected. He couldn't get his head around the fact that these groups were specifically designed to contain the zombie apocalypse. The whole situation also suggests that Tatiana, the Queen of the Flame, was originally a representative of the Sixth Senses Society. But in any case, it didn't make any sense to dwell on it too much. So the guy decided to ask Frank if he had seen any other humans. Unfortunately, he's never seen anyone. There's no one else in the building except the crazies. That's unfortunate news, because it's a direct indication that the sister's probably not there either, even though she's the only reason the guys came here in the first place. At least for now, Michael refused to believe it, and went back to the office to still try to find her. After all, not for nothing those guys appointed this very place. In no case cannot reduce this situation to nothing, because the sister disappeared first precisely because the guy was reborn. It was also really stupid to try to follow his old memories, considering that the guy had changed the current events. When suddenly, quite by accident, on his way Michael meets a body. It was lying face down, and from the outside looked very much like Anna. We can only pray that it is not her. After a few minutes, with tears in his eyes, the guy finally pulled himself together and turned the body face up. The result really pleased him, and after a very funny, because at least his sister is definitely not so scary, so you can exhale with relief, and a little relaxed. Well, apparently the sister and everyone else left here before the place went down, due to the massive zombie invasion. Then, since Michael hadn't been back for too long, Tatiana decided to find him, and ask him if he had any luck finding his sister, or at least any trace of her being here. Unfortunately, the guy couldn't answer any of these questions positively. The only thing he could think of was that the bandits and his sister had escaped somewhere before the zombies came. Tatiana was a really good girl, because she was genuinely worried, and tried to help in every way she could. When suddenly Frank came up to the guys and said something very interesting that he might know where the sister might have gone. Well, an alien energy vibration from the awakened flood level came here before anyone else, so Frank came here to investigate it. If Michael's sister was in the building, she is most likely with the awakened at this very moment. Frank then explained that he has a unique ability to track where the awakened are within a certain radius, using a mobile app on his phone, a real pro at doing so. Meanwhile, Anna was indeed, along with the rest of the hostages, near the awakened man. At this point, the guy who was escorting them showed by example what could happen to them if they misbehaved, or even worse, tried to escape. But be that as it may, all hostages are really valuable materials. This awakened one hurts a lot every time he breaks one of the people in this way, so please behave with dignity, and do not under any circumstances bring it to this, because in the end no one will feel better. By the way, this purple-haired guy's name is Tyler. Then 3 doctors come into the room and inform him that the experimental equipment is completely ready, and you can already start using it. Well, in this case it was decided not to lose a minute, and prepare for the start. Each doctor took one hostage and began to lead them out in an unknown direction. Tyler in turn asked where his friends were, and after the answer he went to the 2nd floor. Also before he left, he urged the doctors to make everything as professional as possible. When Anna was brought into the operating room, she immediately saw not the most pleasant picture, namely a man who was chained to the table, and had certain features associated with his body. After that the girl was put on the table, and slowly began to tie up. Meanwhile, Michael and his team were getting close, at least as evidenced by the beacon on Frank's phone screen. The guy also felt the vibration coming from this very spot. Since every minute counted at this point, the guys went straight inside. For some reason, the living room was as quiet as possible. Tatiana even decided to ask Frank if he was sure that someone was really there. In response, he said that if you don't believe him, at least believe in science, because right now it clearly says that within 20 meters of the awakened. Michael, in turn, was also more in agreement with Tatiana, because judging by the layer of dust on the tables, we can assume that this place has not been inhabited for a long time. At this point, even Frank began to doubt, and shouted at the whole room, "Yes, how is this possible? In any case, we need to study the area in more detail." The guy, instead of normally focused on the task, and begin to properly explore the area, still could not stop thinking about how much still in his past life he did not know. Most of all, he can be the fact that the government knew about everything in advance, and the ordinary people told everything very superficially. Michael was also beginning to suspect that Frank must be hiding something else that would be pretty good to know about, but for now it was just a suspicion, and it was far from certain that this was the case. After about 20 minutes of searching, Frank asked everyone to stop, and said that there was no point in continuing, because the place they were looking for was already here. "But how do you explain the fact that the awakened one is nowhere to be found? It can't be somewhere in the ground or in the sky." This theory made Michael think, because the beacon couldn't just show this place, there must be a basement. So he pointed his finger at a certain spot, and asked Frank to try to penetrate the floor to see if there was a basement, or not. Of course, in no case to refuse, he did not, and immediately began to fulfill such an interesting request. Tatiana was shocked, to say the least, because the fact is that at the moment the guys are engaged in the fact that they damage other people's property. According to the law, actions of this kind are strictly punished. In the end, the ceiling was not able to be removed from the first blow, but the guys could feel it starting to sag, so it was decided not to stop there and try to remove it at least a few more times. Meanwhile, the guys who were sitting downstairs were talking among themselves and trying to understand why they were kept here. Their reasoning lasted until the ceiling began to collapse right before their eyes, and then a huge hole was formed. When Frank got downstairs, he made a brilliant deduction and told everyone that there was indeed something down there. Then, walking a little farther away, they noticed two men lying on the floor, at which point they were as frightened as possible, and asked who had come to see them. Michael, without question or ceremony, picked up the fire spear, called the two men the kidnappers of her sister, and threatened to kill them for it. Suddenly, right in the middle of the room, a bolt of lightning started flashing. Of course, everyone in the room took notice, and at the same moment, from the exact opposite direction, a huge rock was thrown right at Frank. But since the kid's an awakened man of very high caliber, you can't catch him with a childish trick like that. In fact, he had experienced countless sneak attacks in his life. Surprisingly, after what had happened, Tyler expressed his respect and called Frank a really strong awakened man. By the way, this time the bandit was not alone, but together with a girl named Katerina. She is also an awakened level attacker. Tyler was also excited to finally meet the dog, who had been following him all this time, because he'd been waiting for this meeting for quite some time. In response to this insolence, Frank announced to the entire room that they had bad breath, and added that she wouldn't mind rinsing it out with her fists. Meanwhile, the guys who were lying on the floor told Michael that it was the same people who stole his sister, and they had nothing to do with it. Because they're just hostages lying in wait like the rest of us. In which case the boy turned to them at once, and for the time being politely inquired where his sister was. Tyler made a strange look on his face, called the girl in question a material person, and added that she must have already lost her life, because she had recently gone in for a procedure. After these words, the guy started to panic. He just couldn't believe what he had just heard. Even when he had another chance to live his life, he still wouldn't be able to change Anna's fate. Also, to completely destroy morale, the thugs added that the guys had come just in time to take her body away. They decided to attack, having made a small plan beforehand, so that Tatiana would use the fire to distract the attention from her. The idea was that Tatiana would use the fire to draw attention to herself. Marina jumped on top of her rival, and tried to strike him with some very heavy thing with metal inserts inside, screaming for him to go to hell for all his misdeeds. Frankly, it was a good plan, but unfortunately, Tyler's no ordinary man either. So he was able to easily block Marina's powerful blow. The long-range defense was so strong that the stone pillar couldn't even penetrate the thick layer of armor by an inch. Then with this defense, Tyler was even able to attack, so Marina was extremely lucky, you could say. Meanwhile, Frank, to somehow help his partner, used a skill called Blood Berserk of the 4th level, and was about to attack, but suddenly, right below him, someone broke through the concrete floor, grabbed his legs, and with great force began to try to drag the guy downstairs. In the end, the one who tried to do it was so strong that he actually managed to finally break the floor and drag Frank down with him. At that moment Tatiana was standing next to him, but unfortunately she couldn't help, because everything happened too fast. Meanwhile, Marina continued to fight with Tyler. The man threw his armor, launched some tentacles to use them to wrap around the girl and tried to drag her directly to the sharp objects. It would seem the situation is almost hopeless, but the girl was certainly not going to give up. Since these tentacles in the armor made no bigger than a hole, Marina realized that this was just the perfect opportunity to attack, and eventually make the hole several times bigger. When the guy saw something very sharp approaching him very confidently, he started to panic, to put it mildly. As a result, against the background of strong fear, Tyler began to put on the full, which led to not very good consequences, namely, he still managed to hurt the girl, and quite badly. He even managed to relax a little bit, but it wasn't the end. Because even for such an extreme case, Marina had a trump card up her sleeve. As they say, it was time for revenge. Meanwhile, Michael slowly began to come to his senses, and to realize the fact that now was not the time to dive into his thoughts, because at least his friends were in trouble and needed help in the fight. That's why he activates his abilities right now and runs to attack. Katerina noticed the new participant almost immediately and of course was very interested in trying to stop him, so she used her skills to create a ball lightning bolt and sent it straight towards Michael. Since the guy can move very fast, so far he has no problem dodging these attacks. Tyler has also asked Catherine to stay out of it. After all, this is his fight, and he has a great desire to settle this matter on his own. At one point, a rope quietly appeared from the ground, where Tyler was standing, and slowly began to bind the guy. When the man couldn't move at all, he was lifted into the air and made into a so-called air target, which Michael showed a great desire to hit with his fiery spear. To say Tyler was scared at that moment is to say nothing. But somehow, at the very last moment, despite his bound hands, he managed to create a thick layer of protection in front of him, and Michael's blow hit it. The contact was so powerful that pieces of that shield started flying around. Since it was Marina who had been holding Tyler, Tatiana came up to her and told her that it was too dangerous to continue, because the first thing to do was to stop the bleeding immediately, otherwise the girl could lose her life, and she would never tie anyone up again. But even though she was in great pain and at great risk of losing her life, the girl replied that she was fine, and said that it was more than bearable, but in fact it was far from it. In the end, even though Michael managed to break through a lot of the armor, Tyler still didn't take any damage. But at least the man recognized that it was really close, just a little bit more and the guys had succeeded in destroying it, but unfortunately not this time. I can't tell you how disappointed they were. It was an incredible amount of effort to organize something like that. Meanwhile, Frank was literally under a thick layer of earth, and next to him was an awakened man, who instead of attacking the defenseless guy, just stood there and watched him. Apparently he was waiting for the moment when Frank would have trouble breathing and beg for mercy. According to this guy, the rats that Frank looks up to easily adapt to life underground. Now based on the situation, it's safe to say that at this point Frank is weaker than a rat. Before leaving, the man wished him to start enjoying the tranquility of life underground. Tyler at this time began to do something terrible, namely, he rose into the air, built up a huge layer of ice behind his back, iced himself and began to strike Michael countless times with huge sharp pieces of ice. but at least for now the situation is under control. And the guy can also say with certainty that for some reason, his opponent has become several times stronger again. How it works is still unclear. Tyler's allies, meanwhile, have been watching from the sidelines, and the man of the land has no idea what's taking so long. Michael, in turn, despite the numerous attacks, decided to go on the counterattack. The ability to move extremely fast, it helps him perfectly. Now his main task is to get as close as possible, and choose the ideal position for an accurate throwing spear. Once such a goal was achieved, the guy maximized his spear's energy and threw it straight towards Tyler with tremendous force. From the side, it looked more like a fire round fired from some rifle than just any spear. For some reason, Tyler didn't even take it as an attack, because in his opinion, only a novice could throw his weapon away so easily. But in reality it wasn't that simple. When the man thought he could easily dodge it, he had no idea how wrong he was. In the end, the spear was homing itself, it went backwards, it reached its target, there was a huge explosion, after which it would be impossible not to lose your life. But given who the duel comes with, anything can happen. Basically, as expected, the opponent had taken a really big hit, but he was still alive. Michael was nervous to say the least, because he had to take some measures to finish the job, otherwise he might recover and start all over again. As soon as the boy started to act, the Earthman appeared in his way, and gave him a relatively light punch in the shoulder. Roughly speaking, it was a little warning that no one would call him to make the decisive blow, no matter how much he wanted to. The girls didn't like it to say the least, and they stood up for their hero, saying that it was too low of them to do such a thing, because as soon as Tyler couldn't win, everyone immediately attacked Michael with a mob. Unfortunately, in response they just laughed, and did nothing worthy. Meanwhile, Tyler himself finally came to his senses and once again paid tribute to his opponent. He realized that Michael is actually an awakened man who wields at least 2 powers. That's really not bad and deserves respect. No matter how the guy hit until the last, to keep his opponent in constant tension, and at one point he wanted to destroy him with just one blow, but unfortunately Tyler managed to block it. Also, he has 2 accomplices who are very much in the way. Let's summarize a little. The Earthman took Frank away, Marina is badly injured, and Tatiana cannot adapt to this stage of the fight. From this it turns out the only one who can fight is Michael. But no matter how it turns out, even if he is alone, for his sister, he will definitely defeat everyone. As suddenly at one moment, the guys notice that from under the ground, something is rapidly trying to get out, striking hard. In the end, when the floor cracked, Frank jumped out with great speed, and immediately attacked his assailant to remind him where rats should live. As a consequence, he managed to put his opponent on the floor without any problems, and at the same time hit him hard on the ground, after which he charged his fist, and before attacking, he said that he had already enjoyed the peace of lying deep underground waiting for a miracle. In the end, the blow was really powerful, but unfortunately not critical. Apparently this awakened one also has a large layer of armor that allows him to take even such a blow. Frank then went over to his contacts to see how they were doing and if they could fight. As soon as the guys lightly hugged, the system sent a new notification, in which informed that the possibility of communication between these two has been achieved. Against this background, Michael will receive numerous rewards, and most importantly a new skill called Blood Berserk, all of which should make things much easier. Meanwhile, Katerina announced that the evacuation of the building was almost complete, so they needed to get ready to move out as well. Tyler reacted rather harshly, and urged her not to tell him what to do. But the girl responded by saying that he was out of his mind, and it was time to calm down already. In the end it was decided that the Earthman should take Tyler out of here and let the crazies out, because it made absolutely no sense to keep them here. There were already a lot of them out there, and if they were needed again in the future, it would be no problem to catch new ones. Of course, the fact that the rivals made an escape attempt, Michael and his team did not like it much, so they decided to at least try to stop them. So that the bandits could lie down in peace, Katerina said that she would do her best to hold them off. By the way, this time she did not succeed very well, because the guys easily dodged her blows, and just a few seconds later they were standing right next to her. That's how even professionals miss, but as it turned out later, she did it on purpose. To hit the roof with his electric ball and make the whole place start to collapse. Now it's clear why they evacuated, for example, not to stay in this cave to live to a ripe old age, at best if you're lucky. Then, looking directly into the eyes of his opponents, Katerina began to apply some ability, from which frankly speaking they began to go blind, after which the girl just disappeared right in front of the guys. But it's nothing terrible, the main thing is that everyone is alive and well, even the collapse ended. When the guys turned back, they saw that at the moment their girls were under a pile of rocks, even scary to imagine what could happen to them under such a heavy weight. For example, Tatiana, because of her intense fear, did not even realize that Marina had saved their lives, and kept asking if she was still alive or not. At one point Marina got fed up with it, to put it mildly, so she urged her to stop doing it. When Tatiana opened her eyes, she slowly looked around, realized that everything was more or less normal, and apologized for the inconvenience. And she'd forgotten that her friend had such cool powers. Marina was touched that Tatiana had thrown herself at her to try to save her with her body, but it was better not to do that. Suddenly Marina began to get worse. The situation reached a point where the girl began to bleed through her mouth, which is usually a very bad sign. To help her, Tatiana tried to sit her down more comfortably. Suddenly she heard the boys looking for them and let them know exactly where they were. As soon as Michael heard the voice, she immediately used her power, and used it to scatter stones to free the poor girls from the rubble. Meanwhile, the hostages who had been sitting here at the beginning began to think of an escape plan, because a way out was visible in the distance. When everything was agreed upon, they made the decision to move out slowly, and tried to do so without being seen in any way. In the meantime, the boys were chatting among themselves about what to do next. The radar of the Awakened showed that they had not gone very far and had stopped at one place. Now it's not really clear why they ran away at all if they only gave themselves away for such a small distance. Maybe they were up to something. As suddenly the guys heard some noise, so they urged the girls to stay here until they checked what was going on there. As it turned out, the guys who planned their escape completely forgot that on the way they can meet zombies, and strangely enough ran into the bottom of the first turn, so they started screaming loudly, and at all speed to try to get away from them, otherwise it is unlikely to survive. On the way one of the guys said that we should go back to the Awakened as soon as possible, but unfortunately not everyone in this situation thought the same way. The man who was running behind said he had a better idea, grabbed the poor guy and threw him right into the hands of the zombies to save himself. Before taking his life, the man promised that he would surely find him and punish him for such a terrible act, even as a ghost. As the awakened men heard the screams, they came much closer than the boys could have imagined. Michael actually saw how this guy had escaped. Of course, there is almost no desire to help such a person, because he does not deserve it at least. When the man came closer, he began to say that if the guys helped him, he would do anything for them, but whatever it was, money couldn't buy them. There was no problem with that. At this point, Michael wants to hear at least one decent reason not to destroy this unscrupulous person. To extend the time of his life, he immediately started talking about his sister, supposedly hinting that she could have stayed alive. After hearing this, the fellow began to press harder and asked for more details about it. The second part of this story ended with Logan finding his girlfriend in the deep woods, and heroically fighting the mercenary who kidnapped her. Eventually the guy managed to defeat him. To sweetly avenge, it was decided not to take his life, but to make it so that he could never walk again. Then Charlie ran to his beloved, took off all the ropes, hugged her, and began to cry. The guy had not been so much worried lately, because he really realized that he could lose the person he was ready to marry even tomorrow. Charlie would do everything he could to make sure that it would never happen again. In the house, despite his serious injury, Jack couldn't calm down, and was about to go to rescue Charlie and his girlfriend. Of course, in such a state it is strictly forbidden to do so, because at the moment Jack is a very easy target, and he can help him in the fight. He has very prudent colleagues, who simply did not let him make this thoughtless step into the abyss. As suddenly, an ambulance appears on the horizon, from which Emily and Charlie got out. Except for a couple of abrasions, the girl's health is fine. Every morning she needs to apply a certain ointment, and pretty soon everything will be completely gone. As soon as the opportunity arose, Jack immediately ran and kneeled before his master. He blamed himself for not being able to protect Emily, so with a clear heart he let him be beaten and chased away. In return he will say absolutely nothing, because in his opinion he really deserved it. Charlie urged the bodyguard not to blame himself, because he did his best, and that's the most important thing in his job. Only the guy was very interested in how the bandit managed to beat Jack. After all, he himself is a master of martial arts. At that moment Emily broke into the conversation. She said that there were 2 kidnappers. One of them was wearing a black robe with a hood on his head, so she didn't remember exactly what he looked like. Jack added that the bandit had a centipede on his wrist, which bit him, after which he was paralyzed and couldn't fight anymore. If it wasn't for her, they wouldn't have had a chance of success. So far, from this brief description, Charlie assumed it was the Xianming clan, wondering what motive they had for such a drastic act. After a moment's thought, he notified his guards that he had to leave on an urgent business trip. Of course Jack would like to go with him, but he can't do that yet, because someone has to be responsible for guarding the villa, and report immediately if anyone comes. Charlie is determined to find out more about the situation, and as soon as he finds out something, he'll tell him. Right before the guy was about to get into the car, Emily came to him and told him that there was definitely someone in the bushes. He was skeptical, but he decided to check it out, and since the time was very dangerous, he decided to take James as his assistant, so that in case of emergency the guys could cover each other. Emily was right, and when the boys went to check the bushes, they found William there. Well, it's been a long time. The guys didn't hesitate to trim his hair, tie him up, and make him tell the truth immediately. Since the guy was captured and now his life is in someone else's hands, it didn't take him long to start telling everything he knows. It all started last Wednesday or so. Since the mercenary had failed to take Charlie's life, William's father was very angry and contacted some bad people. These guys looked very creepy. During the conversation they cast a spell on his father and buried him. And now they're threatening William. Their main condition is Charlie's body. In case this crying boy brings it to them, then they will give him life, but there are absolutely no guarantees. William came here only because he was forced to, and asked for help. In fact, he has long wanted to stop crossing paths with Charlie completely, because he realized that he cannot pull. Of course, the guys listened to the information, but hardly anyone was going to help him. James suggested to leave everything as it was, because they didn't need William anymore. Charlie was of a different opinion. He wanted to get answers to his questions, at least to find out why the enemies needed it, and why they wouldn't do it themselves if they were so powerful. When suddenly something flew between the boys at high speed, probably the same creepy guys William was talking about. Charlie immediately ordered James to stay here and take care of the prisoner, and if anything happened, to let him know immediately so that he could be kept informed of the latest developments. By the way, as it turned out, William wasn't completely clean either. Right now you can see a magic spider coming out of his mouth. This is actually too bad, because the enemies could completely hear their conversation. Meanwhile, Charlie is already moving at full speed in the approximate direction where the enemy could fly away. So far the guy doesn't even realize if he will be able to follow the trail, because it's like looking for a needle in a lot of snow. At one point he did manage to get a glimpse of his target, for he was a master of his craft, and even more so when it came to his family. Charlie did not lose the opportunity to attack. By the way, the enemy with the girl on his shoulder was running away in an unknown direction. He could not even think that someone was running after him. This naive joy lasted exactly until the man noticed Charlie, who was approaching rather swiftly. The smile on his face disappeared abruptly. Now they were expressing completely different emotions, and they clearly had nothing to do with positive ones. On the background of a strong panic, the opponent began to make every effort to run as fast as possible, but as you can already guess, this speed was clearly not enough, because in this respect Charlie surpassed him several times. A huge yellow hand practically caught up with the opponent. But unfortunately not everything is so simple. To somehow protect himself, and to prolong his existence on this planet, the man also began to use magic. He used a skill that in theory allows the almighty forces to take over his body completely, in simpler words, teleport. The man even managed to relax a little. For some reason he was 100% sure that it would definitely save his life. Charlie in turn basically expected that the opponent would use some tricks, so he prepared in advance. He took out another dragon ticket, and used the skill of the 9 thunderclaps of the sacred celestials, which allowed a completely random lightning strike directly at the enemy target. Since the rival was no longer functioning, he could no longer hold the guy's ex-wife on his shoulders, so she began to fall downwards without a creature. Charlie, of course, did not hesitate, and caught her at the very last moment, even though he could not have done so, for all the pain and humiliation the girl had brought into his life. Well, since the task was accomplished, the guy decided to go home immediately, because frankly he was a bit tired. As practice shows, even with his level, to fight for a whole night is very problematic. Such an activity requires a lot of energy and internal magical power. It turns out there is still room to strive, and this is not the limit. When Charlie reached his house, he asked someone to pick up the girl, for he had no strength to carry her. But for some reason there was absolute silence in response. No one would even say a word. To put it mildly, it looked rather strange, and it was bad timing. If something really happened there, it would be very difficult for the guy to defend himself. Right in the middle of the street, bodyguard Jack and the rest of the guards were lying on the floor. It was like someone had just beaten them up really badly, and they were doing it without any regret, because at first glance the guys didn't even show any signs of life. Then Charlie remembered his beloved. He just couldn't afford to let anything happen to her a second time. To see that everything was normal, the guy just jumped out of his seat and ran into the house. Of course, he enters the house without knocking, and immediately starts shouting her name, because he was sure that she was not alone in the house. But it turned out all much calmer than one could imagine. The girl just lay alone on the bed and already saw the 10th dream, and the guy simply woke her up. At least she was glad that her husband-to-be had come home, but she didn't understand why he was being so loud. When Charlie realized that everything was plus or minus calm, he threw his ex-wife on the floor and walked over to Emily. The first thing he did was to hug her tightly, and show her how much he cared for her, and then he told her that for some reason all the guards were lying on the floor at the entrance to the house. Emily immediately realized that her future husband was pretty tired, and urgently needed a good rest. She hugged him even tighter in response, and then gently put him to bed. The next morning Charlie woke up alone, and immediately smelled a very pleasant aroma. Emily had been in the kitchen since morning, preparing a delicious breakfast for her lover, so that when he woke up he would have a good meal and energy for the day. She was surprised that he woke up so early, because he usually slept much longer, especially after he was tired. He couldn't sleep well, because he had so many thoughts that kept him awake so early. Since this breakfast was to be served as a surprise, the girl sincerely didn't want Charlie to see what she was cooking, but since he's a very curious guy, he decided to see what was in the pots without further ado. As it turned out, it was noodles, but Emily's lack of cooking experience made it look more like porridge. The girl already realized that it wasn't a good idea to feed her young man like that, so she was going to throw everything away. But since the best man in the world was in a relationship with her, she didn't have to throw anything away. Charlie silently took the plate in his hands, put the food in it, and said that it suited him perfectly, and he was happy to have breakfast. While eating, Emily realized that the noodles were too sweet. She must have mixed up salt and sugar again, and frankly she couldn't understand how Charlie hadn't said anything yet and kept eating. Afterwards the girl said out loud that it looked really awful and she didn't have to eat it at all. Even so, The boy smiled and continued eating. Suddenly, the TV news began to report that there was a fire in the house of a famous businessman, which resulted in the deaths of 2 people, and the whereabouts of the gentleman himself and his son are unknown. In addition, the businessman Yang was found dead in his home that same night, and the police have opened a criminal investigation into the matter. According to reliable reports, the 2 gentlemen were very close, which may have something to do with the tragedy. Initially, Emily thought it was her boyfriend's doing, but he replied clearly that he had nothing to do with it at all. Then I wondered who could have done it, and for what purpose. To be honest, Charlie had no idea who did it. But one thing he knew for sure, the purpose of these 2 was the same. It was revenge for the guy. That's why they kidnapped Emily and beat up Jack. Most likely it was just the beginning, and definitely should expect a second attempt. Even if Yang was really killed for not following the orders of the master, then where the other businessman disappeared, there must be someone behind this case, and we must find out at any cost what is the purpose of the person who started it all, and conspired such serious people. But if Emily is also the target of these people, then why didn't they do anything to her the night they killed all the guards? The girl then assumed that these people were trying to get to her grandfather, but Charlie was quick to disprove that theory, because in fact, at this point, the grandfather is the easiest target, and capturing him is not a problem. When the guy's ex-wife suddenly spoke up, the guys thought she had left a long time ago, but as it turned out she hadn't. Because the moment they were taken hostage, just when the old man saw his sister, things started to get out of hand. For some reason, he called her body a real treasure, though in fact she was just an ordinary girl, with not the most decent habits, and her hobby was spending other people's money. Jan and his father made a deal with this demon, but the naked eye could see that this deal was just empty words, because the grandfather, in case he did not like something, could easily attack, using his centipede. At least he didn't like the fact that they wanted to rush him, because only someone who doesn't realize the importance of the case would rush in this situation. After the father was already unconscious, Grandpa switched to his son, and suggested that he return to the original plan, namely to pick up the phone, call Charlie, and arrange a meeting. After the man made the call, Grandfather couldn't help himself, and just like the father, he destroyed the son. According to the original plan, after successfully completing the task, this man was supposed to leave the city, but since things didn't go exactly according to plan, it led to the current situation. I wonder why the news reported that only the father was killed and the son survived. In general, the situation is getting more and more confusing. We can only speculate what may be next. To be honest, the ex-wife Anna doesn't even know what to do, because she has nothing left. Her husband lost his life, her sister was kidnapped, and Anna in turn hurt the only person who could help her. She does not expect Charlie to help her save her sister, but at least hope that she will help her to build a memorial for her entire family, which was destroyed just recently. In spite of everything, Charlie said that he would try to help, but his ex-wife's sister will not be his main goal. At least he has someone to risk his life for. In the process of saving those whom the guy planned himself, he will try to save his sister. After these words, Anna started crying even harder. She just could not hold back her emotions and was insanely grateful, even for the fact that the guy will just try. When suddenly some unknown man bursts into the house, instead of at least saying hello, he expressed his dissatisfaction with the architecture of the house, because such a simple renovation, this is not the level of the Su family. Charlie, of course, was very angry at the unwanted guest, and wondered who was standing in front of him. It turned out to be Emily's own brother, and it was normal for him to come into a stranger's house, express his displeasure, and say that even if he had no money at all, he would never live in a doghouse like this. Charlie was surprised, to say the least, because he'd never heard of this brother before. But it's not surprising, because the girl broke off contact with him as soon as she left the capital, and basically never contacted him again. By the way, his name is Tony. Now the girl is at least very curious as to why he's here and what the purpose of his visit is. In general, from an old friend, for Tony received information that the grandfather took something very important for their family. Now the guy is very interested to know where this thing is, After all, he strongly wants to take it back. In response to this, Emily said that she knows nothing about it, and in general, the brother should leave, because at least he is not welcome here. This response was not surprising, because it is unlikely that the sister has ever had access to such valuable things. To put it mildly, for the girl it all begins to annoy. To somehow remedy the situation, she began to threaten that she will call the police and write a statement for trespassing on private property. As much as her brother was not the most ordinary person, it's hard to scare him like that. After all, probably not a single policeman of this city will not dare to put handcuffs on Tony, because then he will only be worse. A large number of connections and good authority, a great force, which is often above all laws, of course. All this is wrong and should not be so, but unfortunately the world is so arranged, and in another way is unlikely to ever be. And if he doesn't, he can't take care of himself, and could do something very bad, so it's best not to test his nerve, but to do as he asks. And when it came to touching him, Charlie stepped in and showed this upstart that he'd already overstepped his authority. To put it mildly, Tony was shocked, because no one on this planet would allow himself to be treated like that, let alone forbidden. Of course, he was very curious about the mystery man. Charlie introduced himself at once, but so far it doesn't say much, because Tony had never heard anything about him before. To get to know each other better, his brother decided to attack Charlie, so that he could fully understand who was standing in front of him. But the point of such an encounter was that if a man had no powers, he would most likely not be able to get up. Of course, like a true professional, the guy responded with magic and repelled the attack. To be honest, Tony couldn't believe his eyes. He couldn't even imagine that such a master could be found in such a small town, because even in big cities they could be counted on a few fingers. Charlie realized that his potential rival's skills were quite strong, and his chance of winning was barely over 50%. He doesn't really care what happens to him after the fight, but he's worried about Emily, because the house is pretty crowded and she could really get hurt. So Tony went on the attack. He managed to deflect the first punch without any problems, but he couldn't hit back. In addition to having incredible skills in terms of fighting, he also has a very fast movement speed. Charlie didn't even have time to notice that his opponent went behind his back. Only thanks to his instincts, he realized that he was about to miss a blow in the back. Then the guys started a tight hand-to-hand fight, in which, surprisingly, Tony felt more than well. And in the end, with one deft move, he was able to overpower Charlie, causing him to fall face first to the floor. Of course the girls ran to his aid, but he urged them to stay back, because he wasn't going to end it there. No matter how hard it was, Charlie would never let someone just barge into his house, threaten his girlfriend, and start a fight. Even though Emily knows how strong her boyfriend is, every time she worries about him like the first time, but this time it's not just her. For the first time in her life, his ex-wife also worries about him a lot. The girl even fell to her knees because her blood pressure skyrocketed. When Charlie was finally able to get up, he told the guy to get back down. Even though the fight was over rather quickly, Tony was delighted, and reported with confidence that Charlie's skills were more than enough for this small town. But as it turned out, Emily's brother had met a lot of people of that caliber, and Charlie was no exception. But anyway, since Charlie is in Emily's relationship, all her problems and worries are automatically transferred to him, and if the girl does not want to fulfill them, no one can make her. In fact, only a real man can say those words, and unfortunately, they're in the minority in the world. Then walking back and forth across the room, Tony told me that he hated people who didn't see their true potential, but continued to live as they were and were happy with everything. After a lengthy expression of his displeasure, the brother offered to make a deal. This is certainly a very interesting point. God only knows what he really needs. In general, people like him are not initially trustworthy. According to Tony's personal observations, Charlie's perfection does not exceed the stage of foundation formation. Of course, the guy did not reveal all the cards, and said that such personal matters did not concern him in any way. In the end, his brother said that he would give Charlie 2 whole years, and if during this time the guy didn't achieve better results, Tony would just come and take his sister away, and then turn Charlie to dust right in front of everyone, without any regret. To be honest, the guy doubted it very much, because in fact his potential is limitless, and depending on the situation he can become much stronger than it seems at first glance. But for the sake of propriety, he decided to ask what would happen if he got lucky, and over the course of 2 years, he could actually get a lot stronger. In that case, the guy will get a chance to fight Tony in the most luxurious arena in the capital, and whether he wins or loses, his name will be known, and at least it will help to build a good career. The terms of the bet were really favorable, and Charlie was happy to agree to them, but on the other hand he had no choice. In that case Tony wouldn't stay long, but he said again that he wanted the thing he'd come for, and the next time Tony came, he'd have to have it. Also, this upstart has not lost the opportunity to remind Charlie that his current strength will not be enough to fight him. That's why he should start to spend much more time on training, only then there will be a result. Well, about this he can certainly not doubt, the guy is very responsible, and will make every effort to make himself at least several times in these 2 years. Finally the man went to the exit, put on his hat, and politely said goodbye, then got into his fancy car and went about his business. At that moment Charlie had a lot on his mind, at least he was trying to figure out who he had just spoken to. This man must be a big shot in the capital, and if you consider Charlie's connections and resources, he's not even fit to be a janitor. Then Emily came up to the guy and told him that Grandpa had actually told her something before he left. Namely, that if the guys in the future encountered a situation they could handle, they should definitely contact the man from the provincial security office. In the past, this man was Mr. Sun's apprentice, so he's bound to help. It was a really good idea, but Charlie wondered why Emily had a look on her face like it wasn't such a good idea. There's an explanation for that too. The thing is that in modern society a man rarely manages to rise to the top on his own. Because of this he always has to depend on someone. Once this guy was supported by his grandfather, and Tony, but now that everyone knows that Charlie is in a quarrel with Tony, it will be quite problematic to ask him for help. But even so the guy did not lose enthusiasm, in principle he was ready to do his studies on his own. Then the guys heard someone knocking on the front door. First they thought it was Emily's brother coming back, but as it turned out later it wasn't. Now they've got people from the security department coming in to tell them that Mr. Fan would like to invite them to a banquet he's personally hosting. It's not the kind of thing you just invite anyone to, so Charlie decided to inquire at once. Unfortunately, these guys are only responsible for sending the message, so they urged not to refuse the invitation. In this case, the guys asked for literally 5 minutes of time to at least minimally prepare, change clothes and go down to the exit. When the guys have already arrived at the party, they immediately realize that the owner is doing very well. At least Emily managed to notice a lot of famous people, and that says only one thing: the man is really successful. The higher the status of a person, the more work you have to do to keep, so organizing such events is a pretty good solution. Amelia also informed her young man that there were quite a few pairs of eyes watching him now. So even if Charlie Mr. Fan did not like it, he could not do anything, so it is necessary to completely relax and enjoy this beautiful evening. Suddenly, someone called out to the girl. It was one of the youngest guests of the evening, the one and only daughter of Mr. Fan, named Julia. For some reason, she was overjoyed to see Emily, and immediately rushed to hug her. The little girl had the feeling that they hadn't seen each other for ages. Looking at the expression on Emily's face, you might think that she does not like children, but in fact it is not so. The girl just did not recognize Julia, and decided not to play a play, and just asked who approached her. That's when Baby told her who she really was. And she made it sound like it was a shame not to know. Then Julia turned her attention to Charlie. As it turned out, she had heard quite a lot about him, and sincerely wanted to know what is really so special about this guy. It is important for her to know, because Emily must marry a real man, and if Charlie is not such a man, then the little girl will do everything to prevent this marriage from taking place. Julia got so into character that she started talking in front of everyone in the center of the room about how beautiful, tender, and proud Emily was. She then informed her boyfriend that Julia was a child and should not be taken seriously, at the very least, because she might interfere with the marriage. In the end, the little girl, albeit reluctantly, agreed to let them be together, because she realized that Emily really cared about this man. But if she finds out that Charlie hurt her, he'll be waiting for the worst days of his life. Absolutely all nightmare dreams will be realized. Then the little girl remembered she had something she wanted to tell Emily. It's about a friend of the girl's father's that she remembers very well. Just recently Julia heard information that he was going to take revenge for a man with whom Charlie had problems. For some reason, it washed out only a smile on her face. Probably she just did not take this information seriously, and in general, it is difficult to trust small children in such serious matters. The funny thing about this situation is that Grandpa once said that the only person you can count on is Mr. Fan. It's outrageous that apparently he's not really in Charlie's good graces. Suddenly, Mr. Fan himself enters the banquet hall, with a lot of security, just like a high-ranking man should. He himself is the director of the Provincial Security Department, also graduated from the Military Academy and set the record of physical fitness indicators, which no one has been able to beat so far. Behind comes a guy named Oscar. This is the eternal shadow of Mr. Fan. Julia even from afar noticed that he is clearly happy with something day. Then the little girl asked why Charlie didn't say hello to her father. He had a logical answer to that question. Why would he do that if they didn't even know each other? The guy didn't have to flatter him just because of his status. Meanwhile, Oscar ordered his men to bring Charlie here to say hello to the commander. Mr. Fan stopped him and asked Oscar to bring Charlie here personally. He knew very well that they were not on the best of terms, but nevertheless the commander ordered him to do it quickly and politely. Of course, all the guests were watching the meeting, and at the same time they were discussing what they thought about it. Instead of just asking, Oscar decided to ask the same question Julia had just asked. In principle, his answer didn't change in any way. Why he had to do that? This answer just instantly pissed the guy off, and he started calling Charlie a jerk in front of everyone, and telling him something about manners, though he was probably hearing about them for the first time. At the same moment, Emily stood up for her young man. After all, to call a person a jerk in public, it has absolutely nothing to do with manners. And in general, how can Oscar allow himself to behave like this, provided that Mr. Fan personally invited Charlie to the event? Of course, Oscar apologized for his act, after which Emily asked him once again to normally address her young man as a real guest. Deep down, the guy just tore apart. At the moment, he can barely cope with the anger that he has inside. As it turns out, this officer's main goal is to get rich and do his best to destroy Emily in the future. After Oscar had concentrated as much as possible, he found the strength to politely address Charlie, namely to tell him that Mr. Fan had asked him to come over. To Oscar, the guy looked like a peacock who was always trying to make himself look good. He also thinks that Charlie is taking advantage of the fact that he is under the protection of the Su family and no one will touch him. But it won't be like that forever, because time is constantly changing and no one can say for sure what will happen tomorrow. In the meantime, Charlie finally reached Mr. Fan, thanked him for the invitation, and asked him why he was invited. The gentleman laughed and said that there was no reason as such, he just wanted to meet such a promising young man. Charlie had really become quite successful lately, and so much so that this information had reached Mr. Fan personally. The moment when Charlie caught the guy who caused real problems for the whole department is considered the most vivid. Then Mr. Fan took his interlocutor by the hand and said that he would like to invite him to become an instructor in his department. When suddenly Oscar bursts in the middle of the conversation, he's furious, to put it mildly, that some savage who came out of nowhere has been entrusted with such a position, and whether he has the qualifications to succeed in this position. Unfortunately, it was easier for Charlie to turn down the job, but it was definitely not for lack of qualifications. Oscar urged him to transplant the bullshit, and informed the entire room if Charlie could overpower him, then the officer would truly recognize his candidacy. In which case the guy took a counter question. Given Oscar's position, he completely randomly, I think, in jail for assaulting an off-duty officer. Oscar answered immediately that in 5 days, when they will go to the ring, he will sign a waiver of all claims, and in case Charlie wins, he will be allowed to take the position without any problems. The guy told him for the second time that he wasn't interested in working in security already, so he offered to pick another bet. Well, then Oscar offered another option. In case he lost in a fair one-on-one fight, he would publicly apologize to Charlie and treat him like an older brother. In principle, the guy was more than satisfied with these conditions, and he gladly agreed to them. And when Oscar asked what Charlie would do if he lost, the guy just took a glass of sparkling wine in his hands and drank it in a gulp, because he was sure that he would never lose, and there was no point in discussing such a question, because in exactly 5 days Oscar's life would no longer be the same. In principle, Oscar was not frightened by such strong self-confidence of his opponent. He is primarily determined to take revenge, and he has absolutely no time to think about what he can really play. This whole situation pretty much amused Mr. Fan. Young people are so ambitious. But the most important thing is not to forget about safety. By the way, Oscar is one of the 3 best fighters in the department. He was able to reach level 10 by the age of 25, which is considered a very serious result. Level 10, this means that the man is at the stage of building a foundation. He is a master who is not afraid of heaven or earth. Fan was very curious to know if the guy had enough strength to fight a fighter of this level. Charlie said confidently that he had enough skills, because they had improved a lot recently. The only disadvantage was the lack of physical strength, but 5 days would be enough time to make up for it. After these words, Mr. Fan confessed that he liked Charlie even more now, and that he had a communion and a future waiting for him very soon. Julia then remarked that the guy must be happy, since her father really liked him. Also at that moment, one of the workers told her some rather sad news. In general, for some reason they were unable to get a ticket to the concert that the girl had asked for so much. Of course, she could not just leave it like that and attack the bodyguard. Since it was the girl's favorite performer, she was much more offended than usual. By chance, Charlie heard what they were fighting about and said that he could help them get tickets to the concert. Julia wondered how the guy was going to turn it around, because he wasn't even from their province. At the same moment, a brilliant idea comes into her head. Charlie is probably just secretly dating this singer, and that's why he can get tickets. To be honest, the guy didn't expect such a setup. You'd think you just want to help a man, and he'd bury you in the middle of nowhere. Charlie immediately raised his hands up and said that it was not so, that they had only business relations and nothing more. Even Emily was interested in this answer. She wanted to know what the phrase, strictly business, meant. Well, to put it mildly, the man is stumped. He needs to come up with something fast. In a matter of seconds, Emily came right up to him, and immediately asked a second question about how Charlie met the singer. Well, he's totally screwed, plus Julia's also pushing and giving in. Since the guy was being squeezed from all sides, it was urgent to get started. In the end, he told about everything that happened then, from the contract with the sisters to the use of techniques to cure the singer's grandfather. Based on this story, Emily realized that Forever Charlie was perfect for meeting all sorts of beautiful girls. But as a minimum, it wasn't really a dating, but only a struggle for the opportunity to get a plant. In the meantime, Julia began to admire the guy even more, and now she was sure that the man in front of her was not a cheater, but a real man, who could even get her tickets to the concert she wanted to attend. In that case, Charlie suggested that she not waste a minute and write to her right away. Before that happens, the little girl asks to hear her. No matter how powerful Charlie is, he shouldn't let himself put sadness in Emily's head anyway, so the best solution is to call the singer and invite her here, that all together to discuss the matter. Charlie decided not to argue with her, and immediately agreed to these conditions, although he did not really see the need to ask the girl to come in person. After quite a long period of time, the singer finally got to Mr. Fan's house. Honestly speaking, Charlie thought that she would not come, and began to worry a lot. But when Grace knocked on the front door, the guy was really relieved. As usual, she was completely disguised, so that the fans wouldn't follow her, because with such a level of popularity as she had, it's basically contraindicated to go out alone. The girls, to put it mildly, were also a little bit waiting and very tired. The reason it took Grace so long to arrive was rather trivial. For some reason, finding the place had been difficult for her, and the security was strict, so she had to stand at the door for a long time. Even her famous face didn't help, so she assumed that the owner of the house wasn't the last person in the world. After hearing her name, Grace hesitated and then realized that one of the members of her fan club was standing in front of her right now. She also said that she reads all Julia's letters and thanked her for her warm and sincere support. The little girl was very pleased to hear such words, because for %90 she was sure that the singer does not even read her messages, but as it turned out, she even remembers her. On the background of this pleasant news, the girl even began to go tears of happiness, because she really likes this singer and wishes her only the best. Grace was just as pleased to know that she had such loyal fans. It was an honor to meet at least one of them. Then her gaze fell on Emily, her stern look making it clear that she didn't want Grace to stay here too long, much less spend too much time with Charlie. Looking at all this from the outside, the guy immediately realized that they are unlikely to be friends, and in advance began to ask the Almighty to help him in this awkward situation. In general, the singer came here under a certain pretext, namely to get medicine for further treatment of his grandfather. In order not to seem indifferent to her, the guy decided to behave rather rudely and asked her to leave, because their relationship was purely business, and it made absolutely no sense for them to stay for a long time. To be honest, such indifference really upset the girl. Can't she really sit down for a minute? At least to make this meeting happen, the singer postponed the date of her personal concert, and the guy didn't even appreciate it. Since the girl really came here because of the medicine, the postponement of the concert date is not a valid argument for the guy. Since he had already handed over the medicine, all Grace had to do was pay for it and leave as soon as possible, because this humble dwelling wouldn't be able to accommodate a guest as important as her. That answer really made her think, surely there must be some good reason for his indifference. Then the singer turned her attention to Emily. Finally she saw for the first time the girl Charlie talks about so often, and she's a real beauty. But she didn't think that was a barrier, because Grace had talent and strength, and such positive qualities could only be seen in units. In her opinion, she thinks she's as good as Emily. As long as it's a frank conversation, there should be frank answers. Charlie said matter-of-factly, Grace is the pinnacle of the world, and in his eyes she's just an ordinary person buying medicine, so don't talk about yourself like you're trying to sell yourself. So she put the ticket on the table and said she had to go and do her own thing. And about the next supply of medicine, the guys decided to talk about it at another meeting. At least the fact that the man had agreed to meet her again had already made the singer melt, and all the anger was gone. Charlie also said that Julia wasn't the only one who wanted to attend her concert, so they needed to get some more tickets. Of course she agreed and said that her assistants would bring them later. In the end the guys said goodbye, but because the meeting wasn't the warmest, Grace slammed the door hard when she left. The first thing she did as soon as she got into the car was to ask her assistants to send Charlie a couple more concert tickets. She couldn't believe that she couldn't charm such a talented guy, and she'd never had any problems with that before. To remedy this situation, the girl decided to go for drastic measures, namely to use a special bottle, which she bought recently. Master said that this small bottle will help her keep her popularity for at least 10 years. Grace was sure she could use it to keep any man she wanted. As it turns out later, this potion has no positive effect on Grace. It was made to effectively spy on Charlie, with the help of this singer. Its creator is the same terrible grandfather who kidnapped Charlie's ex-wife's sister and destroyed Ian along with his father. And now when the time is right, he'll do anything to destroy the guy as well as all those who lost their lives before him. According to his calculations, in 3 days, on the day of Grace's grand concert, Charlie should lose his life. It is still unknown how exactly it will happen, but this old grandfather definitely came up with some cunning plan. In general, After 3 days, the singer finally went on stage and began to sing for her favorite fans. It was really a very large-scale event, gathered a whole soccer stadium of listeners. Julia watched the concert from the VIP box for the first time in her life, and she liked it a lot. Emily, in turn, was also pleasantly surprised, because the view from here was quite good, but the atmosphere was a little different. Since Julia liked everything very much, she made a brilliant conclusion. From now on, she should let Charlie make such calls more often. In general, Grace was very generous, and gave them more than 20 tickets. By the way, to be a VIP guest is really very prestigious. When a person does not have a lot of money in principle, he does not even think about it. But whoever tried this kind of vacation is unlikely to want to buy ordinary tickets. On the way here, nothing bad happened, but for some reason this is the place where the guy gets a strange feeling of panic. Usually if something like that happens it's not good, but let's hope for the best. By the way, Grace's outfit was just stunning. That white dress fits her perfectly. At that moment a very emotional song started playing. It looked so beautiful that Julia couldn't hold back her emotions and started crying. Looking at Grace, she realized that this girl was as beautiful as the words of her song. They seemed to merge into one. Then Charlie started to cry without noticing, and at the same time very sad thoughts started to appear in his head, which automatically put him in a depressed state. Charlie's emotional resilience has allowed him to come to his senses, and he's starting to realize that something is definitely wrong. Looking around, he notices that Emily is also crying, and talks out loud about how she envies people who are able to express their feelings through song. There's definitely something wrong with this track. Literally in an instant, a very happy atmosphere turned into a very depressing one. All the people started to sink, and instead of relaxing they thought about their problems. Charlie has to find out who's behind this as soon as possible, because this can't go on much longer. Using his skills, the boy was able to see that Grace had some kind of magical red line connected to her, so now at least he knew exactly where all the negativity was coming from. Then Charlie warned Emily that he'd be leaving the room for a while and asked her to be very careful. Of course, Emily tried to stop him, but not this time, because she had to act, and as soon as possible. When the guy was already downstairs, he lost sight of the red line he had seen earlier. At the same moment, some girl clung to him like a nipple and started touching him wherever she wanted. Since Charlie is a very loyal young man, he immediately did his best to get her off his back. The first time he just threw her in the opposite direction. This woman should stop thinking that she can bewitch him with her charms. Charlie gives her exactly 5 seconds to break the spell and explain to him why she's doing it. To put it mildly, she was surprised, because even Grand Masters cannot resist her charms. Now this thrill-seeker fully realized that the rumors about Charlie, it's really not just a rumor. In the course of the conversation, the guy managed to find out that this girl was sent here by someone to fulfill some bad tasks. He had originally assumed that the elder had sent her, but the girl made it clear that he hadn't. She said she had just decided to practice magic here. She needed human energy for that, and since there were so many people here at the moment, there was no better place to be. Charlie decided not to even listen to this nonsense, and tried to scare the girl by showing her a little bit of his potential. In general, if she told the truth, Charlie might let her live, but if she continued to lie, God only knows what would happen to her next. This girl is a disciple of the Xianming clan. She sold those enchanted perfumes to Grace, under the pretext that they would enhance her popularity, but in fact it's actually a special potion that her clan uses to absorb human energy. It doesn't last long on its own, and only when she's singing, but it's not harmful to the body either. Interesting, so if it's not unhealthy, then why doesn't the girl use it herself? The thing is, she's not really a good singer, so it's definitely not an option for her. Then this girl said that she would show where the elder practiced if the guy would spare her. In principle, it was quite a favorable exchange, so he agreed without hesitation. Such information would definitely not be unnecessary. In general, to find it you need to get to the foot of the mountain Linlan, then standing with your back to the wooden box to go right exactly 12 steps, then another turn to the right and straight 8 steps. At the end Charlie should see in front of him a passage, and the girl at this point will be looking after him mountains. After the guy with accuracy to perfection repeated everything as she said, he really came to the right place. The clan apprentice really hadn't deceived him, or she had, but she was trying to catch him in a trap, and now we would find out. Charlie was moving through the cave with great care, and suddenly the rocks poured out of the cave right behind him. Of course it was hardly like a trap, but it was scary. At the very least, the first thing to do is to see if anyone else is here. As if by chance, Charlie saw countless pills on the way. At first glance it was just a jackpot, but it is not known what quality they are and how effective they are. It may well be that they are practically useless. Since his interest was piqued, he decided to try a couple right here. Since the elder was taking them, they must be of normal quality. After taking the pills, Charlie felt his energy increase, but it was so low that it was practically useless. It's really too little. You'd have to eat at least 100 of them to level up, maybe even a couple hundred. Then the guy comes up with a brilliant idea. Maybe just eat them all and save someone the trouble. Of course, it's a brilliant idea in itself, to deprive the owner of the pills of the ability to level up. After some time, sitting on the mountain, the girl noticed that for some mystical reason it started to snow outside. Of course, the generator of this New Year's mood was Charlie, because he began to raise himself level by level, and the snow, bringing him to nirvana, became a guide for him to a better life. It was really an incredible idea to start receiving these pills en masse, so long as no one from the enemy clan came here now. During the cultivation, the guy met his dragon. He was surprised to say the least, because they hadn't seen each other for only a couple of days, and his personal progress was quite high. In honor of the big event Dragon, he said he could show the guy how to use a skill called Insane Stroke. In general, this skill is a creation that surpasses any technique invented by humans. A person who possesses it can safely be called virtually invulnerable. When suddenly, right while taking a new skill, the guy heard some strange sounds behind him. Frankly speaking, it pissed him off, because in no way one should be distracted during such a responsible procedure. As it turned out, it was Anna's sister, completely tied up with ropes, and with some rag in her mouth. When the process was completely finished, the guy immediately ran up to her and began to release her. The girl urged him to do it as soon as possible, because the elder was about to come, and if he did, there would be a fight, so the most important thing was to leave the cave in time. In the process of releasing him, while there was time, Charlie inquired about Jack, where he might be, at least roughly. The girl said that the elder had thought him useless, and had sent him somewhere else. In that case, the boy promised to get her out, but urged her to stay out of the way, and this was just the perfect opportunity to use the new technique. Without thinking long, Charlie fired a powerful magic shot, after which he managed to break through the thick stone layer of the mountain. It was done in order to leave this place as soon as possible. The flow of energy would only be powerful that at one point this dark night was light as I am with him. Well, in the future with this powerful skill should be careful, and use it only in extreme cases, because such power is quite difficult to control, and quite accidentally you can shake an innocent person. As suddenly in the cave sharply began to crumble rocks, it says only one thing, that this place is about to collapse. You need to leave immediately. At the same moment the elder came into the cave. He didn't understand what the strange tremors were, or why they were happening. Then he saw that someone had eaten all his pills, which he had been collecting for quite some time, and expected to raise his level quite a bit in the future. Somehow the elder just sensed that Charlie had done it, probably because no one else would have done such a desperate act. Meanwhile, the concert was finally over, and Emily was getting worried, because Charlie never just disappears. Julia tried to calm her down by saying that the guy probably just had a tummy ache, that's why he was gone so long. That's a possibility, but Charlie and Emily were having an affair, and her heart told her that something bad had happened. Suddenly a guy walks into the girl's room. Of course Emily immediately inquired about what happened to him, but since it's a pretty long story to tell, there just wasn't time. He also had his ex-wife's sister on his shoulders, and you could tell she was so visibly unwell. Charlie asked to call an ambulance as soon as possible, or the girl could lose her life. And while the ambulance will go, the guy would like to try to give her a chance to survive with the help of his magical abilities. Then the same night the girl was taken to the local hospital. On the morning she was visited by Anna, who was insanely happy about the fact that her sister is safe and sound, at the moment is next to her. The sisters' reunion is a solution, and hopefully they won't have any more problems and won't have to be rescued. Now the number one priority is to find Jack, who's probably not on the best of terms right now. On their way out, the boys met Grace, who had heard about yesterday's incident and was here to see how Charlie was doing. Of course the guy said it was fine, but even if it was bad, he'd still say it was fine. But it should be noted, the singer arrived just in time. Charlie urged her to show him the bottle of perfume she was currently wearing. As Grace realized that the perfume was not ordinary, she pretended not to know what it was about. In that case, Charlie decided to tell her. If she doesn't want to lose her life, she has to get rid of them, because everything in this world has its price, and you have to think for a moment about the price of success of your career. After hearing the information, she starts crying. The girl confessed that she used them rarely, and if Charlie hadn't broken her heart that day, she wouldn't have touched them. In any case, all these fairy tales are not interesting to the guy, and he once again asked the girl to give him the perfume. Good, this time she agreed without any problems. After the guy took it in his hands, a ghost literally started to come out of the bottle. Under the influence of the strongest magic, he just couldn't be there anymore. Everyone standing around was shocked by what they saw, especially Grace, who couldn't believe she had been carrying around such a horrible object for so long. All this time, the phantom was giving the girl good luck, but in return he was absorbing her spiritual energy and constantly shortening the years of her life. The whole situation made her wonder how she dared to trust an unknown man and buy such a supposedly magical fragrance from him. And when the phantom heard those words, he immediately flew in her direction. It's a story about a young guy named Tyson. Recently, he managed to become a famous chef. Very rich people from different countries and cities came to him to learn. But unfortunately, his bright life didn't last very long. One fine evening, a guy was returning home as usual. Due to extreme fatigue, he did not notice the red light of the traffic light and went out on the roadway. Just at that moment, on the road was a huge truck, which, to put it mildly, just blew away our hero, and at this point his life was cut short. Exactly 6 months before this case, Tyson began an active career growth. It is to him on the recommendations began to come to people from other cities. The restaurant in which he worked found just incredible popularity. Then the guy was the happiest on the planet. Nothing bad thought, with a smile on his face, cooked delicious food. Also that day the restaurant had a new menu, which Tyson personally created. The restaurant itself looked like this, and it was called Kusa. Here the guy works together with his sister Anna. The girl also puts out in full force, and does everything to attract as many customers as possible. Basically, she works as a waiter. Her main task is to be very polite and serve the food on time, and in cases if Tyson is a little behind on time, be sure to inform the customer about it. In terms of cooking, she also takes part, but it happens only in cases of extreme necessity. The reason for opening the place was a video that the guy posted on the net, and it became very popular. Even before the video was published, Tyson dreamed of opening his own place someday. He was never attracted to wage work. He always knew that he deserved more in this life. But I couldn't imagine that it would happen so soon, and things would go sharply uphill. Of course, I didn't have that much money on hand to open the place, so I had to ask my father for financial help. But luckily the restaurant became a success. My sister is helping, so everything is great. Because of the strong arrival of customers, they had to hire another waiter. His name was Tyler. He was also very young, but not as ambitious as his boss. In general, he worked without much enthusiasm, and the customers were not always delighted with him. In fact, after he was hired, things started to get a little rough. One day, when Tyler failed to adhere to basic sanitary norms for the umpteenth time, Anna couldn't stand it and decided to tell him what she thought about him in the staff room. Initially, the girl made a stern face and said she had an important conversation to have. Tyler, in turn, started to act like a very incompetent person. Instead of listening, he made up in his head that Anna was going to confess her love to him. Even when the girl started to say that it wasn't about that at all, he didn't plan to stop, but got up from the table and, as if he were a real macho man, pinned her against the wall. He probably thought Anna would enjoy it, but in reality she was already scared. At the very last moment, the girl shoved him off and yelled across the room that you can't work with your sleeves down because they get caught in the plate and get dirty with the food on the plates. She also added that she had no feelings for Tyler and was definitely not going to date him. At this point, the employee stood in complete incomprehension of the situation. He was really 100% sure that the girl wants a relationship with him, and in fact everything turned out quite wrong. For the fact that Anna allegedly made a fool of him, the guy got very angry, and promised himself that he would never forgive her for this. Also, to spoil the reputation, Michael and his sister, the new hired employee, took some photos, which show a clear violation of all sanitary norms, and put them on the network. Because the place is so popular, these photos quickly went viral. People were shocked, to put it mildly, and began refusing to come here to eat. Literally in an instant, the best establishment in town acquired a terrible status, with a lot of negative reviews. The guys tried to convince the visitors that the photos were actually fake, but despite this, the guests were becoming fewer and fewer. In the end, the problem could not be solved, people kept refusing to come, so there was nothing left but to close the restaurant. At the entrance, Tyson left a note thanking all the customers who came to them. It was the best time of his life. His sister was very depressed, and he blames only himself for everything that happened. Because of the constant stress, she even started to have health problems. Tyson, in turn, as a real man, tried to support her in every possible way, and said that she was not to blame for what happened, because in fact, it was all Tyler's doing. Tyson was very sorry that he took him to work. The reason for this was not only the closure of the business, but also the mental state of his sister. It was what tormented him most of all. Every day the girl ate less and less, and constant hunger strike has a very negative effect on the human body. As a result, she was put in the hospital. The doctors discovered a very serious illness and gave her a far from good prognosis. After only 6 months, the disease got the better of her, and Anna went into the next world. It was the worst 6 months of Tyson's life. All he had left was the memory of his sister supporting him in the idea of opening countries. She also burned with the idea, and brought incredible benefit in his development, helped just everywhere, and gave a good mood for the whole day. The night came and Tyson, completely depressed, went out for a walk to get his mind off things. His head was always looking down, because of which at the first crosswalk, he did not notice the red traffic light and fell under the wheels of that ill-fated truck, after the collision with which there was no chance of survival. As a result, Tyson, who was born on the same day with his sister Anna, 13 days after she went into the next world, also lost his life under the wheels of the truck. At least that's what was going to happen. After a while, the guy woke up lying on his bed, in a completely different time, in a different country, and in a different city. He didn't even know what was going on yet, when suddenly his father and sister burst into the room. They couldn't believe that the guy was finally awake. Tyson looked at them with huge eyes and tried to understand who they were. Then a screen appeared in front of him that only he could see, and it said that the guy had been reborn in a whole new world. This information only raised more questions. Tyson took his head, and began to assume that this is someone's evil joke, because such events are possible only in manga, to make sure that this is a completely new world, and the boy called his sister's name Anna. At least they had a very similar voice. But instead of responding, the girl gave him a very strange look and asked if he was okay. The father was also standing nearby, trying to figure out what was going on with his son. Tyson didn't even know how to react to any questions, because he didn't know anything about the past phases of this body. Suddenly the system offered to accept the experience of the past owner. By the way, Sis very began to worry, because her brother constantly looked at one point, From that moment it became clear to the guy that this screen will go out only him. Frankly speaking, Tyson did not understand what it means to adopt the experience, but still decided to agree. Then before his eyes began a short story about the life of a man who lived here before Tyson. This boy's name was Merrick. He was only 15 years old, lived with his father, a farmer named Patrick, and his little sister Maria. This is a fantasy world, because there is a dangerous dungeon, and a large number of different monsters. At one point, quite by accident, the kid ate a poisonous mushroom and lay unconscious, and then Tyson's soul was placed in his body. Patrick kept asking his son how he was feeling, because the mushroom was poisonous and anything could happen. Tyson laughed and said that everything was fine, but the parents in this situation were not laughing at all, because their son could lose his life. Sis was also just as worried about her brother, and was insanely happy. The kid is finally on the mend. It is true what they say that the love of a sister is one of the purest. You can't make them worry too much, because it could end badly. The boy still did not understand a lot of things, but nevertheless his new life had already begun. After only 1 month, Tyson was well integrated into the team, and was helping his father on the farm. The work was hard, under the strong sun, but there was nowhere to go. The good sister was always there, and every time she brought water, so that the boy could restore his water balance a little. Then Maria said she would go for a run in the woods, and if she took a bucket with her, she would probably pick berries from the forest. There is one problem that is very knocked out of the rut. It is the eternal lack of food. Since the family was quite poor, to eat more than they give is almost impossible, and sometimes it happens that there is no food at all. Work in such conditions becomes even more difficult. When it was lunchtime, the boys were gathered in the house, and their father was delayed for some reason. Maria was even a little nervous. When he came through the door, in a suspiciously good mood, Sis could finally breathe out and relax a little. Patrick brought a big bear with him, and proudly said, "It's going to be a delicious lunch and dinner today." Tyson's happiness was unbounded, because he had already forgotten the last time he had eaten normally, and now the day had come. Turns out his father is a hunter, not as famous as some, but still. This information made Tyson a little wary, because in these parts everyone hunts exclusively monsters, and live on it. Such a profession is very dangerous, and any outing could be the last. But nevertheless today everything went well. Patrick asked his son to help him in cooking. This is a great opportunity for Tyson quite accidentally to show his culinary skills. In the process of cooking, the father immediately noticed that his son had become much better with a knife. In order to somehow avert suspicion, the boy said that it was not surprising, because he was practicing every day. Based on this situation, we can understand that Merrick didn't know how to cook. Patrick could cook quite well, and he was glad that his son had taken that gift from him, according to his father. It was in their genes, passed down from generation to generation. As far as we knew, unfortunately, she didn't survive childbirth. His father quickly brought him to his senses and told him to keep cooking, because everyone was already very hungry and there was nowhere else to go. In the end, the guys got the tastiest ingredients for the kebab, picking up spices to taste, roasting on the fire, and getting incredibly tasty meat. The family is poor, but after his father's hunt, there is sure to be a feast. Surely this is one of the most pleasant events in this place. At first Tyson did not go to eat, because he felt sorry for the animal that had to be destroyed. But then when he tasted the first bite, he changed his mind, because it is really very tasty. When everyone had eaten enough, Maria remembered one unique dessert that Patrick had prepared, dragon egg pudding. She would like to eat it after such a delicious kebab. In general, the new life began quite suddenly, but no matter how you look at it, Tyson also likes it very much. A friendly family, a friendly team, what could be better than that? However, one day, the happy days are over. His father once again went hunting, this time in the cold, harsh winter, and never came back. It had been a week since then, and they had worked so hard to clean up, and they truly believed that their father would return soon, even though the chance of that happening was getting slimmer and slimmer by the day. Not a day went by that Tyson didn't think of his new father. In such a short period of time they had become too close to each other. Where did you come from so far away? At least Maria kept a positive attitude and continued to bring water for her brother on time. Since her father was not home, the boy had to work twice as hard and faster in order to have time to work his part of the vegetable garden and his father's part. It had been a week already, but that was no reason to write my father off, because sometimes he went hunting for weeks at a time to gather more food than usual. But still, it felt like it had been an eternity this week, in case something happened to him. Maria suddenly feels sick and almost falls to the floor. The guy catches her in time and gently places her on the table. She is very dizzy. It must be the strong nerves. The thoughts of her father do not give her rest, but for now it all passes quickly and she can function normally. Tyson, for the umpteenth time, they strongly recommend her to rest, because you can't stress your body so much. It is fraught with serious health problems. In recent years, such cases occur more and more often. There are two main reasons for this. The first, nervous system cannot withstand, and the second, constant lack of food in the body. The energy is simply nowhere to come from. No doubt Tyson is a great cook, but if you look in the cupboard, you will realize that there are almost no ingredients. No matter how well you do not cook, but from the air food will not turn out. In any case, with this situation must somehow get out. If nothing to think of, then the sister at this rate long will not last long. Suddenly the boy remembers that huge monster that his father brought, his skin. For what purposes it was decided to leave. Literally 5 minutes of searching, and in one of the Sholyad Tyson finds neatly packed skin of the monster. You can say for the first time it is their salvation. To begin with, the guy brought it into small pieces, and threw it into boiling water, then added some vegetables, salt to taste, and the result was a healthy soup of monster skin and vegetables. Thanks to the fact that the skin is very rich, it gives the broth a delicious smell and flavor, and stewed vegetables fix it all. Maria was insanely happy when her brother offered her to try his masterpiece. The broth really turned out to be very tasty and useful. After the girl ate, she felt noticeably better. But if it still continues, the guys will be completely left without food. Continue to look for options to get out of this situation. There was no way to ask other families for food because they were as poor as everyone else in the neighborhood. In this case, there was only one option left. Before saying it, the boy asked his sister if she could stay home alone for a while. Without even waiting for an answer, the boy gets out of his seat and runs to the barn where he finds the sword. There is no more time to wait. It is necessary to go in search of his father, at least try to help him. The forest is a very dangerous place, and even a professional like Patrick one day can get into trouble. In addition to the sword, you need to bring medicine and cooking utensils for the journey. Tyson had to go through the whole barn to find everything he needed, and when he pointed at those items, everything around him turned bright blue. Turns out in his new life, the guy has an ability called inventory. He realized that because the name says it all, you can put anything in there. Tyson doesn't understand where this space is yet, but the most important thing is that it's convenient and makes life very easy. In the end, the guy looked like a typical novice hunter, green coat and sword at his side. Literally 5 minutes of rest, and the boy goes to the nearest forest. Previously his father taught him that in this forest there is a dungeon with monsters that are not so dangerous. For a novice hunter this is the best option to try himself in a new position and get food, which at home now in principle is not. Since his father went there quite often, Tyson suspected that he was there, just lost somewhere. But if it is not so, then the situation is much worse than it may seem at first glance. It remains only to believe in the best, and go on the planned route, with positive thoughts in his head. On the way, the boy realized how hungry he really was, but now it is by no means possible to eat what is on hand. It is better not to touch it at all and leave it for Maria. Now our traveler has only one question: if there is not something to eat around here. After walking just a few meters, he noticed a beehive lying on the floor, with a lot of honey. Since this is a fantasy forest, it's quite possible that it's some kind of trap, so to check it out he decided to poke it with a stick and see what happens. Well, apparently it's fine, and it really just fell from some tree because of the strong winds. The system immediately notified us that honey had been found, which is all very well, but it's almost impossible to eat it, and it's not advisable to eat a lot of sweets on an empty stomach. It is necessary to look around more carefully, if there is something else edible nearby. As suddenly not far from himself, Tyson heard strong screams and requests for help from some unknown person. Not thinking long, the boy jumps out of his seat and runs in the direction where these terrible screams were heard. Already on the spot, he found some frightened young man sitting under a tree, and around him rounded the white wolf. Surely he was about to attack and finish off his victim. To be honest, Tyson's pretty freaked out, too, because this is his first run-in with the monster. The events were developing too fast. There was no time even to think. With each second the wolf began to growl more and more, and then at one moment pounced on a defenseless man, who in principle did not provide him absolutely no threat. Of course Tyson, as a real brave hunter, threw all his fear aside, and rushed to help, as suddenly at one moment the whole world stopped, and before him opened a window system. It informed the guy about the beginning of a new quest, the essence of which is to save a man who was attacked by a wolf. The guy didn't even know what it was, but since he was going to save this man, he decided to accept the quest. In the end, he left his sword, stood in front of the frightened guy, and drove away this wild monster, who was not interested in anything else but eating something. Tyson asked him to run away as soon as possible so as not to interfere with the fight, to which he kindly agreed. At the moment we are facing a level 5 monster wolf, a rather strong creature. The guy couldn't even think that his first opponent would be so strong. By the way, when he looked through the system after rebirth, he saw his level 2. The brazen wolf decided to attack first, and Tyson dodged the first attack without any problems. Of course, the monster didn't like such a turn of events, so he quickly turned around, and immediately decided to attack a second time, but the last time in his life, Tyson was able to defeat his opponent with a dexterous movement of the sword, literally in a few minutes. He did not expect such a result from himself. It turned out to be much easier than he had originally thought. The wolf must have seemed too formidable, just because it was his first duel, and the guy had no idea what to expect from such an opponent. After all, a difference of 5 levels is a lot to take in. Then a notification came on the screen that a new skill called cooking had been opened. Then the frightened tourist, who was probably just lost here, finally ran out of the bushes. Tyson immediately apologized for pointing his sword at him, because it was an accident. The traveler's name is Charlie, and he was really surprised when he saw that the wolf had already been neutralized. Then when he came to his senses, he immediately thanked Tyson for his help. If not for him, it could have ended much worse, and so the guy did not get a single scratch. The system also notified him that the quest had been successfully completed. Charlie was a little frightened because his savior at one point was frozen in one spot, which was not quite normal. Tyson just couldn't get over the fact that he was the only one who could see the screen. At the same moment the bread and butter appear on the hunter's hands. Such a reward was specified for the task. The system works thoroughly. The rewards are given out almost instantly. As it turned out, Charlie works as a doctor in the city of Sophinia, and he often walks through these woods, but this situation happened to him for the first time. It was time to say goodbye, because the doctor was already late for work. Tyson told him to have a good day at work, and to be careful in the future. Since everything was all right, it was time to move on, to look for the dungeon his father had told him about. But before we do, it might be a good idea to grab a bite to eat. So there is bread and butter on hand. Eating it all just like that would not be the best solution. To make the food more nourishing and tasty, the guy made a fire, put a pan stand, then the pan itself, made sandwiches with butter, poured honey on top of them, and put them on the hot pan. Then the frying process begins. We wait for some time, and we get a delicious toast with honey and butter, which looks extremely appetizing. As practice shows, culinary skills will be useful in absolutely any conditions, even during hunting. All that remains is to wish you a good appetite and finally start eating. There is a long journey ahead, so you need to savor this moment as much as possible. As Tyson took his first bite, he realized 100% what a masterpiece he had just prepared. It's a combination of butter and honey, a little crunchy on the outside and soft bread on the inside. Just super. This kind of food is not even in all the others you can find, and in this case the guy thought of cooking it in the middle of the forest. Such moments you really realize how beautiful this life is, and how little we need to be happy. Suddenly a new notification pops up on the screen. The cooking skill has been successfully activated. For eating toast, the hunter received a positive effect. Attack power plus 2 units. It will last for 4 hours, in principle. As for toast with honey and butter, pretty good. I wonder what will happen if you eat meat. Tyson finally came to the realization that if he cooks more delicious food and eats more of it, he will become many times stronger. Basically, for this there is a cheat system to make life easier for its owner. Primitive quests with rewards while camping will speed up the process of becoming stronger. In this case, the guy tried to double his positive effect by cooking the dish again. But this time the system warned him that he could use the cooking skill again only after 4 hours. In that case, he decided to abstain. A bit of a shame, of course, but it's still great, as they say, better than nothing. As the meal was over, the guy started putting all the items back into his inventory. It was time to finally go to the dungeon, the very place for which the whole trip had been organized. Tyson knew where it was, so it was not hard to find it, and in a few minutes he was standing at the entrance to the cave. The only thing he wanted was to find his father, who hadn't been home for a week. Upon entering, the system immediately warned us that this is a dungeon in the forest. Its danger level is F. It probably means one of the lower levels, because my father told me that there are no strong monsters here. Since this is the first time we're going down into the cave, our hero's heart is pounding like never before. It's a very exciting moment indeed. The first thing that catches the eye is the bright light inside the cave. Any normal person would expect to find a solid darkness, since the world is fantasy, so the cave is also fantasy. Tyson was still extremely interested in where this light comes from, so he began to scrutinize the wall, but except for the usual stone, he did not notice anything else there. Tyson knew that he would be able to find his father quite quickly, but for now he had to go through this long cave corridor, which felt like it had no end. Everything was more or less calm, until Tyson met the first monster. It was a 6th level boar, which, by the way, at first glance, looks less dangerous than a white wolf, but now we will find out how it will show itself in battle, and whether there is any difference between the 5th and 6th levels. Panicking, Tyson immediately grabbed his sword, and was ready to take the fight. Given the hunter's 10th level, and the impact of the positive effect, the fight should not be difficult, but never underestimate your opponent. Due to the sense of danger, the boar at one point began to behave more aggressively, but that doesn't make it any scarier. The fight hadn't even started yet, but the hunter was already imagining what tasty meat he would end up with, and what he could cook with it. Just at that moment, Tyson's appetite was whetted, so he didn't drag his feet and started to act. This time Tyson decided to attack first. The aggressive boar didn't even have time to move from his place, but the young hunter had already managed to deal with him. As a result, this fight ended even a little bit faster than the previous one. You can see that the guy started to feel a little bit more confident. Almost immediately after the victory, the winner received the coveted meat, which he had already dreamed about when he first saw his rival. On the background of much euphoria, the guy quickly hid the meat in the inventory, and decided to go deeper into the cave, because he felt somehow lonely. With boars he clearly had more fun. This time Tyson felt much more confident, so he held his sword firmly in his hands and began to deal with each one in turn. The issue was solved in no time. A whole bunch of destroyed could provide food for the family for a long time. There will be no problems with meat now. By the way, when it is in the inventory, it works like a refrigerator, and the meat does not spoil, a very convenient feature that will allow you to bring home everything you can. Food is good, but you can't find your father yet, so you'll have to move on. Suddenly the system sent a notification that the bonuses have expired. Wow, how time flies by. Has it really been 4 hours already? But on the other hand, It has its advantages. It is an occasion to cook delicious food with new ingredients once again. Tyson quickly set up a small kitchen and was ready to start cooking. He decided to wash the dishes in salt water first. After the last time, he decided to wash the meat in the same place. It's not known how hygienic it is. He's sure the master knows better. With the meat, he repeated this procedure several times, then put it on a wooden board and began to dry it with a cloth. After such careful procedures, even the terrible boar smell went away a little, and when the meat begins to fry, it will generally acquire a very pleasant aroma. Now add some spices for a more pleasant taste, pull the meat on a wooden stick, and proceed to roast on the fire. The main thing to all these delicious smells: did not run away other animals that live in these areas, otherwise it will be a big problem. When the meat is sufficiently fried, we put it back on the wooden board, and begin to cut it into thin slices, then put it between the bread, and at the end we have a sandwich of boar meat, just an incredible culinary masterpiece, if you consider that it was cooked in a cave. Probably no hunter eats this good while working. We wish ourselves a pleasant appetite, and start tasting our freshly made sandwich. As expected, the taste is incredible, and it becomes especially delicious when you realize that you haven't eaten anything meat for a week. In general, our hero ate it for a good soul, to the last piece of bread, and when the meal was over, thanked this place for the opportunity to eat delicious meat. The next one was quite filling. I wondered how long it would take for the guy to get hungry again. After all, this snack was more filling than the previous one. A few minutes later, the system sends another notification informing me that Tyson has moved up to a new 11th level, which is quite a happy event, considering that I had to put a lot of effort into it. It turns out that by eating monsters, the hunter gains a lot of experience, so he can get a level up. Tyson wondered if his father and Maria didn't have the same thing he did. It's some kind of cheater ability that certain people get when they're newly reborn in this world. Well, now that the kids had enough to eat, we can move on. As Tyson wandered alone through the monster-infested cave, he was not shy at all, and shouted his father's name very loudly, hoping that someday he would answer him. But so far, instead of his father, he had only met a new monster. And he was approaching at a high speed. It was a monster bear, level 8, so far the strongest opponent that the guy had met before. Was extremely aggressive. Of course, it was even a little alarming. I wonder how big the difference between level 6 and 8 will be. The bear ran to attack first, and was afraid to strike with his paw, which has very sharp claws. With the help of his sword, Tyson managed to redirect the blow in the other direction. The only thing that was damaged was his bright green cloak. When the guy saw the bear lose his coordination, he made a quick and clear decision to attack. This attack was flawless. One precise strike to the opponent's vulnerable spot, immediately putting everything in place. Just a few minutes after the fight started, the monster falls unconscious to the ground. Nice clean work. The system immediately saw that rare bear meat had been obtained. Looking around, Tyson assumed he was at the deepest point of the dungeon, but his father was nowhere to be found. But where could he be? Could Patrick have gone somewhere else entirely that time? It's unlikely, because fathers are usually warned if they're going on a long journey. And then finally the guy remembered that he still has a sister, Masha, who has been sitting alone at home for quite a long time, and it is likely that she could have lost consciousness against the background of a strong head. Broth is certainly good, but constantly eating it is also impossible. Realizing this, Tyson immediately went home. A very angry Maria was waiting for him at the entrance, urgently wanting answers to all her questions. For example, such as where you were, why it took so long, and so on. Tyson was more afraid of his sister than of the first monster in the form of a white wolf. But in the end the girl just hugged him tightly and said that she was very worried, besides that she hadn't been alone at home for a long time, which is also pretty scary. She immediately apologized for her rudeness, and Tyson also apologized for missing too much time. Eventually I had to sit down at the table and explain everything to her. Maria was shocked to say the least when she found out that her young brother had gone down into the dungeon to try to find his father and get food, but unfortunately they couldn't find him, It was not even clear where he could have gone. Maria was madly happy about the return of her brother, but for her father she was worried no less, so even managed to get a little sad. To return her good mood, Tyson decided to talk about food, because it was already time for dinner. Now he will treat everything that he managed to find. But first, of course, the cheese meal has to be prepared, and as we all know, the guy's the best. So let's start cooking. First we take a wooden board, a sharp knife, and start slicing onions into thin slices, add carrots and meat, and send it all to the fire. At sunset this whole process looks especially beautiful. Also as we cook, do not forget to add tomatoes. Further, all this is a good stew. After a certain amount of time we begin to taste. If the taste we are completely satisfied, then everything is ready. Maria didn't even know how to react to it. She had no idea that today she would have such a delicious dinner. In the output we get stewed vegetables with meat. It looks very appetizing. The mood of her sister immediately noticeably raised. It cannot be happy, at least for a few moments. She will be able to get away from bad thoughts and a little relaxed. We wish the little girl a good appetite, and proceed to taste this culinary masterpiece. As it was to be expected, the girl liked it very much. She had not even had time to finish it, and she was already thanking her brother for the food. Tyson was insanely happy that his sister had finally cheered up. Honestly, looking at her, the boy often remembered his sister from his past life, and this time he told himself firmly that he would make his little sister the happiest on this planet, and in the future she will not need absolutely nothing. That will be his main mission. Meanwhile, in the city where Tyson previously lived, Tyler continued to live a full life. At the moment he was looking for a job, but wherever he went he was rejected. No one was not satisfied with this candidacy. After all, he was himself without education, and nothing of himself in this life. One such evening after another rejection, Tyler was walking back to his car. The only problem was he had a bad stomach ache and wanted to get home sooner. In order to make it to the bathroom, he had to break the rules of the road and exceed the speed limit. Of course, this kind of extreme travel can end badly, especially when the driver is not feeling well. His attentiveness on the road is at least halved. And here comes the first dangerous situation. A motorcyclist wanted to pass Tyler's car on the right side and overtook it. Because of poor attention on the road, the guy noticed it at the very last moment, and unfortunately did not have time to react. All this led to a terrible accident with terrible consequences. At a great speed he flew into a pillar, and then the car grabbed a huge flame. The naked eye is clear that the chances of getting out unharmed this situation is almost no. And just like that, this slippery kid's life was over. An accident set the stage. Tyler woke up in a completely different place, and at least different clothes. First thing he saw was some guy with green hair in an old-fashioned outfit. This man turned out to be not very good-natured, because the first thing he did instead of greeting me was to walk up and kick me right in the leg. Let's just say it wasn't the best good morning ever. The guy immediately asked indignantly why it was done. Can't you solve problems with language? At that moment, when he came to the realization that he is not exactly where he should be, because recently had a terrible accident, and this place is not even close to a hospital, it is more like a prison, where they keep the worst criminals. In the reflection, Tyler looked at himself for the first time since the accident. He couldn't believe his eyes. His appearance was completely different. How could he change, just in a few days? The warden's name was Jacob, and he really couldn't understand why he was surprised by his reflection in the water. Tyler's already starting to say out loud that it's not him, and he's slowly starting to freak out. To distract him somehow, Tyler told him that he'd picked the kid up on the street as a slave, and now he belonged to him completely, and just had to follow his orders. What the hell was he talking about? How could a man be called a slave at a time like this? What kind of country was this where such things were the norm? The warden's clothes looked like a fantasy world, so Tyler assumed it might be Europe, or more realistically, he'd been reborn in another world. Ironically, Tyson and Tyler were reborn in the same world. By the way, the guy had heard about such rebirths, and had already assumed that he must have some kind of cheater ability, and he could defeat his jailer in a second. He made his first mistake, and without even thoroughly examining himself, he attacked Jacob and tried to overpower him to get free, but as expected, he was quickly overpowered by the man's baton, and Tyler fell to the floor again with many minor injuries. Jacob sincerely couldn't understand why this guy was behaving so badly, because yesterday must have had a big impact on him. At this point, Tyler was really upset if he was going to be a slave to his abilities for the rest of his life. In principle, everything turned out very fair. It is a direct punishment for the spoiled fate of two very talented people. Tyson in life was a good man, so when he lost his life fell into a loving, prosperous family. But Tyler, for all his deeds, in a new life became a slave who will work at best for food. It turns out that Jacob, also not quite prosperous, together with Tyler, they came to a luxurious house, in which stood Mrs. Veronica, all in a beautiful dress, very well-groomed and dressed girl. Jacob addressed her on you. Based on this we can assume that he serves her. The girl was extremely unhappy that she had to wait too long for the guys. The man apologized again for that, and told Tyler not to be silent either, and to apologize, because this woman is a potential buyer for the guy, and if he wants to get into her good hands, he should behave accordingly. After 5 minutes of examination, Veronica without much thought decided to take this boy for herself, because at least he looked good to her. Since money is not a problem in her family, she can afford to buy people, judging them only by their appearance. It's been a couple months since Tyler was bought by a girl from a very wealthy family. They had a house to match. The guy's main job on the property was to do whatever the owners wanted, like cleaning, tending to the garden, and responding to every call. Like right now, Tyler's been called and he has to come over right away. This time Veronica decided not to wait for him to show up, and came running. First, of course, she scolded him for taking too long to think, and then she told him what she wanted this time. There's a picture of a legendary fruit that can only be obtained through a monster. If Tyler really wants to be free, he has to get it for Veronica. It's certainly a strong argument, but how does he know how dangerous this monster is, and how to interact with it? Since the independent to become want more than to live, the guy not long thinking agreed to this adventure, and this evening went into the forest to search. To say it was scary, that's just not true. According to the information written on the piece of paper, the legendary monster is somewhere here. It's still unknown how true this is, but you'll have to explore the territory anyway. Tyler suddenly heard some kind of animal walking in the bushes. It was the first monster in his life, namely a white wolf, which was not very aggressive, but at least not happy with the presence of the guy. Anyway, Tyler drew his little sword, and was ready to take the fight if the wolf wanted to pounce on him. So he did, and since he was really low level, he just ran into the sword, which the guy put upwards. To be honest, he felt like a real hero after that, because it wasn't as difficult as he had originally imagined. He had already openly stated that he would be able to deal with the legendary monster quite quickly at this rate, even though he had no idea what it looked like. When he turned around, he saw a huge live tree that was clearly trying to attack him. How could a sword be used to fight a live tree? Could this be the monster Veronica sent her faithful servant to find? To put it mildly, the boy was not on a joke scared, and did not even try to take the fight. He immediately realized that alone to resist such a strong monster will not work. The best solution would be to just run away, and next time come back more prepared and preferably with someone else. The next day, Tyson decided to go through his father's things to find something useful for him. The first thing he found was armor that he had last used a long time ago. It was probably not even usable, because you could see how worn out it was. By the way, the sword, which I had to use quite often yesterday, had also fallen into disrepair, and was in a terrible state. At least it needed to be sharpened. It was not an easy task to bring all the weapons in the house to a more or less normal condition, so that they could be used. As Maria suddenly enters the room, she became extremely curious about what her brother is doing here, and why he needs his father's things at all. Tyson decided to tell her at once that he was going to become a real hunter in the near future. Of course, this information shocked her. But unfortunately, in these realities otherwise is simply impossible, because if you leave everything as it is, they will not last long. Food is the first thing that is necessary for a person. If there is not even it, then existence on this earth becomes simply impossible. It was a bitter truth that Maria just can't help but agree with. Father was the sole breadwinner in the family, and now for the period while he is gone, someone has to take over that position. Tyson, like a real man, made the decision to start working in his place. Sis was so reluctant to let her brother go alone that she decided to go hunting with him. But that's not going to happen, it's too dangerous, and Tyson said right away that he can't take her with him. Of course it's all well and good, and at least one hunter in the family is necessary. But with such equipment will not last long, it is necessary to seriously think about it. This question is quite difficult, because there is no money at all, and where to get it to is still unclear. Suddenly Maria comes up with a brilliant idea, where to get money for a new outfit. From the last hunt Tyson brought quite a lot of meat. In principle, a certain part can be put on sale, and thus collect the necessary amount. In principle, this is a really good idea, and it has its place. Boar meat is quite popular on the market. All that remains is to figure out what the optimal price for it is, so that it is not too cheap, and it is inexpensive. By the way, my father also earned money. He managed to get not only food from hunting. When he looked in his inventory, he found out that there was also bear meat, so he should definitely go to the town. Maybe he could find his father there. Maria wanted to go with him, but Tyson didn't let her, because it was very dangerous outside the village. He wasn't an experienced hunter himself, and he had to look after his sister. In the end, thus the guy packed up and went to the city of Safania, to at least cut the situation. Speaking of which, it is the first time he goes to the city, and he knows the way only from his father's stories, so we can only hope that he is on the right path. Judging by Merrick's memories, he had gone there before with his father, but unfortunately for unknown purposes. As it turned out, there are even signs along the road that indicate the right way, which makes the task much easier, so in the trailer you cannot worry about the correctness of the route. About halfway through the journey, Tyson began to feel hungry, so he decided to stop and get something to eat. He knew that sooner or later it would be a forced stop, so when he was still at home, he cooked himself a delicious burger made of boar meat. We wish everyone a pleasant appetite, as is tradition, and proceed to the meal. Tyson managed it rather quickly, deciding not to even stretch the pleasure, in order to come to the city as soon as possible. When the snack was over, the guy thanked all the gods for the opportunity to eat. Then he drank some water, and felt completely satisfied. Now he was full of energy again, and ready to go on. A well-fed hunter is always better than a hungry hunter. It was not long before we reached our destination. We would rest a little, and then we would be on our way again. When suddenly, quite by chance, the guy heard someone moving in the bushes. He picked up his sharp sword and decided to check what was there. At first he did not see anyone, and even thought that he just heard it, but then the sound was covered again, and in the forest there are no coincidences. After looking around again, Tyson noticed a huge egg lying on the floor, the likes of which he had never seen before. Then in an instant, a bird flew by him at great speed and snatched the egg from his hands. She was quite serious, for surely this thing belonged to her. Apparently there will be some new discoveries all day today. Meet the bird-shaped monster, probably the same eggs that Maria told me about at one of the dinners. Apparently it's not going to attack, it's just guarding its eggs. What to do in such a situation, and suddenly they are very tasty, and for them you can get a lot of money on the market. Because Tyson has been standing in the same place for a long time, the monster gets angry, which is not surprising, because the guy is a potential threat. Tyson didn't expect her to be able to do that, but it happened. Because of the surprise effect, the guy was able to get back from her attack only at the last moment. It was quite dangerous, but if it dared to attack, Tyson had to do the same. So he drew his sword, and this time he was ready to take the fight to it. This frenzied bird flew at breakneck speed. The human eye could not detect its movements. It could literally disappear. And then, as a rule, it was behind its victim's back, so that it was easier to attack. As Tyson is a clever boy, he immediately recognized its tactics, and again at the last moment managed to block the blow, this time with a sword. By the way this monster attacks with its beak, it turned out to be as strong as steel. After gaining sufficient height, the monster looks where exactly is his victim, and in a moment beak forward rapidly begins to fall down. It was only through the sound of the wind that Tyson realized that this time the monster was attacking from the sky, and it was a good time to move a little to the side, so that the bird didn't even have time to change its flight path a little. The monster's movements were too fast. This is the first time a guy really lacks the reaction time to make an attack. At the moment our hero is dealing with Monster Kiji. It's a 10th level monster. In case of victory you can get its meat, and it's not cheap. Anyway, Tyson is still one level higher, so he has every chance to win. He just needs to control himself and plan his attack properly. But apparently not this time. Tyson had a better idea. Today he is clearly not in the mood to risk his life, so he grabbed one egg from the nest, put it in his inventory, and started to run away as hard as he could. Basically it's a pretty wise decision, and better than nothing. Frankly speaking, even to run away was quite enough, because the rival has a phenomenal speed of movement, and especially fast running in the event that just out of his nest someone stole an egg. In general, the guy got into the most difficult case. We can only hope that by some miracle he will be able to escape unharmed. After a certain period of time, Tyson finally managed to break away. Most likely the monster decided to run far away, so as not to jeopardize the rest of the eggs. Well, it turns out the free egg managed to save. It cannot be happy. Now you can with a calm soul further move into the city. But before this young hunter decided to study in more detail what he stole, namely to cook something to cook. To realize this, the first thing we take out all the necessary items, such as a saucepan and a wooden board, then put an egg, and carefully break the shell. Slowly put the yolk in a bowl, so as not to damage it. Take special sticks in our hands and start stirring. Add salt to taste, stir a little more, after the contents, together with oil stir into the frying pan, and carefully begin to fry. Since Tyson is a professional in this business, he cannot be careful. And in the end we end up with a delicious airy omelette made from Kiji eggs. A unique dish that you can't wait to try. As the egg is not quite ordinary, the result was simply stunning. The omelette melted in the mouth and delighted the taste buds. In the obligatory order the system notified that the skill of cooking was activated. For the eaten air omelette from the egg, a positive effect was imposed, dexterity plus 5 units, it will last for 2 hours. Then let's not waste a minute and check how it works. Now Tyson was moving faster than Kiji, and the guy remembered what he could get if he defeated this monster, namely meat, which is very expensive, and can bring a lot of positive effects. So he returned to the place, and once again decided to fight with this huge chicken. Now the most important thing is to concentrate as much as possible, and try to finish the fight in the shortest possible time. Since the mood was positive, it was sure to be a success. Tyler suddenly comes out from behind the bushes, then hides behind a tree again, and starts watching the whole scene. He was a little embarrassed by the fact that Tyson was yelling too much, but that wasn't the most important thing for now. First, he needed to see how he could handle this monster, and if everything went well, he could try to offer him cooperation. In the meantime, the guy had gathered all his strength, and this time he decided to attack first. And it was more than successful, literally one precise, quick strike, and such a serious monster as Kiji was destroyed without any problems. It was hard to believe what had just happened, a small positive effect that changed the situation so dramatically. So for this easy victory, the guy gets meat, and 5 more eggs. That's great news. I wonder how much it all costs, and what positive effects the meat can give. Meanwhile, Thaler realized that this candidate is pretty good, and may well be suitable to deal with the legendary monster. Meanwhile, Tyson couldn't wait to cook something. He had a whole bunch of imaginary dishes in his head, but he had to choose one. Tyler felt a little strange, as if he could feel something strange earlier in the day. Meanwhile, Tyler felt a strange sensation, as if he had seen this man before, but since it couldn't be so, he quickly let it go. But I decided to keep an eye on him anyway. Maybe he's not as good as he looks. After an hour, Tyson finally reached the city. It was definitely more fun than in the forgotten village, where people don't even know what they will eat tomorrow. City people live differently. I want to walk around a bit and see it in its entirety. But first I need to eat. Interest takes its toll. The guy went to the first grocery store and said that he wanted to sell something. He was met by a rather friendly salesman. But suddenly he began to behave strangely, and to ask various questions, such as "Are you new here?" and so on. Eventually the salesman said welcome, and asked what ingredients would be for sale. When the guy put these eggs and various kinds of meat on the table, the seller was speechless to say the least. Most of all, he was surprised by the eggs, which in these parts are considered a great rarity. The guy didn't understand what the problem was at first, so he decided to ask if everything was okay. The salesman was very interested in where a young kid like that could get them. When Tyson told him that he had defeated the owner of those eggs, he forgot his mother's name. He understands everything, but Kiji is not the kind of trash you can just take down and beat. He's an incredibly big figure in these parts. But anyway, the deal was done, and the seller handed over a bag of coins for the kid. A historic moment had just taken place. The first transaction in the little hunter's life had taken place. Since many hunters go to this town, the kid didn't lose the opportunity to ask if the seller knew a man named Patrick. As it turned out, almost everyone didn't know him, especially in this store, because he was considered a special customer. When he heard about it, the guy literally flew out of his seat and started climbing on the counter and asking more and more questions. But unfortunately the salesman didn't even know where he could be. And then the man asked what the big reaction was. Tyson decided not to hide the truth, but to tell it like it is. Anyway, a little over a week ago, Patrick went hunting, and he hasn't come back yet, so I'd like to know where he might have gone. It was a very touching story, but unfortunately the man could not help, because he was not close friends with him, but just doing business. But the salesman now realized that this kid was his son. Tyson tried to hide the information in every possible way, but failed. In general, don't worry, a man like Patrick will never just disappear. He will definitely show up in the near future. This speech was inspiring. The boy really seemed to be charged with positive emotions, and began to believe in the best outcome. On this positive note they ended the dialogue, and it was time to move on. On the way the boy ran into some huge man, fully dressed in armor. This warrior pushed him himself, and began to stare. I wonder who it is in general. The guys stepped a little around the corner. The knight took off his helmet to show his face, and began to speak. By chance, the man heard that Tyson was Patrick's son. The young hunter confirmed it again, and the knight told him to follow him. And as a result, they came to a luxury store of uniforms. There was a large number of different weapons, armor, and everything that is necessary for quality hunting. The assortment was so large that Tyson's eyes literally began to run wild. It was the first time he had ever been in a real weapons store. But he wondered why the warrior had chosen to come here, because he was in close contact with his father. Since the man was silent, Tyson decided to start the conversation first and find out where the information that he was Patrick's son came from. The man told him that he had overheard the conversation. Then what did he want to talk about? He immediately urged the boy to calm down. There was no need for screaming and shouting. The man said at once that there would be no positive news, because he did not really know where his father had gone. But the last time they saw each other, Patrick said that he was going to go somewhere far away. Basically, no more details were given. Martin eventually decided to apologize for providing such worthless information. In any case, Tyson thanked even that, and said that it would definitely contribute to the search. Then he took out his little bag of money, and said that he wanted to see the armor and weapons. As a result, he came out of the store in a completely new, beautiful outfit, lacking only a helmet, but even so is already much better. By the way, even his old sword he also updated, now will not have to constantly carry it. Now Tyson became many times more like a professional hunter. Well, and of course there is one minus, absolutely all the money that was had to spend, but it's okay, it's a contribution to the future. so soon we will earn more. Now we can go hunting again. The people who were standing nearby were discussing the tragedy that happened recently. Tyson immediately went over to them and asked what happened. The peaceful people said that there was a monster in the area, which is raging and no one can calm it down. Basically, in just a few minutes, the quest has been successfully found. Now you need to successfully complete it. The main task is to defeat the monster. Reward for completed tasks: various ingredients such as herbs in the amount of 5 pieces, garlic 5 pieces, and potatoes also 5 pieces. You can't just leave it alone, people need to live in safety. Immediately the guy went to the road that is close to the city of Saphania. According to the stories of citizens, this monster lives somewhere here. The main thing to remember is that it appears suddenly, and scatters a 9 powder. When it takes effect, the body will stop moving, and the monster at this time slowly begin to take the lives of people. The poisonous powder sounds pretty terrifying. You should never let it get on your body, otherwise it's obviously the end. At the moment Tyson is just wandering along the road, hoping that sooner or later the monster will give away its location. It didn't take long for it to appear. It looked quite spectacular, this huge leap in height, and then a sharp landing. I wonder how the earth didn't collapse under him. In fact, it turned out to be a huge fly mushroom. It is clear how it has such an ability to emit a dangerous gas that leads to numbness of the body. This monster was 11th level, the reward for his destruction of the universal mushroom, which can be used for absolutely any purpose. Although the level is the same, but it looks very strong. We can only hope that our hero will find the right approach to this opponent, and in no way go under the influence of the poison. If you look at this monster's eyes, you'd think he's always dizzy, and this poison affects him a little differently. This self-confident grip decided to attack first, so he immediately swung and wanted to deliver the first blow. This story is about the amazing world of magic, in which there are 4 countries, 20 nations, and several amazing kinds of people. The events begin in a modern city, where you can meet a large number of high-rises, small flying objects, and people, each unique in their own way. Not long ago, the age of ordinary magic has passed, and today the so-called world of Magic Rondel is very advanced in terms of magical technology. The locals refer to this time as the age of magical progress. Even today, concepts like moving from point A to point B through a portal are as commonplace as the subway. However, despite the advanced technology, Rondel is still feudal, which means that the countries are ruled by kings and nobles. Therefore, class inequality is still in force. The poor, roughly speaking by choice, do not mind becoming slaves of the rich to somehow survive in such harsh conditions. And back on December 29, 1999, according to the magical calendar, just one day before the new century, Archimagus Rondel announced his will. This event turned the whole world upside down. The idea was that he hid all his heritage in completely different corners of the world. The one who eventually manages to find these treasures, the one who will take his place. The prize is very worthy, and clearly worth fighting for it. Unfortunately or fortunately, a large number of people were of the same opinion. The Grand Enchanter who made this statement was the founder of Rondel, and offered a hand in the establishment of this world as a technological civilization. He was also the Archduke of a growing empire. His name was Lucas, Supreme Enchanter of the 9th District. In the history of this world, there were only 3 people who reached the 9th level. He had no children, no successor, but his knowledge and power were great. So whoever could find the treasure would have everything he could ever dream of. And so the people began their pursuit of the fate of Archmage Lucas. About all this continuously found news radiated speculation. The dungeon where the Great Master lived is located in the Dragon Wasteland, treasure hidden in the Alliance country of Elysian, a famous offshore country. And the celestial fortress of Lucas is located in the Storm Sea, at the center of the world. Regardless of their nationality, race, or rank, a large number of people, without much thought, with a cold head, went in search of this treasure. But as they say, rumors are rumors, and among the people quietly began to discuss various theories, in what other places can be hidden treasures. All this talk started for a reason. After a long period of time no one has been able to find anything. Many people began to investigate, but could not find any clue, which could lead them to the fate of the Archmage, and so it's been 20 years. One day, a young boy named Travis finally found his destiny as Lucas. Who would have thought that only after such a long time, someone would still be able to do it? Let's see how it was. For this purpose, let's go back to the events of 2007 on the magical calendar, Castle Lawrence. At that time our hero was a very young child, but very promising. At least because at such a young age he was interested in science, and read a lot of books. But there's a reason he's so smart, because he was reborn in this body, and he remembers his past life. The end of his past life was pretty boring. Travis was in the army and was only a month away from demobilization, but he lost his life in an accident. The truck he was riding in simply rolled over, and when he opened his eyes, it was no longer in the Republic of South Korea, but in the Kingdom of Rhaegar. Up to this point, the guy lived in the middle class, and did not even think much about how things are with rich people. But in this life, he became the second son of a wealthy viscount, and lived in a huge, luxurious estate. Initially Travis was very surprised, alarmed, but then with his bright head he realized that the experience from his past life could help him a lot in his new one. While all his peers were engrossed in games and other childish activities, the boy was greedily striving for knowledge. He had a 100% chance of always exceeding the expectations of his father's entourage, thus receiving a lot of attention from influential people, but not everything was so serene. Rondell was a civilization more technologically advanced than mankind in the 21st century, so the knowledge of human science was of little help. So at one point I had to completely retrain myself and upgrade my skills to the current standards. As you can see, it's not an easy task, but you have to keep acting like a genius, and be able to answer questions that your father or his friends might ask. But one day, Travis was able to fully experience that this life is not as easy as it may seem at first glance. When the boy was only 7 years old, someone tried to poison him. The consequences were terrible. He was constantly fainting, and when he coughed, blood came out of his mouth. When Travis' condition was more or less stabilized, he was put to bed and further treatment was prescribed. The doctors also reported that the patient was very lucky. If they had been even a few minutes late, it could have ended much more incarnate. The culprit of all this was obvious, but without evidence such things cannot be loudly declared. The main suspicion fell on his father's first wife, Anna. Travis himself was the son of a commoner, and a bone in his ex-wife's throat because his father loved him more than her son. The only good thing about this world is that it's technologically advanced, but the state system is so backward. You can't just accuse Anna without evidence. But why doesn't the father try to resolve the situation? There's no way he doesn't suspect her. Based on this, it can be assumed that he simply turns a blind eye to it. It was at that moment that the kid made a firm decision for himself, never again build himself a young talent. Then from that moment about 10 years passed. It was May 1st, 2019, according to the magic calendar. One day the guy came to the virtual reality capsule store. Since he was quite a famous person, even the cashiers at the sight of him began to talk quietly among each other, and in a good sense went crazy. They couldn't believe it was the son of Viscount Lawrence himself standing in front of them. And when the guy asked for help, he was served in the best way, and with great pleasure answered all questions. Today he wanted to buy Chronicle Online eyeglasses cards, but for some reason he couldn't find them. As it turned out, all this time they were just lying near the cash register. Travis was very happy that they were here, and said that he bought them all. When the guy left the store, the workers ducked in front of him, and the newcomer, who, though whispering, but began to talk nonsense, had to be scolded a little, because for insulting a nobleman is punishable by law. The salesmen were also very surprised that Travis had decided to come to the store in person instead of sending a servant, because he shouldn't have to do it himself. The girl who has been working here for a long time told me that he comes here 2 or 3 times a month. Apparently the gentleman is very fond of online games. Those coupons have about 5 million worth of loot inside the game currency. That's really a lot, and in Korean won, it would be about the same amount. Suddenly, the servant reported the operative information that Brother Oliver had come to visit. When he arrived home, his mom greeted her son with a very frightened look on her face. Travis immediately asked her where his brother was. In principle, he didn't even have to look for him. He came himself and immediately with claims. He is not satisfied with the fact that the guy is again walking around the city on foot, because it is very dangerous. Any bandit can attack and do something very bad. But hearing these words from Oliver is quite funny, because he himself is not hiding, and this is a portrait of the reputation no less. Travis decides not to cross him, because this gig's only gonna drag on. Usually his brother comes exclusively on business, and this time was no exception. According to Oliver, his father wants him to take control of an important case called farce distributing. In Earth terms, the nobles of Rondel are both oligarchs and statesmen, which naturally means they own a lot of businesses. Farce Distributors is a mining company, one of those owned by the Lawrence family. I can see why the brother broke in here. He's just a greedy and incompetent man. Travis had told him that he had no claim to anything and didn't want anything to do with the family business. Oliver was glad that his potential rival had figured it out quickly. The guy took the opportunity to tell me that he had bought his loot from online games, so he was doing well. Of course, his brother laughed out loud, then praised him and told him to keep it up. From that day on, Oliver didn't feel like he was competing with him at all, the video game loot bag speaking for itself. To be honest, his mother was a little concerned about this decision. It was really necessary to give up such a rich inheritance. Since Travis was 100% sure of his actions, he was not a bit sorry. It is better under no circumstances do not interfere in matters in which there is close contact with his brother. After the attempted poisoning, Travis stopped striving to study and distanced himself from everyone, including even his own heirs, and now his first priority is gaming, where he spends most of his free time. He also urges all of his servants not to distract him with trivial matters, so as not to interrupt the game process. Probably the father did not need the son of a commoner, who is not yet a genius, so over time, their close contact stopped, and thanks to this, the guy never again got into dangerous situations for his life. As a result, Travis spent the next 10 years living as an invisible shadow in his virtual world. After graduating from the academy, he and his mother decided to leave the estate. Many acquaintances, and even servants, quietly condemned the guy for such a weak position, to hide from the whole world and not to have his say. In fact, most of the workers in this house came from Anna's side, so Travis has to think several times before he says anything out loud, which is stressful to say the least. But since the guy has recently moved to a new house, that problem has been solved. For someone to play online games, it is an escape from reality. But not for Travis. Such a brilliant man would never and for no reason would not allow himself to just so live his life. As in the real world for the guy was a total surveillance, he found a way out of this situation. It's a game called Chronicle Online. All abilities acquired in this game are displayed in reality. If someone again wants to conduct total surveillance, he will be able to do it exclusively through the game. In the real world, the guy actually sits in one place and just burns time. 10 years ago, when the guy entered the Royal Academy, he was assigned to write an essay about Lucas, and while searching for information he found something completely unexpected. Family creed Lucas could not be interpreted in any way other than the English word why. But here the question arises, how could he even know English? In his childhood, the boy had read a lot about it, but he constantly lacked evidence to support this theory, so he wrote it off as a coincidence. However, it soon became obvious. And his last words before he passed away were that I would so like to walk on a California beach with Mary again. As these words are recorded in the Archduke's biography, compiled by his butler, it is clear that this cannot be a coincidence. The Grand Archmage of Rondel, 100% was an Earthling, just like Travis, so with great enthusiasm the lad continued his investigation, and every day he found more and more irrefutable evidence that he was indeed from the human world. The fact that Travis himself was from the world of humans, he was very useful in the task of finding the destiny, which Lucas left to his descendants, and finally after a huge period of time, the guy was finally able to get it. All these years of sitting in the virtual world were not in vain. Now, for the rest of his life, he's gonna be the cheese in the butter, and his brother won't even be able to stand next to him. But apparently it was too soon to be happy. Some unknown person threw an axe at the guy and caught his arm, which caused blood to gush out. Despite the fact that Travis was in the game, he felt incredible pain, and was already ready to take revenge. No one dares to injure him just like that. To be honest, as soon as he got to the treasure, life turned into true misery. Sometimes a guy is tormented by the question of whether it was worth it to him at all. Lucas' fate was hidden in a very unexpected place, namely an online game, a virtual world. This world itself is outwardly indistinguishable from reality, but nevertheless it is a game, and for ordinary players there is no sense of pain in it, but Travis feels pain, and every fight costs him too much. Lucas in his will chose not to tell that when receiving the fate of an archmage, the man moves his body into the game reality. You can't even tell people about this, because no one will believe it. They'll give you the number of a mental hospital. But for now, you have to think of the safest way to separate this rabid goblin, because he was just mindlessly running forward. It wasn't hard to do. For such an easy victory, Travis received a level increase, and the opportunity to change occupation. Then the screen flashed a notification that the main god Ariel will now move the guy to the secret place. For the entire time of the game such a situation occurred for the first time. The only disadvantage of this game is that the synchronization of course for a long time does not make itself known in reality. It is necessary to wait a certain period of time for all achievements to transfer, as suddenly in the middle of this bright white room form a door. Before entering it, the screen asks if the player wants to go up to the second floor of Lucas's magic tower. Of course Travis does, so it doesn't take long to get there. After moving, he finds himself in his office. It's so strange, on the first floor there was nothing, but here it's different, 1,000 books on racks, and the very first treasure chest so far. As a reward the guy got 5 trillion loot. You have to enter your account name to get that amount. He finally saw what it really looks like as a reward. But there's one downside, unfortunately it can't be converted into real money. However, it is not money that is the most important thing here. From that moment Travis got a job as a mage, and now for this period of time he has no right to leave the game, otherwise his physical body can be damaged. Before this event, one could only see health and mana points. Generally they were not seen as something unusual, but it was a different thing to feel magical energy in real life. To feel the mana swirling around inside your chest was something incredible. Well, since it all started so suddenly, why not learn the spells that are appropriate for a guy at this stage of magical development? I'm sure these books are there for a reason. As soon as he reached out to grab one of them, the system stopped him and asked him what he wanted to read. It's a very convenient feature, the way a library of the best mage of mankind should be. At one point Travis began to have a bad headache, all this because, in games it's too convenient to read books. With just a single click, the information is instantly downloaded consciousness. But the guy at the moment feels only nausea and pain from this abrupt process of recording information in the brain. But for today it was necessary to read one more, the last one. This book is about hiding magic, teaches you to hide its presence, and the amount of mana. True, if the potential opponent has already reached the 7th level, then such a technique against him will not work. But since the guy lives in an environment where there are no decent magicians, this option would be the best for him, to hide who he really is. Since my body was already very tired, I had to experience maximum discomfort this time. Travis and by no means hoped to quickly reach the level of Lucas, But this is only a microscopic step forward. In the future, there is still so much to do that it is even scary to think about it. But for the sake of what awaits him at the very end, he is ready for absolutely everything. The next morning, the boy was already actively practicing sports on the training ground of the manor. His trainer was a trusted person and knight of the guard, Andreas. The man was pleasantly surprised at the results he saw, and at the fact that the Lord wanted to practice with the sword at all. To take away any suspicion from you, Travis said that recently felt out of shape, so he decided to do a little exercise. In fact, he did it for the game, because training in reality will also have a positive effect on the character. There's also a clear sense of how the circle of magic that was instilled in the guy yesterday is developing, and the stamina is growing rapidly. It seems like the level up was immediately reflected in the real world. So it can be assumed that in the future, skills can be used outside of the game as well. Andreas decided not to be modest, and directly asked the gentleman, why is he in such a good mood? Did something good happen in his life? Travis already realized that he had it all written on his face, so he decided to confess a little bit, that he received a good reward in the game. The people who were standing nearby heard this conversation, and immediately began to condemn the boy, calling him some kind of deviant, because at that age, except for games, he is not interested in anything else. Andreas heard this rotten talk and wanted to intercede, but Mr. urgently asked him not to. He was madly pleased that they were worried about him, but the knight does not even suspect that the guy is only pretending to be harmless. Behave like this is simply necessary, at least to survive. Since the training was over, it was necessary to immediately go to play. There was a lot to do. The first thing you need to do, the most pleasant, namely spend money. For this you need to download the catalog of goods, and start buying everything that only the eyes see. As one wise man said, the most important thing in online games is thick wallet, then the process of the game will go much more pleasant. Not once in the course of the game, the guy noticed that he has a bad stamina. To somehow compensate for this shortcoming, he decided to buy the function of the companion prizes, to distract all the opponents. But a small disadvantage of it is that it will take away the experience that the player could get himself. In this case, the guy decided not to be trifling, and to choose the most expensive companion, so that certainly he could help him. Unfortunately, as it turned out, this is not an easy task. The choice is too bad. And even at the moment when Travis finally made up his mind, there was a dilemma. It turns out that the satellite is taken only once and forever, and in the future cannot be changed. This is outrageous, because usually the satellite can be changed at any time, but specifically in this game's satellite tank is an exception. But even so, in the end the guy decided to take the best. Surely he will last a long time. After the purchase began registration of the satellite, around were such bright special effects that could be blinded. But you bet, for such a large amount of money should be not only special effects. In general, this lucky girl was a girl Clara, in the armor called Heavenly Steel. She had such a stony expression on her face, as if she had summoned some golem that only had the appearance of a human, but she was very beautiful in general. It was decided not to waste time and go straight to practice. Clara without any problems coped with the goblins, and the guy at this point used the skill magic arrow. Somehow at one point the guys got too carried away, and the guy noticed that he had already increased his level to 20, even the loss in experience was not so significant. But this is for now, because in the future the satellite will take more and more experience. When a notification appeared on the screen, Travis was warned that he had been in the game for 15 hours and was urged to leave and rest, so that he could come back with new strength. The guy decided not to ignore the warning, because his health comes first, and left the game. He's been tired for the past 15 hours, but it's been a productive day. He needs to rest a bit, and go to the training ground to stretch. Suddenly, out of the corner of his eye, he notices a body standing in the room. He sharply turns on the light, and to see the companion he had recently bought in the game. To put it mildly, he was very frightened. In his head there was only one question: how she got here. As it turned out, it was even possible to communicate with her, but she answered mostly as a programmed robot, so it is unlikely to get a normal dialogue with her. But nevertheless, she still managed to tell how she manages to materialize in the real world. She was created by Archduke Lucas, and basically all the armor she's wearing. It says that Clara is part of his legacy. Travis certainly doesn't want to be picked on, but why didn't Lucas warn him about it beforehand? If the guy had known it would be like this, he probably would have looked for another companion. As it turns out, Clara also has her own stats in this real world, and if you take her skills to the max, she's as strong as a Grand Master. According to the level of mages, she will be able to instill herself with a level 8 circle, and Reingarth itself is now the strongest level 7 mage. In the world of level 8 mages, there are only 8 people. I wonder for what purpose Lucas created such a monster. However, in any case, having such a loyal, strong and executive companion will be very good. But the only question is where to hide it in the real world. You can only bring her back to the game world at the same time she was sent here, which is 24 hours later. In that case, Travis asked her to make sure to use the mana hiding function. In a moment, the protective field around her armor disappeared, and so did her mana. It's a good thing she can do that, otherwise the knights would have recognized her, and there would have been big trouble. Well, that's much better. Now the girl looks more like an ordinary person, except for the very expensive armor she's wearing. Travis has already leveled her reputation. It is impossible to make mistakes in any case. So the guy quickly got for her some beautiful dress, asked to change, and the guys together went to the house. There, of course, they immediately began to discuss. Everyone was extremely curious about what kind of girl comes to the gentleman. Envious people wish them nothing but the worst, and people close to them constantly asked them when they were going to get married, even though they had been together for only one day. To put it mildly, such questions pissed them off, especially when the girl was called a commoner. Before starting, out of curiosity, the guy asked what happens to the girl's body when she is here in the game. The girl said that it switches to eco mode. It looks like she is sleeping, but for safety she always has alerts turned on, and in case of any problems she can come to the rescue. This is just great news, so if there are any problems in reality, the guy will know about it right away. But it is not surprising. The quest was about to begin, and literally within a few seconds, in front of the guys appears a huge warrior orc, who really had a large amount of health. As it turned out, the opponent also knows how to talk, of course, except for threats. He could not utter anything else. But this was not the last surprise. The system sent a new notification, which said that the use of disposable attacks such as bombs and scrolls for the duration of the battle is forbidden. Of course, this makes the task even more difficult, because as a rule Travis always uses such things. The first attack was repulsed by Carla's shield without any problems, but the monster didn't have enough strength to penetrate it. While it stood there in bewilderment, the guy didn't waste a minute and started shooting. He tried to do it with maximum aim, so that each hit would bring its results. Thanks to this, one of the few bullets that were fired managed to hit him in the eye, which was great news, and thanks to the fact that Travis was wearing all sorts of magic-enhancing robes and artifacts, his spells were many times stronger than those of a first-level mage. If this monster is lower in level, then right now, it should lose its life with just one accurate shot. But unfortunately, this monster still found the strength to attack again, but this magnificent shield will not allow it to do any damage anyway. As the battle progressed, Travis began to enjoy himself. If you look closely, you can see that the orc still has quite a few health points, but it is obvious that he is seriously wounded, and this is not an exact figure. However, despite being wounded, he is still throwing some pretty powerful blows. If he hadn't had a companion here, Travis would have lost his life with 100% probability from the first blow. It was definitely a wise decision to buy her. You could say she has already paid for herself. To say that the attack of such an enemy is not frightening would be a complete lie, but Carla is clearly calmer. As soon as the moment was right, and the right amount of mana was collected, the guy used a skill called digging. This led to the fact that right under the feet of the monster began to fail. Of course he tripped and fell down right on the hard asphalt. You cannot at such low levels, In any case, you cannot give the fear of the opportunity to take over the mind. The most important thing to be ready for any outcome, and act on the basis of the situation. Now, right in front of your eyes, there is a very real humiliation and domination over the opponent. To make fun of him a little, the guys left him 50 health units and decided to see what would happen next. In the end, this stubborn orc did not understand anything and continued to make attempts to attack, and he does so confidently, as if he had not 50 health units, but 50.000. In the end, Travis just fired the last shot that ended this rather interesting duel. He got a whole bunch of nice bonuses for that, and the opportunity for the senior to go up and down the floors. It was already late at night, and the man was just standing at the window looking out, when suddenly Anna came up to him and started asking him how he was doing, what he was thinking about. The first thing that came to her mind was that the Vicomte was worried about the girl Travis had brought to the manor. He answered no questions to her, but just handed her a letter. This was a notice of the start of the conscription campaign. As war is imminent in the Croatian Empire, all nobles are required to report with an army for muster. Her father personally must report with 5 advanced troops, amounting to 50 kings and 1,000 infantry. The first thing she did was to beg her ex-husband not to send her son to war, and to consider Travis' candidacy in more detail, because in her opinion he's not good for anything but playing with toys all day long. Maybe there he can justify his right to bear such a big name. Of course, Lawrence as a father did not like such words. Anna never remembered Travis in principle, and now she wants him to give his life. Father said he'd only send Travis to fight if Anna agreed that when he returned, the boy would have complete independence, and would no longer be threatened, no more spying or anything like that. It's a pretty fair exchange, and everyone has to keep their terms. In the meantime, the guy was in full swing training. The coach began to admire him even more, because Mr. Every Day, thanks to training, he is getting stronger and stronger. The fact that he was getting stronger is a fact, but unfortunately or fortunately, it was not only the training that helped him, but mostly the game. Reward for the quest: Travis liked it very much. He was given a large amount of gold, and the second level of magic. He also received a hidden vault. It is similar to an inventory. In the game it is an invisible space in which you can store things. Logi, there you can almost anything. Since the floristics in the game are displayed in reality, the guy has every chance to become a mage while having the physical strength of a knight. If Travis fully masters the entire Lucas legacy, he may even become greater than him in the future, but it's a long way off. Suddenly a man came up to the guys and told them that his father was calling him for an urgent conversation. Of course, it made him very wary at the moment, for his father never called him out of the blue. A couple of days later, the whole family gathered at the Lawrence estate. The boy couldn't sleep well for 2 nights, constantly thinking about the future conversation with his father, but now everything was falling into place. Oliver, as usual, tried to humiliate his brother in front of everyone. In his opinion, it was the weakling who couldn't represent the family in the war. On the one hand, his father agrees with him, but on the other hand, he can't risk Oliver, because he is the only heir of the family of the estate. Of course, Travis can't be risked either, but he's considered a less valuable heir, because his mother is a commoner. So the father called his son here to declare in front of everyone that he's the least important one here. The guy's starting to get really angry, but on the bright side, there's a silver lining. Travis will be able to take his VR glasses with him, and no one will dare to stop him from playing, thanks to his position. But most importantly, after he leaves, there's no more total surveillance from Anna. All in all, it's the best thing that's happened in a long time. The boy said that he was ready to go to war and be a representative of the family. His father was very grateful to him for agreeing and not showing any aggression. His brother at the same moment almost went crazy. Of course he respects his father's decision, but if Travis will disgrace the family at the front, he will not leave it like that. Actually, it sounds as funny as possible, because he says it to his brother, who's going to fight in his place. He is of course an adult in age, but not in character. He is probably just spoiled. Also, when everyone started to leave, his father asked Travis to stay behind to talk to him one-on-one. He even sent the guard away. I wonder what he has to say that's so important. In general, his father said that if Travis returned safely, he and his mother would be resettled in the royal lands. It would be his reward for going in his brother's place. He would be able to enjoy complete freedom. To be honest, Travis was a little shocked by what he heard, but at least he didn't let it show, because he can't believe 100% of what he's told. Unfortunately, his father has proven himself to be a man who can't be trusted. And at the very least, you have to come back from the front alive. Before saying goodbye, Lawrence gave his son two very important items that should help in the war, namely Class 5 and Class 7 defense field rings. These artifacts are very valuable, but it's the only thing his father can do to help. He also asked to be attentive at all times, and not to ignore any operational information from the commanders. By the way, Anna and her son Oliver were watching this little conversation from the corner, wondering if they had heard something interesting or not. To put it mildly, Travis did not like it very much that they peeped, and so all his life, no issue is not solved without their participation. When Mr. tried to poison all years, his father's reaction was a blow to him, and then in the future he disappointed him many more times. But no matter how it goes around, only enemies, and the only one who can be trusted it is the father. In general, the guy promised that he would definitely come back, and do not even think of writing him off. It was late evening. Lawrence sat in his living room, and began to feel a strong headache. To somehow reduce it, his father used a magic ring, and applied the skill of pain reduction. All this happened because of strong nerves and worries. Deep down the father realized that his son, since he was poisoned, all the time behaved so on purpose, so as not to attract special attention. At the same time his mother was crying bitterly. Mostly she was worried that Anna would not send some bad man to her son at the front. Travis, in turn, thought it would be even better to let them commit a big crime, so it would be easier to eliminate them in the future. By the way, it's not worth worrying about what someone heard, because Clara is standing on the stream and collecting information. In general, from this day Travis is no longer going to tolerate. Very soon he will put an end to it. You just need to wait a little, and everything will work out in the best way. In 2 days the troops are already more fully assembled and staffed. The whole group got on the plane and went to war. At the very last moment, the guy decided to take Carla with him. Some people had a lot of questions. They could not understand how can you take your beloved with you to the war, because this is clearly not the place where there will be girls on a date. Travis immediately asked to close the matter, because she was there as a secretary, the only person he could fully trust. She couldn't really be left at home, because she would defend her master to the last drop of blood. Especially lately it has been very much pumped up, and is already very close in level to the highest knighthood. Also, to prepare for the war, the guy spent 200 million gold in 2 days. Also for the money he finished the 3rd level of the quest. So he's not far from level 4. The rewards for level 3 were 3, each worth 100 million gold. That's 3 vials of the universal panacea. They're now lying in the vault waiting for their time, so you could say it was a very timely reward. The guy warned everyone that he would go to the room. If something important happened, he would be sure to messenger him. The phrase, messenger, already raised a lot of questions. Travis explained that he was going to play online games. That's when the guys were stumped. Officer of the advanced squad, I couldn't help but speak my mind. Is this really the time for games? If anyone finds out about this, the whole group will be looked at as identical because their commander is just playing games during such important events. Travis's reputation is bad enough as it is, and now he's got a girl with him and wants to lock himself in his room. But the girl is understandable, she's beautiful, but everything else is just too much. Suddenly one of the commanders-in-chief stopped him and asked him to watch his language and not to forget who he was talking to. He then apologized for his subordinate, which was a clear abuse of authority. By the way, this man's name is William, he is a deputy captain. There is a long road ahead, everyone needs air and entertainment. First of all, it will help not to think much about the war. Also, The man emphasized that Travis does not need to pay attention to the opinion of subordinates because after all they are not the ones who will represent the family. In any case, the guy is not used to this attitude, he would have no problem being able to ignore it. When the guys moved into the game, they immediately started a fight with some huge dragon. To finish it almost instantly, the guy used a bomb called Salamander Tears. It's a magical weapon whose effect is 3.000 damage for one hit. The only downside is that it's too expensive, but 3,000 damage with no mana cost can't be cheap. Eventually, after finishing the fight, the guy reached level 80, and at the same moment, the main god of the game moved them to a secret room. This meant that the 4th level quest was about to begin. In just a few minutes, in front of the guys appears just a huge monster, which has as much as 32,000 units of health. This is just incredible figures. To be honest, it is still hard to imagine how to fight with such as he. The most important thing is to deal with it before they get to the Western Command. The liches themselves are strong monsters and serious opponents, but this one at first glance seems slow and stupid. Let's see what he really is. The first thing that has already gone wrong, the enemy started attacking before the guys got ready. He absolutely does not care about this feature. This led to the guy being wounded in the first few seconds of the fight, not a very comforting start. Feeling his superiority, the monster openly started laughing and talking about how sweet the sound of shattered bones sounds. The guy sincerely believed that he would be able to return, but alas, it did not happen. At this moment, he is in so much pain that even his thoughts are starting to get confused. But the way he laughs so loudly, it's getting more and more annoying by the second. At one point, Travis realized that this monster was very similar to his brother Oliver. They were practically identical, except for their looks, of course. And then used a skill called Fireball and launched it. Favor at the very last moment the guys managed to move to the other side. It was very close. While the monster was bewildered by what happened, the guys suddenly decided to attack. For now, the main task for Carla is to make the enemy unable to attack properly, and Travis in turn will prepare everything necessary. The best way to defeat the Lich is an enchanted weapon with a blessing effect. As soon as it appeared on his hands, Travis immediately began to attack hard. From that moment on, the enemy's health began to decrease at a tremendous rate. He even began to resent that the magic stick was used against him, as if it was unfair. But as they say in war, all means are good. To somehow stop this total humiliation, the monsters decided to put a wall of fire between them. But luckily, even this trick didn't help him. The guy passed through the wall without any problems, and started to attack further. To say that Lich was surprised is just not to say anything. At that moment, Travis imagined in his head that he was beating his brother. It gave him an incredible motivation to fight to the last. In the end, the quest of the 4th level was completed, but because of the numerous wounds, and a large amount of wasted mana, the guy just fell to the floor and for some time could not breathe normally. To save him, Carla urgently took out one of the gift ampoules, and made her master drink, so that slowly he began to recover. Travis was pleasantly surprised that his companion was able to open the inventory at the right moment, and take the owner's things. She was really capable. When the guy was fully recovered, the system started sending him a lot of notifications, with congratulations and gifts, but most importantly the guys were moved to a room with a new chest. It was decided not to drag out the intrigue, and immediately open. Already by tradition, the guy received a huge sum of 500 billion luts, and all-round goggles. At first glance they look quite ordinary, but they cannot be, because they were invented by Lucas himself. To study their functionality in more detail, I had to look at their description. As it turned out, they give a lot of advantages, but the most striking of them is the ability to see through obstacles, and the ability to accurately determine whether a person is lying or not. Meanwhile, the boys finally arrived at the Western Command. Those who met them were surprised, to say the least, that Travis had arrived and not the second son who was bigger. They even tried to talk quietly among themselves about it, but the guy stopped them and said he could hear everything. The captains immediately turned around and said they were very happy to see him, and called all the bad rumors just rumors. Then they got to know each other a little better, Travis was actually honored to talk to them, but unfortunately the occasion wasn't the best. First, the guys checked to see how many troops the guy brought with him. The base showed 5 officers and 50 knights. That's right, well, for some reason they forgot to mention 1,000 infantry. They smiled and said that infantry is not necessary to take into account at all, because it is the officers of one squad to decide the outcome of this war. Because the officer of the first squad can only cope with a mage of at least level 7, and such in the world in principle, there are quite a few. As far as the boy knew, it was Lucas who had introduced officers of the first squad into military practice when he was alive. When all the questions were settled, Travis ducked and left the building. The first thing he did was inform his men that they were now a 2nd brigade. It's been a whole week since he got here, and in that time he's found his idol, Commander Otis, because the best commander is the one who's not here all the time. It was not long before the war started, and he was doing his own thing. His actions were inexplicable, but he was free to play while he was away. When suddenly, right during the gameplay, Carla reported that someone had entered the room uninvited. The guy instantly left the game to find out what the reason was for such an insolent invasion of privacy. As it turned out, it was the very man with whom he had a conflict on the airplane. Until that moment, he thought that Carla was just an ordinary fragile girl, but when she managed to stop him, the intruder began to think. To find out in advance what the purpose of this insolent officer James came here, the guy put on magic glasses, which told him everything at once. At this moment this type is at least in a strong aggression. When Travis got out of bed, he immediately told the officer that he had better explain himself. He said spending so much time playing games could be bad for his body. He just wanted to make sure he was okay, and Carla approached him. Anyway, the guy warned her to text if anything serious happened. So what we have here is an officer barging into the brigadier's room uninvited. Travis decided not to be modest, and openly asked in front of everyone what was the purpose of this intrusion, robbery, or to take a life. James, of course, immediately began to justify himself, saying that he had never thought of such a thing. But if it was true, then he would have to find a more convincing explanation for his behavior. Then the guy asked Carla what had happened while he was playing. The girl reported that the officer had not come here with good intentions, because he had treated her rather rudely. From these words we can understand that James made an attempt to take Carla somewhere. When the man heard this, he went off like a step and insulted the gentleman's chosen one. He thought all these words were slander, and that the word of some girl was not above an officer. As he looked on, he realized that those who had come with him seemed to be on his side. Travis once again announced that James was a violent violator of discipline, and his actions were more like mutiny, so he should be judged as a mutineer, harshly and mercilessly. All his life the guy has been quiet, but it's not because he's kind, it's because he wanted to survive. In these parts Anna can't follow him, so there's no point in giving in anymore. It's a great opportunity to show them that Travis is an unusual guy who plays games from morning till night, but a real personality. Suddenly one of the military men came running and informed Deputy Commander William that Travis was urgently summoning him to his office, arguing that the brigadier was about to take the life of one of the officers. William doesn't like to take orders, but in this case he couldn't refuse. On arrival and on the spot he immediately got the dagger that was going to do it in his hands. For some reason it was already bloody. The boy earnestly asked to hurry up, but the deputy commander was a little late, so one blow had to be delivered. At this time James was already lying on the floor, and because of the intense pain he couldn't even move. This whole situation made William very angry, but for now he held back, and culturally decided to ask what was going on here, and how grown men allowed this to happen. Travis immediately said with a smile on his face that a knight who harassed girls was not a knight to him personally, and he was 100% sure that the deputy was of the same opinion. At this point, the man finally gave vent to his emotions, and before the guy personally apologized and said that it was his fault. At the same moment James was removed from his post, then came the order to take his equipment and send him to prison indefinitely, and the 3 who came with him were also locked up, because they were accomplices. Such as they were, there was no place for them here, the war was over for them. And it is no longer negotiable, for what has been done will be punished accordingly. Since Travis didn't like the smell of blood, he decided to go to another room while the place was being cleaned. The deputy immediately realized that Travis would now fully show who he really was. It must have been hard to endure it for so long and not show his gut. When the guys moved to another room, of course they went right back into the game. At the moment they are having a fierce battle against some monster, for now they are on the defensive, because they can understand at what point it is necessary to strike. So far during the whole fight, it was realized that the opponent was always hitting in the blind spot, and still managed to keep his distance. At one point, the enemy felt a strong confidence in himself, because he received almost no damage, and decided to take a risk, namely in the open attack specifically on Travis. It was a pretty stupid move on his part, because the guy at least fights not alone. Carla just waited for the perfect moment, and give a good blow with the shield right on the head, which basically turned out to be the last one, and the guy in turn just in case and finished him off with a magic wand. In another chest the guys usually got a large amount of money, and unique items under, namely the magic staff of Istra, and armor. New equipment. This is very good. Lucas as always puts in chests all the best. As suddenly someone came into the room again. The man said he felt the presence of a strong energy, so he decided to come in and see if everything was okay. Travis said he was just going through his artifacts. That's why you should be worried. Everything's fine here. Since everything's fine, he apologized and went about his business. Such a strong energy flow was because of the sword that the guy had gotten. This kind of weapon is mainly used by first squad officers. It's incredibly strong. If you recharge it like a battery, even the weakest person can use the strength of a first squad officer. About the officer's magic equipment, it is designed to increase his power. Unlike mana, aura cannot be artificially created. We should check to see if this magician's gear has those properties too. Now Travis could see why everyone wanted Lucas' fate so badly. It had been a full 2 weeks since the boy had been appointed representative of House Lawrence, and was preparing an army to fight against the Croizon Empire. The feeling that you are not conflicted is about to begin has dulled. The army was simply idle. No action on the part of the opponent has been observed. After that incident with James, the guy is feared and no one wants anything to do with him. Travis is fine with that. Let everyone know what he's really like. Another surprising fact. William's really starting to show respect, even though he doesn't say it outright. His glasses will speak for him. But by and large all this does not matter. The main thing is that the guy was not disturbed during the game, and he was able to achieve his goals without any problems. Once again Travis checked the personal statistics of his companion, and noticed this new point of emotion. At the moment she is experiencing happiness. It's amazing, it's never happened before. I wonder what makes her happy. Maybe it's the walk. If it is, she's like a puppy. As strange as this country sounds, even a homunculus has emotions. Travis also realized that he knew almost nothing about her. Except there are things she likes and things she doesn't like, but emotionally she doesn't even show it. When the guys finally arrived at the beautiful sunny clearing, Clara's emotional status changed again. Now the girl's emotional status is very happy. In that case, Travis made a firm decision for himself that he would go out for a walk more often with his assistant. Suddenly, right in front of this, some shy guy turns up, and at one point very loudly utters a very strange phrase, "Would you like to have a drink with me, Brigadier?" By the way, this boy's name is Donald. The glasses make it clear that he is experiencing a strong style of action, and the guys who are standing behind him are having too much fun. They probably put him up to it, and made him say it. At the moment Travis realized that now he has no desire to understand these childish pranks at all, so he went on. But he immediately turned around and started asking Donald why he was a knight in the first place. Instead of answering the question normally, the frightened kid started apologizing, and called the act inappropriate. While watching his personal statistics, a strange thing was noticed. Namely, earlier, Travis had not yet met anyone with special too high talents. This boy definitely has a rare special trait and a great talent in magic. I wonder why he allows himself to be bullied. This type could have achieved much more if he had made the decision to become a mage. And these two were told not to bother him again, or else there would be serious problems. Travis didn't feel like deciding anything, so he didn't stick up for the guy. But how much good his talents could do. If we give the resurrection of a forward officer, he could literally become an invincible battle mage. Of course, talent isn't everything, but since he managed to become a knight at such a young age, he has a good chance of becoming a good mage. Taking Donald under his wing would be a good idea, but Otis is obviously an obstacle, as this young lad, a knight from a completely different county. To realize this idea, you need to get Otis' permission. At best, he can be bribed. That's the only realistic scenario. It is necessary to think about it once again in the future and make a decision. While it is difficult to answer the question of how useful high and very high talents are, but it is necessary to gather a team. And now is the time to do it, while the boy is as far away from his stepmother as possible. In any case, Travis, even at the moment, had something to do, so it was necessary to settle old matters as soon as possible in order to take up new ones. Meanwhile, Donald was walking down the corridor, unable to get Travis' words out of his head that he would be better off as a magician. As it turned out, Otis was not waiting for him alone, but together with Mr. Travis. Now the young man was eager to know the purpose for which he had been summoned here, especially since two of the foremen wanted to talk to him. Of course, even though they already knew each other, Otis introduced the guest next to him. From now on, Donald has a new lord, and he pledges to serve him faithfully. This whole situation reminded Travis of a moment in his past life. When China lost a soccer game to South Korea, one fan wondered, didn't China, with a population of 1.4 billion, have at least 11 normal soccer players? Another replied that no, there are not, because the Chinese potential good soccer player is most likely to be digging in the ground or on a farm somewhere. No matter how much talent a person has, and if they don't have a social ladder, their talent is lost. If you think about it more globally, you'll come to the conclusion that a lot of young people are just wasted. At least Donald is a prime example of this, a failed knight who is bullied by his peers. And so they've gotten nowhere in life. Even this seemingly ordinary maid, because the guy sees right through her, he can tell for sure what her calling is in magic, and she doesn't even know it. Thanks to the glasses, you can see that she has a large amount of mana stored in her. She grasps information very easily, and her intelligence is high, but at the same time she works as an ordinary maid. To help this girl, the guy had to buy her from the mistress. Of course, no one understood his actions, but the result will not take long to wait. And this guy has a very high physical fitness, and a good aura. All his life he has worked in a mine, and now Travis is allowing him the opportunity to become a good knight. At this moment, the gentleman brought them to the store to choose their cultural outfits. At the moment, the boys are 100 kilometers away from the camp, at the royal palace. All the prospective students are very confused. They've obviously never been to a place like this before. The first to cope was a man named Alex. He has developed qualities like leadership very high, and a special trait, the ability to persuade people. Travis asked everyone once again not to look at the price tag, but to choose only what they really like. If you don't develop these people's talents, they will remain ordinary workers. The guy will send them out of the camp for training. Each of them will have a special approach, where they will be 100% likely to reveal all their hidden talents. In the end, after quite a long period of time, the guys finally decided on their choice in terms of clothing, but when they saw the place where they would study, they were very pleasantly surprised, because they had not even come close to such places. It was also obligatory for Travis to appoint a servant and a butler for his pupils, and from that moment on all their energies and attention should be directed only to their studies. He also paid all his pupils an allowance, including compensation for dismissal from work. They all raised their hands to their heads as one and promised that they would do everything they could to exceed expectations of them. They probably still can't even realize that this is actually happening to them. Also, if the students really prove that Travis is right about them, the salaries will only go up. The guy enviously realized, because of the long absence of any intellectual development, his students may develop more than usual, even despite all the conditions, but in any case, they must do their best not to let him down. If the guys show a clear real desire, Travis will only help them, because under such conditions, it's only a matter of time to achieve the result. After the speech, they promised again that they would do their best and behave very well. And also Travis forgot to add, if anyone tries to apply them to himself with money, just turn to him, because he will give twice as much. In general, this school will be a real haven for all the people Travis has recruited. His main task is to make sure that their talents are divorced, and he will make every effort to do so. Some might say he's overpriced, but it's really an investment in the future. By the way, about Anna, we need to keep her mother safe from her. When Travis openly goes against his brother, we need to think of a place to hide her. Most likely it will be a place like a secure prison. But first, there's one problem that needs to be fixed, and that's surveillance. A few days ago, Oliver called Travis on the phone, and he said, "That's right, hang out with the bad guys like you." It was a shock. How could he even know that the guy had started recruiting students? And now it's all revealed. As it turns out, Anna even decided to send her spy here. But on the one hand, now the brother can be thanked. With this phone call, he confessed to watching his brother's every move, and it was absolutely no problem to find out who the spy was. Of course, the guy started saying he had nothing to do with it, but we know the truth. If this man has a sincere desire to live on this planet, he just has to answer a few questions, and do it as honestly as possible, otherwise it will be very bad. At one point, somehow the spy managed to guess that he is being held by an unusual girl. It is certainly not very good. But he agreed to answer all the questions because he wasn't ready to give up his life like that. So the first question is, how did this spy find him? It was too easy. Oliver has another rat in the deportation office who's been leaking information. And according to his readings, he's really not lying. Well, since this spy is an ordinary hired man, and holds no grudge against Travis, the lad had the brilliant idea of suggesting that he go against his master, and if he wants to live, it is of course impossible to refuse, for any refusal will lead to only one outcome. Not a favorable one. From now on, the bandit now has a new master. He is probably himself in shock at what is happening, and already 10 times regretted that he got involved with this family. No difficult tasks will be set, just need to send everyday reports on what is happening in the house. And his brother has to be told that Travis is doing the same things he always does, like playing games and socializing with the homeless. That's what they agreed to, of course. There's no paycheck. Let him be thankful he's still alive. Oliver had sent more than one spy, and luckily one of them had already been caught in the brigadier's quarters, which caused a lot of problems. It's all because Oliver didn't listen to his father and continued to do things his way. Now he's going to be furious because he promised Travis that he wouldn't be followed. Just at that moment, the brother called the spy Travis had caught and asked him to keep spying on him, at least until his father stopped being mad at him. Now the guy has his own personal spy, much better than a regular spy. All other spies that will be caught in the future will have to be recruited in the same way as this one. Then the plan will work perfectly. It will allow to fool Oliver 100%. By the way, the training of students went as well, now in the subordination of the guy 20 very gifted recruits. They all worked very hard, for which Travis is very grateful to them, and they are grateful to him for the opportunity to learn. In the meantime, the guy has already reached level 159, with only one level left to go, and he will reach the 6th level of mage, which is an incredible performance and incredible power. This is a story about a great young gentleman, heir to the Chilean family. This guy's name is Jack, and not long ago, he was the son of the richest man in the city. And now he is barely making ends meet, has a big debt of 2 trillion and a chance to go to jail. How he got to this life, let's find out. 2 weeks ago, his father, whose name is Charlie, lost his life in the inheritance of the guy got a whole corporation called Zealine, which owed astronomical sums. In just one night, Jack literally went from heaven to hell. As suddenly there was a phone call from the Lady of the Heart, Diana. First of all, the guy expected to hear some support from her, but what happened next shocked him. The girl said that she had successfully passed her exams, and on this beautiful note she was going to end the relationship. The main reason for such a sudden desire to break up is a large number of debts. But why was it necessary to talk about it so abruptly, and even on the phone? Since there was no time to clarify the relationship and cry, the guy asked her directly if she could pay back at least half of the money that had been spent on her. As you would expect, Diane just hung up on him. All this time she had been taking advantage of her young man, and was with him solely for the money. So all Jack had left at the moment was his mom's pendant. He had pawned all his other belongings yesterday to get some money for a possible escape. Tears in this situation will not help in any way. It is urgent to pull himself together, to face reality, and slowly begin to think through a plan of action. Before the trial is still a whole 6 months, now the corporation can save only one woman, and if Jack manages to persuade her, he will have a chance for a quiet, normal life. There's no way you can just give up and let the problems take over. Jack goes to the CEO of Galaxy Group Corporation, Victoria. The local people call her the Queen of Work, because in just 1 quarter she has made the corporation profitable, and she is the last chance. Suddenly some masked lady, who must have caught the guy's shoulder on purpose, went on her way as if nothing had happened. She didn't even turn around when Jack asked her why she'd done it. In that case, he decided not to waste his time on her, and went about his business. The name of this mysterious lady is Tatiana. Her main occupation is quite dangerous work, namely, she takes the lives of people to order, does it secretly and without any noise, professional and very accurate approach, allow her to stay afloat for a long time. Today her target is the same Victoria, to whom Jack wanted to ask for help. At the moment she is walking down the street with her bodyguard, and does not even think that someone is aiming a rifle at her. As soon as the guy saw the director of the company, he immediately turned to her, but only the guard reacted. But even so, Jack was persistent and eager to talk. The guy even tried to approach her with force, but of course he was quickly punished for it, and got a fist in his pretty face. The blow was so hard that he went the other way. Just at that moment, Tatiana was fully prepared, aiming, and ready to fire. In the end, it turned out that she accidentally hit Jack, who flew in front of Victoria after a strong punch in the face. Everything coincided so perfectly that at first glance it may seem like a production. The bodyguard was perplexed, the girl couldn't understand where the bullet had come from, and Tatiana, in turn, was very upset, because once again she had taken the life of that man, and she wouldn't get any money for it either. Victoria immediately fell to her knees and tried to give first aid. At the same time, Jack felt himself gradually losing consciousness, the force leaving his body and his eyelids growing heavy. He clearly realized that he was about to lose his life. Now he really feels like a total loser, having gotten into a lot of debt, and having accidentally caught a bullet that was meant for another person. After a few moments, Jack saw before him the palace of the goddess. In principle everything looked very beautiful, and more like heaven, so most likely the guy will not go to hell. After a moment Jack saw the palace of the goddess. Everything looked very beautiful, and more like heaven, so most likely the guy will not go to hell. Of course, the first thing Jack thought was that he was crazy, and everything that is happening now is just some distant fantasy. Suddenly he started to hear people talking from the hospital. The doctors were shocked that the guy was wounded through and through, and yet somehow still holding on. It's a real miracle of medicine. When the guy finally woke up, he was 100% sure that the system was just a dream. The first thing that ran up to him was Victoria. She was madly happy that Jack had survived, because in her opinion he had risked his life to save her, and this act she would remember forever. Then a new notification appears on the screen. It is a quest, the essence of which is that in just 1 hour the guy managed to conclude a contract with the goddess, otherwise he will not be able to extend his life. So Jack doesn't waste a minute and says he wants Victoria to be the president of his company. As it turned out, the girl was very familiar with the problems of her competitors, as if she knew that in the future they would have to be solved, despite the fact that the company is on the verge of bankruptcy. You can try to do something. Jack sincerely asked her to start solving this issue within an hour, because if it takes longer, he will not care. Suddenly another man enters the room. It turned out to be the leader of the Galaxy Group, whose name is Johnson. He persuaded the guy not to even try to escape, because in any case he will be sent to prison if he does not pay the debts. For such a big money he will get in any corner of the planet. Johnson also called Victoria his man, and subtly hinted that he should stay away from her. Back in the room, he starts telling Jack to finally accept his fate and not to mess around. Then something happens that no one expected. The leader of the Galaxy Group gets down on one knee and prepares to say something very important. The proposal of marriage for Victoria, a great emphasis was made on finances, which he has more than enough. But the girl is not one of those who fall for money, and earlier she had already said that nothing will ever work out for them. Johnson took this response as a betrayal not only of him, but of the whole company. Against this background, Victoria's blood pressure rose, and I began to faint, but the bodyguard managed to catch her in her arms. My head began to ache, and my thoughts became confused. Of course the guy didn't like this behavior, because from the outside it looked more like a simulation. He threw the bouquet on the floor and said the last word, "Choose to be a wife or an enemy." Victoria answered clearly, she would make a decision to fight him only after the headache came, and as for marriage, it will definitely never happen. Of course, such an insolent answer made Johnson quite angry, and he was 100% ready to go to war with her right now. At the same moment the bodyguard stood up for Victoria, because it was getting too hot in the chamber. Even so, the leader had something to say. As it turned out, it was Johnson who paid her salary, so if she tried to stop him at least once more, he would fire her, and her sister would lose her life on the nearest bed, because she would not pay for treatment. Of course those words hit her right in the heart, and now the girl didn't even know what to do. At this point even Jack's nerves began to give out, so he got up from his bunk and told him to get his hands off the girls immediately. And when Johnson started snapping again, and saying a lot of insulting words, he immediately got a fist in his face, so that she could learn how to behave in the future. Of course, the girls were delighted with such an act, but in their lips they realized that it was a disaster, and the leader of the company would not just leave it, or rather his father. But even so, Jack didn't stop there, and continued to strike, and even if the upstart's father were here, he would have beaten him to a pulp. In the end, Johnson began to beg for mercy, and as soon as there was an opportunity, immediately ran out of the office. In this short period of time, Victoria managed to come up with a decent solution, and agreed to help. The guy was so happy, he called the girl a goddess. Well, the contract was successfully concluded. Now Jack's life is extended for 7 more days. Also for successfully completed the task he was given a reward called mental calmness, but it is still unclear how to use it. At the same moment Victoria again got dizzy, and she began to fall. The guy reacted quickly and caught her in his arms. The girl confessed that lately she had been suffering from severe headaches, which was the only reason why she didn't want to sign the contract. She also worries that she can't help but make things worse. The reward Jack received, according to the rules, could be used for both sides of the contract, so it was definitely worth trying to use it on her. To disguise himself somehow, the guy said he'd learned some Thai massage techniques, and now he was going to try to use them. In general, the girls were pessimistic, because Victoria had already gone to multiple hospitals and even eminent doctors could not help her. If eye massage actually helps, it's just a miracle. At the moment the girl felt just incredible relief. The headache went away and it's just incredible. Victoria was grateful, because Jack had not only saved her, but made her life easier. She didn't even know how to thank him. At the same moment the system sent a notification that such pleasant actions after the contract increases intimacy points. Suddenly the girl remembered something so important. This flash drive has all the information about Jack's father on it. To put it mildly, the guy himself was shocked that the competitors had actually been collecting information about his father for a long time and storing it on a flash drive. In general, the email addresses of the chairman and the president differ by one digit. Victoria got this information completely by accident. At that moment, she had no time at all, and she did not have time to carefully understand the situation. But one thing she is sure of for sure, that Jack's father was deprived of his life. I thought long enough to decide to go to the police station and report it. Right on the way out of the hospital, the guys are stopped by Tatiana. She came here to finish what she started, namely to take Victoria's life. But the question arises why this time she wanted to do it in the open, with a knife, and not as usual to sit down somewhere with a rifle. Emily's bodyguard took out her baton and asked them to run away from here, and she would try to stop the sniper. The guys agreed and started to leave, but it was not so simple. This time Tatiana was not alone. She was joined by at least 5 other men, all with one goal in mind: to get rid of Victoria. The situation was tense to say the least. The guys who came from the other side promised that the guys would not leave this mission today. Since there was no other option but to fight, Emily immediately rushed into the fight and began to clear the way for her mistress. At least the first 2 were already very unlucky. They received the strongest blows with the baton on the face. The girl was so strong that after that the men just scattered in different directions. She then immediately rushed at the third and tried to attack him from the air. To put it mildly, these guys were shocked that Victoria had such an experienced person by her side. Unfortunately, the third one managed to get back at the very last moment, and the blow passed him by. If you pay attention to the floor, you can see that it cracked. It's scary to imagine what would have happened to the opponent's head. Then, at the most unexpected moment, the fourth guy gave the girl a strong blow with his fist and stomach, which unfortunately played a very big role. When the opportunity arose, the guys started demanding the flash drive and threatening her with a gun. Since the situation was desperate, Victoria went to extreme measures. She started to ask how much they were paid for it, and said that she would give twice as much if they let them go. The guy replied that it wasn't about money at all, they just wanted the flash drive and possibly her life. In general, Jack and his new girlfriend no longer had any choice, so it was necessary to take a risk, namely, he activated the card of the goddess Victoria, to a certain period of time, get a skill called Divine Speed. When the activation was successful, the guy moved like a madman. He literally began to dodge bullets. To say that the opponents were shocked, it's just nothing to say. At this point, Jack is rapidly moving towards the enemies to begin to neutralize them. When they ran out of ammunition, the guy felt completely free to act, and started fighting with everyone. But there was one problem: he managed to strike only one blow with his fist on his face, and it was not strong. His opponent quickly realized this and also started to act. Jack could only run fast, but he had no neutral skills, definitely a big disadvantage. After the blow on his head, the guy fell down on the floor. He even started to bleed. Victoria immediately came to his aid, but instead of complaining about some pain, Jack said honestly its opponent is too strong. It's too bad Jack's just a fast one. I wish he knew some martial arts to fight back. Suddenly he noticed that Emily was sitting on his neck. Of course, he didn't realize the purpose of it at first. But the girl quickly explained to him that she could fight while Jack would run fast. It was just a perfect combination of a martial arts master, plus a human with super speed. As the opponent immediately started shooting after reloading, the guys didn't have time to discuss the plan of action. Already during the race, Jack asked his partner to aim first at the hand to knock the gun on the ground. Basically, it turned out so. Without any problems, the first blow went on the hand, and all the rest is completely random points of the body, as they say, wherever your heart desires. Tatiana, instead of helping her partner, just froze in place. She couldn't believe her eyes, how Emily managed to make such fast blows. At the very last moment, when the guys were about to finish the opponent, the girl put her blade over his head, thus blocking the blow. Then and even managed to hurt Emily a little. It is worth admitting she is really too agile. It will certainly not be easy to defeat her. When the opportunity arose, Tatiana immediately ran to Victoria, took her in her grasp and began to threaten, "If you do not give her the flash drive now, Victoria may not see tomorrow." And when the girl started asking her friends to run away, Tatiana decided to prove that she really wasn't kidding, and could do what she said without any trouble. In that case, Jack threw her the flash drive. There was no way he was going to let a brilliant woman like Victoria lose her life today. The first thing Tatiana did was to hand the hostage over to her wards, while she checked the contents of the flash drive. Victoria started to cry openly. She couldn't believe that the guy had given away a flash drive with such valuable information so easily. At least at the moment, the girl's life is much more important than this flash drive. Information about the father can be found later. Right now, the main task is to deal with the company's debts. After the audit, Tatiana threw in the hostage back as promised. When everyone was gathered, Victoria suggested to leave the place as soon as possible. In this case, Jack offered to follow him. Well, in the end, we can say that the guys lost the battle, but certainly not the war. By the way, deep down the girl began to feel that at the moment she was near the right person. Meanwhile, Tatiana was telling her friends that she had completed the mission, and according to their contract, the girl had every right to leave the organization and no longer be a mercenary. Her coworker agreed with this 100%, but before they said goodbye, decided to ask why Tatiana had let them go. In response, the girl said that she always keeps her promises, and at that moment she said that she would let Victoria go without any pitfalls. The unscrupulous employee then pulled out his gun, pointed it at the girl, and shot her in the shoulder. Pretty low and unjustifiable. He argues that it is impossible to leave the organization knowing so much information about it. It turns out that the contract they signed is just a piece of paper and has no value. After he fired another shot. But thanks to her good reaction, Tatiana managed to fend off the second bullet with her dagger, and when the opportunity arose, she immediately jumped out the window and tried to escape. Of course, everyone immediately ran after her to find her, but apparently she was never found. The next morning came. Victoria was finally in charge of the company. Now it was possible to relax a little. Jack was going to go to his yard as usual, but what he saw next shocked him a little. There he met Tatiana, who was unconscious on the floor. The first question that comes to mind is how this girl got here in the first place. After a quick examination, Jack realized that she was badly hurt, in which case she should probably be taken to the hospital, but the guy doesn't even have the money to pay the registration fee. Suddenly the system opens. Somehow magically she realized that the owner needs help, so she offered him to buy a restorative patch, the price of which is 5 points. The problem is that Jack has only 7 days left, and after that time the guy was going to prolong his life with the help of the glasses. But on the other hand, he couldn't afford to leave such a beautiful girl to her fate. It would probably be better to save her than to live a few more days. Maybe then she will even thank him somehow, but it is definitely not worth it, because just yesterday the guys were fighting with each other. Within seconds, the recovery process began, and almost immediately Tatiana opened her eyes. The result was unbelievable. Not even a single scar on her. Jack had been so engrossed in her figure that he hadn't even noticed when she woke up. The thing is, Tatiana had been wearing a mask all night last night, so Jack didn't recognize her now, and without any hesitation, agreed to give her 5 points for a healing patch. Of course, she decided to take advantage of not being recognized. The first thing Tatiana asked was where she was. Jack told her that this was his home, and he didn't even understand how the girl had gotten here. Without thinking long, the lady got up from the earth, and without any shyness said that you would be here. To put it mildly, the guy was dumbfounded. He'd willingly helped some woman who'd trespassed on his property, and now she was claiming she was gonna live here. But it wasn't that simple. Tatiana threw down a wad of cash and said she'd pay the monthly rent, which is a whole other conversation. From now on, the girl can stay here as long as she wants. Deep down, Jack, as the son of one of the former richest families, is unfortunate enough to receive such handouts, but as long as the boy is poor, it's a great income, and to refuse it would be a great folly. Well, now that there is money, you can no longer worry about food. Now the most important thing is to find a way to prolong life, for this system offers two main ways, one of which is to make contact with the goddesses, and the other is the exchange of intimacy points with the goddess contracted. Since the guy has already made a contract with Victoria, he needs to increase his intimacy with her as soon as possible. Then he could easily prolong his life. It didn't take Jack long to call her and ask if she had some time to have a cup of coffee with him. But unfortunately she answered that she was busy, and immediately hung up the phone. To be honest, Jack was worried. Now he realized that contracts with just one goddess would not be enough. So he decided to see who else he could contract with at the moment. There were two girls, Emily and Tatiana. As the face of the second girl that night the guy could not see, her picture was unavailable. Therefore, he decided to choose Emily first. Meanwhile, at the mercenary headquarters, some kind of party was planned. At the same time, Johnson was sitting in his chair, reprimanding his subordinates. Suddenly the president of the company, Anna, walks into the office. She sincerely asks the guy not to worry, and not to let these subordinates spoil his mood. Of course that would be nice. But Victoria has already asked the police for help. How can you not worry in this situation? The girl slowly sits down next to Johnson, and says she has a plan for how they can solve this case. Victoria has a pretty close relationship with her bodyguard, so the bodyguard urgently needs money for her sister's treatment, so it's a good idea to target her. Meanwhile, Jack finally met with Emily. She was madly wondering what was the purpose of the guy calling her here. Anyway, he decided to offer her a job, namely to become his bodyguard. Of course the girl agreed, but she will not work for food. The services of a professional like her are very expensive. For her work Emily asked for 1 million. Only in this case she can become a bodyguard for Jack. At the moment for him it is an unaffordable amount, so he offered her payment after things with his business will go uphill. Unfortunately, the girl refused such an offer, because she likes to always get paid for her labor on time. As we already know, the guy is very stubborn, and until he gets hit on the head, insist on his own will not stop. So it happened, and this time, Jack took the girl by the shoulder without her permission, and for this direct flight to the bushes. You should always think before you touch someone, and especially if that girl is a bodyguard. At this rate, it's going to be hard to get a contract. I'll have to come up with a better idea. And so it went on for 6 days. The guy sat in his manor and already set himself up for the worst. He thought only that today at midnight his life would end, and this box would be just perfect for him. As suddenly Victoria came to visit. All this time she was doing only one thing, namely thinking how best to help solve Jack's problem. His house is really good. There are a lot of famous Constantines here. Though there is not much sense from them, because most likely all of them will be sold at auction in 6 months. At least Jack was very happy to see her, because it's another chance to earn intimacy points. In the last few days Victoria had been dealing with the guy's family's debts, and she had managed to recover 800 million in investments and 200 million in commissions, which was a lot of money. Of course money was important, but more than anything else Jack wanted to see Victoria in person. At the moment these meetings were worth more than any money. As it turned out, the goddess also wanted to see him. He really got into her heart. For such frank words, the guy almost instantly got 10 points of intimacy. Suddenly, Tatiana came into the living room and announced that dinner was ready. It was bad timing. Jack had forgotten that a girl was renting a room from him at the moment. Of course, the first thing Victoria thought was that it was his girlfriend, and 10 points of intimacy were immediately written back. Jack tried to correct the situation, and said that it wasn't his girlfriend, but it was unlikely that it would help at least today. The worst thing was that the guy didn't have time to change the points, for extra days of life. Suddenly, Victoria gets one very terrifying message on her phone. Right now Emily is taking part in some kind of fight. The boxing gym she's performing in is called the Big Arena. The girl had heard of this club, where illegal underground fights are held, but why would Emily go there? She's probably there to make money for her sister's medical expenses. The problem is that she's been having coordination problems lately, so if she gets in the ring, she'll probably lose her life. In that case, Jack suggested calling the police to stop it. Definitely not a bad idea, but since Emily doesn't have the cleanest of hands, she's going to get arrested and caught there. Jack is going to go there with Victoria anyway, because getting her to communicate with him was really hard. He just can't afford to let her go alone to such a dangerous place. Tatiana immediately realized that this family never goes a day without an accident. Meanwhile, in the boxing gym, Emily was about to start a fight against a man. She was going to land her first punch with her foot, but unfortunately she missed. Of course, the opponent took advantage of this, and struck back with a fist right on the head. In the meantime, the guys had already arrived at the address and were trying to support their contestant in every possible way. When Emily asked why they came, Jack immediately asked her to agree to become his bodyguard. First of all, he was thinking about the possibility of getting a few extra days of life. From the outside it looks so strange, the girl just that little bit extra life, and the guy offers her a job. As there was no time to think about it, Jack had prepared all the documents in advance, and at the right moment he got her to sign them. His main argument was that he would help her win the duel if the contract went through. For the successful signing of the contract, the guy got 7 more days of life, and a reward called Divine Fist, which he used on Emily at the same second. From that moment on, the girl gained incredible strength and agility for a certain period of time. Just at that moment, the opponent was about to finish her off, but unexpectedly, the girl managed to dodge, and afterwards she instantly struck back with a kick to the face. It was so powerful that the huge pumped-up man flew to the other end of the ring and was already unconscious. In general, Emily's happiness was just unbelievable. She was insanely grateful to Jack for his help, and on the background of this guy got another plus 10 points of intimacy from her specifically. If now to exchange the points, it will be possible to live 17 more days, but you cannot stop there. By the way, Victoria had good news. She bet absolutely all the money on Emily's victory, and won 8 times more. It's just incredible money. It was a truly amazing day. From this day forward, Emily is officially Jack's bodyguard, and will protect the entire Chilean company. Meanwhile, the defeated contestant grabbed the rope. According to the rules of the game, he could call for help. So he decided to do so, but unfortunately he was replaced by a too strong competitor. In these circles they call him Bomber. This fighter has won 98 matches in a row. The whole room started to say that this girl was finished. Victoria was the only one supporting her to the end. Jack urged her not to worry, because if the situation was dire, he would intervene and solve it. As Emily was motivated, she started to attack first, but even her accurate punches were not having any positive effect. The opponent just grabbed her by the throat, and with all his might threw her to the floor, and then began to drag her all over the ring with great speed. In his opinion, the girl had too much self-esteem, and it was time to bring her down to the ground. In the midst of this beating, Emily had already said goodbye to her sister, and apologized to her for not being able to provide treatment. As it turned out, Johnson was present in the place, and even here he was not without his participation. Apparently it was his revenge for what Jack had done to him. The guy didn't like this upstart acting so arrogant, even though the fight wasn't over yet. With his system, he wasn't gonna let her lose. As soon as the opportunity arose, the girl gave a light blow to her opponent's head and grabbed the rope at Jack's request. But even so, the sneaky opponent still tried to attack her, and made a maximum effort to amplify that blow. At the moment of the attack, there was even a strong explosion, but Emily was fine, because Jack managed to pull her out in time. To be honest, such an act has developed the opponent, but now he will have the opportunity to have all his anger on Jack, because right now he will go to the ring. Victoria sincerely asked him to be careful, and the guy in turn convinced the girls that he would definitely handle him. So the bell rang, and the fight began. Apparently, the opponent expected an easy victory in the first round, because he initially ran forward too confidently. Thanks to his super speed, Jack had no trouble dodging any attacks and even managed to land his own blows. At one point the guy wondered if there was a man standing in front of him, because after the blow he felt as if he had hit a steel plate. Bomber already fully began to realize that his opponent was too fast, and was dodging absolutely all his blows. At one point he even began to ask Jack to stop doing it. Suddenly Johnson hit the bell to make some kind of announcement. In general, if Jack doesn't start fighting, it will be considered a loss. The girls were upset, to say the least, because Jack was fast, but he couldn't fight. Then Emily expressed her displeasure that there were no such rules. Johnson replied that this is his territory, and he makes the rules, and it's not a problem to change them at any moment. Even so, Jack was not upset, and was ready to play by the rules of this upstart, at least as long as he is in the ring. Right now, Bomber launched his most serious attack, called an air bomb. If the guy doesn't dodge it, he'll probably lose his life. But even in this case he had a trump card up his sleeve, namely a card that unlocks a skill called Divine Fist. After applying it, the guy gained incredible strength, and ran with a counter-attack on his opponent. Then at the most opportune moment he made an uppercut, after which his opponent flew in a completely different direction, and lost consciousness. It was his first defeat in this arena after 98 consecutive victories. At that moment Johnson was speechless. He couldn't believe his eyes. The absolute champion lost to Jack in the ring, and he knocked him out with just one punch. Victoria was so happy, not just because the guy won, but because her bet had just come in and the guys had won $80 million. But at one point, her expression changed immediately. Emily was delighted at how strong Jack was, so she ran up to him, hugged him and kissed him. For this, the guy got 50 points of intimacy, which is of course an incredible result. But at the same moment Victoria experienced a strong jealousy, which as you can understand will not lead to anything good. Against this background, the girl even felt a little bad, but she tried not to show it, and she succeeded. In general, while Jack and Emily go joyfully home, Victoria felt like a third extra, and tried to pretend that she was having fun too. Johnson stopped them on the way out. He said right off the bat he wasn't gonna let them walk out of here with that money. And as a rule, he wasn't standing alone, but with several professional boxers. Jack probably expected it to be like this, because there was no surprise on his face. Johnson also said that he had 28 professional fighters, so there was no point in even trying to resist them. Jack smiled slyly at this and said, "Let's see what they can do." Within a few minutes, the fighters who were standing in the front row were practically dead. Johnson just held his head and tried to understand how Jack knew martial arts so well. The other fighters were dumbfounded, too, and their desire to attack dropped to zero. The guy's out in the open, nobody better get in his way unless you want trouble. From now on, it's Jack's money, and he doesn't care how Johnson is going to explain this loss to his family. As it turns out, the upstart didn't just bring his fighters to the fight, he called in some Black Star representatives to take Jack down as well. And that's a really serious problem. How to get out of this situation is hard to imagine. In all likelihood, luck is definitely on the guy's side today. He's very lucky Tatiana remained indifferent and decided to follow them when they went to Fight Club in a flurry. At the first opportunity, the girl fired a shot at the Black Star's main representative. This is the payment for the fact that Jack remained indifferent, and at the right moment saved Tatiana's life. Now they are definitely even. As soon as the first shot occurred, the girl immediately hid, because she in no way cannot give away her location. It's a great opportunity for a counterattack, so the guys didn't waste any time and ran straight into the fight. Emily, as usual, started to work with her legs, and Jack borrowed a gun from one of the hired thugs. Then he opened fire on the others, because he was in no mood to fight with anyone personally. Emily was surprised, to say the least, at how accurately Jack could shoot a gun, but it was no wonder, for he had tried a lot of things in his life when he was rich. When the guy came up to finish off their main man, he started begging for a goodbye. But did he really think that after the second attack, someone would just let him go? The man argued that he had secrets that he could reveal in exchange for his life. In that case, Jack is all ears and ready to listen to the bandit. The biggest secret of all was that Jack's father had been killed by Johnson. It was a shock to say the least. The man who did it had been so close the whole time. Johnson almost fainted when he realized I had betrayed him. Jack was filled with incredible rage. His eyes even changed color. Without any thought and regret, he struck a fist in the chest of his attacker, after which he flew to the other end of the room and made a huge hole in the wall with his body. It's usually hard to survive a punch like that, and to lose your life would be a much better option, because you wouldn't have to feel the pain of your opponent's punches anymore. But this time Johnson really won the jackpot, because he survived, and will continue to feel that pain, for all his terrible deeds. But before that, Jack decided to take him with him to tell him everything he knows in the best possible detail. Then Tatiana came out to the battlefield and put the muzzle of her rifle to the head of her former colleague. She did not like the fact that he had betrayed his comrade again. The girl shot him in the head, and that was the end of his life as a gangster and traitor. Tatiana also decided to use his body to send a message to the creators of the Black Star: let them not bother Jack anymore, and do not look for her. For further questioning, the guys went to the mansion, where they gave Johnson another good slap in the face, so that he wouldn't even think of lying or not saying anything. But for now, he just asked them not to do anything to him, and said he'd really told them everything he knew. Jack decided to take a picture and send it to the father of the little bandit. His father said that as long as Jack did not harm his son, he was ready to fulfill all his demands. It was just great news. Anyway, the guy asked that they bring a conference tomorrow. You were told the whole truth about how his father's life was. Without any problems, the representative of Galaxy Group agreed to these terms. Well, at least that's what he said. After the conversation, the main thing he didn't order his services to do was to notify the media that they're bringing a press conference tomorrow. Since it's still a whole night away, Jack has decided to lock Johnson up in his personal prison, at least until his father confesses everything. The boy is literally hysterical about being too close to the dark, much less being in the dark alone. Suddenly, Tatiana came into Jack's room and told him that she had prepared a delicious soup, and if you had a strong desire, you could try it. Of course, the guy did not refuse, because for the whole day he had eaten practically nothing and was very tired. Then Jack asked, "What happened to the ceramic jug that was here?" Tatiana immediately understood what it was about, and what was in it, so she decided to make a little joke. She said that it was the broth seasoning that was used to make the soup. At the same moment, Jack supposedly felt a strong pain in his throat, got down on his knees and had to apologize to his father. Because that jug was not really seasoning, but ashes. But Tatiana was just kidding, and took the jug into the next room. She's such a sly girl. After a while, Jack went to his father's memorial room to have a little talk with him. In the back of his mind, he realized that the enemy family would not surrender without a fight. Therefore, to protect himself, he decided to take the family relic. At least it will act as an amulet, and at most it will be used as a weapon in any fights. The next day, Jack got ready, put the family heirloom in his pocket, and was about to go about his business, when suddenly Tatiana stopped him right before he left. She didn't like that his clothes were too wrinkled, so she tried to straighten them at least somehow. By the way, if Jack doesn't come back tonight, she'll have to move out in 6 months, because then this house won't belong to him anymore. The girl agreed, but she'll still be waiting for the guy for dinner. As it turned out, the guy personally went to Father Johnson's press conference. Meanwhile, Emily has already contacted the police, and as soon as this old grandfather tells the truth, she'll arrest him immediately. We can only hope that's exactly what happens. But instead of telling the bitter truth, the guy with the microphone only said that Jack kidnapped his son. Well, that's to be expected. The police officer then approached Jack and told him that they had listened to a tape of their conversation with the victim's father. At this point, Jack is considered a direct suspect in Johnson's disappearance. From the moment the guy lost everything, he knew that day would come, and revenge was inevitable. To quickly justify his actions before the law, Jack took out of his pocket the flash drive that contained the video footage of his father's crime scene. By the way, Victoria was equally happy that she'd been found. Tatiana must have been involved. So these videos, it's a perfect picture of who really should be in jail right now. It's really painful for the guy to watch, but he has to do it to get justice. Now the officers have to grab the man in this video. The people in the audience were shocked. They couldn't even think that such a great man could do such a thing. Basically, everything goes according to plan. The old man surrenders and offers absolutely no resistance. But even if he is arrested, it will be quite difficult to put him in jail, because of the strong connections he has. So Jack decided to act out the scene, namely, he ran towards the guilty party, pretended to fall, at the same moment handed him a gun, then fell down in front of him and began to beg for his life. This ingenious plan was executed in front of everyone's eyes, and it really deserves an Oscar. Now it's gonna be even harder for the old man to get away with his many offenses. Suddenly someone fired a shot, and it hit the suspect exactly. You'd initially think it was someone from the police, but it wasn't. None of them even took the safety off. Because of a strong wound, the man fell to the floor, but was still conscious. He managed to say that he is not the only one who has dealt with Jack's family, and to defeat those who also took part in it will be much more difficult. After these words, the man lost consciousness. By the way, Victoria has already learned that the first shot came from the building across the street. Well, based on the information, we can understand that the whole situation is much more complicated and confusing, and in this case is tied not only one family, but many other serious people who for some reason accompanied this terrible crime. The police officer stops the boys again. However, the suspicion of Johnson's kidnapping has not yet been lifted from Jack. At the moment, the police are going to search his house to close the matter. After a long search, Johnson was not found. But even so, the girl officer could not rest. She realized that in most of these houses, there are secret passages, and to open them, you need to find a secret mechanism that will do it. Suddenly, the other two officers reported that they had found the right room, and there was definitely something inside. The girl in any case sympathizes with the guy's situation, but if he has broken the law, he is simply obliged to face the consequences. That is why she has already knowingly put handcuffs on him. When the room was opened, Tatiana was found there, who was dressed in very revealing maid's clothes. First of all, the girl inquired why her master came back so late. Well, in that case, the police decided not to linger any longer, and went straight for the exit. Yeah, Jack's reputation is certainly ruined, but it's a lot better than going to jail anyway. So Tatiana saved the guy again. I wonder how he's gonna thank her. Jack jokingly offered to pay for her mouth. Well, that's not exactly the way she wanted it. About Johnson, the girl moved him to the attic. Now it's sealed so he can't be found, which is great news. But when the boys went upstairs, they didn't see a pretty picture. Someone had recently taken Johnson's life, and the blood was still warm. It happened just a few seconds before the guys entered the room. But how could they do it? Because the front door was closed, it's almost impossible to get into the house. Having analyzed the situation, Tatiana concluded that the culprit of the celebration was 100% in the ventilation, because he had nowhere else to go. I wondered how he could escape so quickly through such a narrow passage. The guys must be dealing with a first-class performer, if he could do such a thing. Jack suddenly stopped, because he was stuck and could no longer move forward. Tatiana asked him to move as much as possible so that she could get forward. It was quite difficult to do so, because she had two big breasts, which made it a little difficult to fit through the narrow passage. Of course, the guy did not lose the opportunity to look at her closely, but of course he was punished for it, because Tatiana gave absolutely no permission to do so. At least Tatiana had taken care of Johnson's body, and now there was no need to worry about him being found. By the way, the girl guessed who could do it, but for some reason did not go to tell Jack about it. This moment he really stressed. Why he cannot find out who got into his house through the ventilation. And the phrase "the less you know the better you sleep" here is absolutely inappropriate, because the next time may come just for him. In that case, Tatiana decided to tell him. They were people from the Haidong community. Their influence on the entire environment is beyond Jack's imagination. Going up against them is like signing a contract to take a life. Jack had heard of the community remotely, and he was really shocked when he found out that he had directly encountered them. The boy remembered that when his father was alive, he had often mentioned them, and that this society had wanted to recruit him, but he had refused, thus bringing great misfortune upon himself. Meanwhile, the Haidun were in their club called Dragon's Head, discussing recent events. This group of people is a bunch of very large business owners who decide the fate of everyone else. At the moment, they are deliberating whether to take Jack's life, or to let him live in peace for the time being and establish his business a little. In general, they consider Jack quite a dangerous character, and call it a time bomb, which in the future will bring big problems. Leave alive they want him only for one reason, namely a large amount of money. The guy owes almost everyone who is in the room. But if you think more rationally, then even if you sell Jack himself, his property, namely the house, the company, cars and so on, there is still not enough money to pay off all the debts. The amount is too large and hope for its return it is a waste of time, otherwise he will be firmly on his feet, and eventually get a lot of problems. Since the guys can't seem to come to a consensus, they decided to vote. Those who want to get rid of the guy should put their hand up. That's how the issue was basically settled in a matter of minutes. Most people really don't want to wait for the debt repayment and possible problems, so I vote to get rid of him. Now it is necessary to determine who will take care of this matter, since Anna has recently lost several people and the police are after her, and in principle, so far what is contraindicated to take care of such cases. In that case, a man named Jacob has gladly agreed to take care of the mission. In the meantime, Jack, together with Emily, moved towards work. The girl complained about the lack of a car all the way. She already agrees to owe a motorcycle, but riding a bicycle does not correspond to the status of the chairman. Of course, she is right in some respects, but the company is still in debt and can't afford such a luxury. So, as soon as the company is out of debt, it will be possible to start traveling by car. By the way, today Emily's sister has to have an operation, and the girl sincerely wants to visit her. Jack doesn't mind, and since he has nothing to do today, he can even keep her company. Upon arrival at the hospital, the guys were not the best news. At one point the patient lost his pulse, and attempts to resuscitate him unfortunately failed. For Emily it was a terrible tragedy. She cried a lot and could not believe what had happened. At that moment the doctors managed to do everything in their power, but unfortunately they could not save him. Emily was screaming all over the hospital about how her sister couldn't leave so soon, how she was going to live without her. She was in such a state of distress that he was afraid to go near her. To try and help her, the guy turns to the system. Turns out the system store has a rebirth pill. First purchase will cost 60 intimacy points, which is exactly all the points the guy has. Suddenly, even without Jack's consent, the exchange took place, and he had this magic pill on his hands. On the one hand, the guy can now give life to this girl, and put Emily out of her misery, but on the other hand, now he has less than 24 hours to live. Well, since there was no way back, the guy asked Emily not to cry, and said that now he would save her sister. Of course, this statement caused a storm of negative emotions in one of the main doctors, because her precious experience had just been called into question. They definitely did everything they could to save the patient, but her life was over. In that case, a miracle is about to happen. That's what happens in life. The doctor went on to argue vehemently that there is no means in this world to bring a man back to life. Of course she says that, because she's never seen anything like it in her life. This beautiful girl's name is Veronica, and now Jack is putting a magic pill in her mouth, and she's sure to wake up. For some reason, nothing happened for the first time. The guy even got a little worried, but deep down he realized that for 60 points of intimacy, the pill just cannot fail, and you just have to wait. And just a few seconds later the girl does wake up. It is almost impossible to put into words what Emily is feeling at this moment. She probably can't believe what has happened, and she is gradually beginning to feel a great joy. The doctor immediately asked how the guy did it. Jack said he had a recipe for a unique cure that only he knew. That's a pretty decent excuse. After all, the guys spent a lot of time in the hospital. Jack was worried sick. Because he had less than half an hour to live, Emily should come to him as soon as possible, and give at least a few points of intimacy, because if it does not happen, it will end up pretty badly. As a friend, the same doctor the guy had been talking to recently came into the waiting room. She admitted that Jack had really shattered her worldview. The girl was extremely interested in the pill the guy had given her, and at least wanted to take a sample for research. Since Jack was completely out of sorts, he answered her rather rudely, and so far he didn't even roughly understand why on earth he should give her such a valuable drug. Well, at least she offered to pay for it. Offer that's pretty stupid, because it's worth absolutely no money. The guy probably sacrificed his life for it. In this case, the doctor began to offer any variance of the contract. Apparently she is ready for almost anything. The girl also said that she has a lot of patented prescriptions that cost more than 20 million. The amount is not that big, but it's just for one drug. Suddenly the system sends a notification, which says that a new target for the contract has been discovered. The name of this girl is Elizabeth. She herself is a divine doctor, for the contract with her life expectancy will increase by 10 days. The most interesting thing is that this proposal came to the guy 10 seconds before he should lose his life. But it absolutely did not scare him. Jack even managed to make certain amendments to the contract, namely Elizabeth should continue to work as the chief physician of the company. Without much thought, the girl agreed. When time was running out, Jack begged the doctor to sign the contract as soon as possible, and in the end, at the very last second of his life, he was given 10 days plus. It was very stressful, to say the least, but he feels great. He's breathed a breath of new life. Well, now that the contract was signed, Elizabeth asked me to give her the pill. Jack agreed without any problems, but at the moment he had run out of them and had to go to his house to get more. In that case, the girl gave him the address of the company and asked him to meet her there tomorrow. As they drove home, Emily was expressing her gratitude that Jack had saved her sister, and in her mind he was always remembered as a very good man. Suddenly, the guys are blocked by a whole bunch of men, all of whom must have been from the Fight Club, because Bomber was leading them. Emily immediately got off her bike and said she would deal with them. Jack, in turn, was not so sure of himself, so he immediately started to run away, and advised his bodyguard to do the same, because their rivals have a large number of knives. Even if they can overcome them, they will not do without injuries. That's a pretty brilliant idea, so the girl decided not to even argue and ran with him. But now the question arises, if Donald lost his life, then why are they chasing them? In any case, it can't go on like this, and in the near future we must find a way to get rid of them, and the sooner the better. On the way the guys saw a lot of scaffolding, and Jack of course had a brilliant idea to climb it. To be exact, Emily will climb there alone, and he will hide somewhere nearby. The essence of the plan is to wait for the moment when the girl climbs on the roof, and then make all the scaffolding collapse with the bandits. Well, that's what they did. Jack found himself a good metal stick, and at the right moment he knocked out the most important pillar. Then of course he ran away from the scene, so no one would see who did it. It looked very grandiose from the outside. But as it turned out, everything went not quite according to plan. Unfortunately, the girl did not have time to get on the roof, and together with the bandits began to rapidly fall down. Even in such an extreme situation, the guy was not confused and organized her soft landing on his hands. Emily was pleasantly surprised how the guy was strong enough to catch her from such a great height. After that, Jack got 100 points of intimacy, which is a really big number, probably to thank him for saving his sister. All in all, you could say the plan worked almost perfectly. All the enemies were defeated. Then a black-tinted car drove by the place. Inside it sat the very man who had taken the responsibility to kill Jack. He was mildly dissatisfied that so many people could not cope with the task. The girl who sits next to Jacob is Maria. She truly believes that Jack's life is not over and the best thing to do is to leave him alone, and in the future to take all his money. She is against taking his life. Jacob doesn't support her on this one, because if the guy goes back to the way he was, there's gonna be big trouble for everyone. Let Jack consider himself lucky this time, but Jacob will never let him go back to the way he was before. Let him enjoy the last moment of his life. The next morning Jack arrived at the hospital as agreed. He was met by Elizabeth, who gave him a little tour of the hospital. Despite their small scale, they have a pretty good profit margin, and this is their new product called Snow Vision. It was developed based on ancient formulas, and the girl sincerely believes that when it is officially launched, it will bring huge profits. Of course, the guy wondered what he was so good at. According to the ancient formulas, Snow White does have impressive effects, but at one point something terrible happened, namely a gang of bandits broke the windows and broke into the hospital building, and Elizabeth did not have time to fully tell about it. Heads this gang lady named Alexandra. It turned out that Elizabeth has caused her a lot of trouble, so the girl is going to cover her business once and for all. Initially, the doctor did not even understand where she got such aggression on her, and how she could even go to whom for the road. As it turns out, it was one of her recent clients who had just used the gentle vision today. Her face ended up turning into this. Now it's not only ruined, but it stinks. Nervous, Elizabeth starts crying and says she really didn't know about this side effect. But she's not exactly interested in condolences. She wants nothing but revenge, and she's doing everything she can to get it. Since they couldn't have a constructive dialogue, Alexandra briefly tried to hit the doctor who sold her the faulty medicine with a bat on the head. Jack, of course, didn't stand by and simply stopped the blow with his hand. Elizabeth was certainly grateful for the help, but she didn't want to get Jack involved. Besides, she's the one responsible for the failure of the Snow Vision drug anyway. It's all understandable, but if the guy just leaves now, these thugs will take the girl's life without any ceremony. To begin with, Jack offered to solve this issue peacefully, for example, to come to the correction procedure, and within 3 hours the face will be normal. In principle, this is not a bad option, but 3 hours is too long. Alexandra gave the opportunity to correct this horror in 30 minutes. But if the guys didn't make it in that time, the girl would not only destroy the place, but also make sure that no one got out of here in one piece. Elizabeth felt guilty for selling an unstable product, but Jack assured me that there was nothing wrong with it, that she just needed to figure out what was wrong with it. When creating this preparation, the girl tried to mix everything in different proportions, but the result was always too mixed, and it was not possible to find the right balance. Due to the fact that she works with a large number of drugs, over time lost the natural sense of smell and therefore just could not get the drug perfectly. In that case, Jack asked her directly if she wanted to restore her charm. The doctor replied that of course she did, and the guy used a little magic to help her. He called it another secret method that would not only restore the charm, but also enhance it. After applying the card, the girl felt an instantaneous result. She had long ago stopped being able to distinguish odors normally, so to feel them again was like a novelty for her. Now I just had to hurry up and prepare the formula before time ran out. For such a noble deed, the guy got from this girl plus 10 points of intimacy. By the way, it's also been a long time since she smelled a man, and what was her surprise when she smelled the pleasant smell of Jack, mixed with his really good perfume. Jack was also insanely happy, because simply signing the contract gave him 10 days to live, and now he got extra points. Apparently the guy found another person who can help him. Now for Elizabeth, the task that was impossible before seems to be the easiest. When the time was up, Alexander came to the doctor's office to ask if they were finished. The most important thing is to trust her, because the doctor will never make mistakes again, and if she does, she is ready to accept any punishment. Alexandra took the flask in her hands and poured it on her face. She had nothing to lose, and even if something went wrong, her face wouldn't get much worse. After a few minutes, the drug began to take effect. Slowly her face began to recover. Of course, the procedure is not pleasant, but as they say, beauty requires sacrifice. This story begins in a devastated world, which is just swarming with terrible creatures. Our protagonist, named John, found himself there by accident, but the good thing is that he managed to carry a weapon called the S707, which can turn back time. Let's see together how he will cope with the difficulties set before him. As you may have already noticed, it's a very harsh winter in this world, and John is dressed quite lightly. He doesn't even have a hat. In such conditions, it won't be difficult to earn minimal frostbite. But despite all this, the guy did not forget to look back, because he understood perfectly well, losing vigilance in any case cannot be. And unfortunately, at one point, a whole crowd of horrible monsters crept up on him from behind. Of course, they did not do it with the best of intentions, because for them man is first of all a stranger, and in the animal world, strangers are a short conversation. Initially, they were just standing there looking at their prey, assessing how dangerous they might be to them. Since John is not a stupid guy, he knew what would happen in the end, so he grabbed his sword and was ready to fight. Looking at him, you could already see how cold he really was, and how much he didn't want this fight to happen in such conditions. When all these creatures rushed at him, John was not confused at all, but just began to do his job confidently. One by one the monsters slowly began to lose their lives. John was so strong that he did not even let them touch him. As a result, after just a very short period of time, all the small monsters were defeated, and John in turn could barely stand on his feet. He could not even breathe properly in this cold winter. But as it turned out, the surprises did not end there. On the horizon appears another monster, which by its size was dozens of times larger than all the previous ones. It was just a huge creature. It would seem that there was absolutely no point in fighting it. You are right in some ways, but there was nowhere to run to. Therefore, it was decided to go to the extreme measures, namely to take out a weapon ES-707, to make a shot, and thus after the process of time travel. As much as I would not like to do this, but unfortunately there is no other option. Frozen exhausted guy is definitely not able to resist such a monster. When John moved, it was an ordinary day, and he was studying at a research institute. At the beginning of the class, the teacher was telling him that next year the institute would be celebrating its centennial, which is a pretty big date. But there was one problem. Recently the funding of the institution had been significantly reduced, and the competition was getting stronger every year. Despite all this, the teacher sincerely hoped that the students would continue to work as researchers with great enthusiasm and revitalize the institute. Since John had not slept at all, he fell asleep literally standing on his feet. The teacher of course noticed this, and did not yell at him for not listening to him at all. First of all, it's disrespect to the elders, and such things are never welcomed in higher educational institutions. After the announcement was over, the guys sent everyone to their seats at their computers so that they could continue doing their work. Looking at John, one can realize that he has little understanding of the task at hand, or even much desire to understand it. There were two guys sitting behind him. They were of the same opinion, they thought John. A complete mediocrity and a total disappointment, and they weren't even ashamed to say it out loud. When suddenly a teacher came up to the boy and urgently asked him to follow him. As soon as they came into the office, John apologized for the incident. He was 100% aware that he was wrong in this situation, and promised that it would not happen again. Of course, the teacher was pleased to hear this, but he had not called the student to him for that. In general, literally just now, the teacher looked at the report that John sent this morning, and after reading left only positive emotions. It contains some quite interesting hypotheses. It is really admirable. To write such a thing at this age, will be able to far not everyone. When the professor realized that John had worked until the morning for this, he even felt a little guilty for treating him so harshly. Then they talked about the lab, the professor being so disgusted that the people above him hadn't thrown out the old equipment and brought in the new. John had studied this subject in detail, and he even knew that they were researching particles, neutrino oscillations, and time machines. As it turned out, John had studied the matter in detail, and he even knew that particles, neutrino oscillations, and the time machine had been studied here. By the way, about the time machine, the teacher said that he used to really rant about it a lot, but now he's not at the age to dream about it anymore. How many sleepless nights he sacrificed to figure out how to invent it. But unfortunately, no one cared, and now, even for the next 100 years, this lab will remain as it is. But if there really was a time machine, the teacher wouldn't hesitate to go back in time and do a whole bunch more research that he didn't have time to do. That was the end of the school day. After the conversation, John thought about it for a long time, because the creation of the time machine interested him as much as the teacher. When evening came, he went for a walk with his girlfriend. Her name was Lolita, and her eternal problem was that she was always late. There was probably not a single meeting for which she was on time. But every time she arrives, looking at her sweet happy face and beautiful blue dress, John immediately forgets about all the offenses. The first thing that caught the girl's eye was that the guy had some circles under his eyes again. She immediately realized that he had been up all night again because of the research. John didn't even try to talk himself out of it this time, but just admitted that he had. By the way, she and Lolita had a contract. The girl should call the guy on the phone instead of the alarm clock, and preferably a large number of times, because he sleeps very hard, and even in his sleep can turn off the alarm clock. This time she failed in her task and John overslept. But at least Lolita didn't get confused and said it wouldn't happen again. In general, the girl herself very much admired John, and from the outside she saw that his strong point is that he is serious about his work. Deep down she also wants to become useful to society, but so far the girl has no idea how to do it, and what you could do. By the way, the guys met in a research group at the university. At the moment Lolita works in the largest research institute. Unlike the one John is studying in, she herself is beautiful and kind to everyone, a talented and perfect woman. Though it's hard to believe, she and John really are a couple in love. It was exactly 4 years ago that their story began. They went to the oceanarium together, and spent a long time looking at the fish there. Every time he couldn't do it, he was very desperate, and thought he would never do it. But at one fine moment, Lolita took the initiative and took the guy's hand. At that moment his happiness was unbounded. It was definitely the best moment of his life, which will be remembered for the rest of his life. For a while they just froze in one place, and silently looked at the fish, full of happiness and joy. During a long walk, the guys got hungry and went to a restaurant to have dinner. Lolita told me that she had been invited to Germany to listen to a lecture by a very famous doctor in the field of quantum mechanics. For John it was very surprising, at least because he did not even suspect that Lolita has such serious connections at work. In general, even if the guys ever break up, the guy will always remember these happy moments, but the main task in no way to prevent this. When they left the place, John suddenly remembered that he had forgotten something and said he would be back in just a few minutes. He didn't really forget anything, he just went to the bathroom to remind himself of what he wanted more than anything else in the world. He already had a wedding ring in his hands, but he just couldn't get in the mood to make this serious step, just like 4 years ago he couldn't take his future girlfriend's hand. On the background of this, John was overflowing with strong anger, for the fact that he had so little spirit. Although it seemed to be his favorite woman, why is he so afraid? When they got a little bit of anger, they went to the nearest woods to look at the stars. Today for some reason they were shining as bright as never before. Lolita just couldn't stop talking. She constantly allowed some theories about astronomy, constantly told something, but for some reason she didn't notice that John was obviously going into himself. Apparently, the girl really is a person completely devoted to science. When suddenly John finally tuned in, he slowly began to make his speech, and it sounded like this. Even if years would come, tens of thousands of years, he would like to spend eternity with his girlfriend. After the background of severe stress, just before the climax, the guy started repeating the same words several times. As a friend of Lolita's felt something very strange, like there was some kind of tremors in the ground. Initially the guys didn't realize what it was. And then when the tremors got stronger everything started to fall into place. It was the beginning of an earthquake. For some reason it was really, really strong, like never before. At this moment, John had time to think about many things, such as the fact that, literally right now, he could lose his life. In his opinion, this process is the same for everyone, and if it happens, it is likely to come to an end, not some application of life. When the guy woke up, the first thing he tried to realize was whether he was really alive or not. Looking around, it became clear that Lolita was not around, and that was the worst thing that could happen. Then the guy realized that he was not even on the street, but in some basement. I wonder what this place is, how he got here in the first place. Then John discovered a drawing on the wall. It added to the creepiness of the whole situation. He had to start staying calm, or he could have a panic attack, and it would be very difficult to stop it alone. Then he slowly remembers how on the way to Lolita's house, he wanted to propose, but suddenly an earthquake started, which actually cut short the whole process. But if there really was an earthquake, then how do you adequately explain the fact that the guy is in the basement? Maybe it's actually the netherworld. When John looked up, he saw a ladder, and at the top there was a slightly open hatch that let daylight into the room. He looked up at the ladder, and at the top there was a hatch slightly open, through which daylight was coming into the room. And at the top, John was in for a real surprise. The city he had just been in was not even close. There was only a desert of wind and thunderstorms. To say that the guy was shocked is simply not to say anything. In his head, not even a rough understanding of what could have happened here. Because of hopelessness, the decision was made to just go straight ahead. Suddenly John saw a completely destroyed multi-story building on the way. He had a hope that at least they would be able to find someone, so despite the strong wind, from the last strength of the guy began to run to it. At the same time, he even tried to shout, and hoped to get at least about the same response. But as you might expect, nothing was answered. Then, because of the strong wind, the tree that stood near him broke in two, and began to fly straight towards the guy. Luckily, he had enough reaction to dodge, and thus save his life. John sat down by the tree, and right there he began to convince himself that this was just a dream, and had nothing to do with reality. He sat with these thoughts for a few minutes, which was enough time to realize the seriousness of the situation. Then he got up and started to walk on. His mind was already full of different thoughts, like that this world was destroyed, and he was probably the only survivor. Then he remembered his favorite girl, and tears started to come to his eyes. The mere thought that something might have happened to her made John tear up inside. Suddenly the guy saw a stone statue of an owl in front of him. It was exactly the same as the one he had in the city. Just today John was sitting near it, waiting for Lolita. This landmark allowed him to realize that at the moment he was in the Kitamachi neighborhood. Based on this information, we can understand that the research laboratory was located about 2 kilometers away from the statue. Therefore, gathering all his strength in a fist, John went there. Upon arrival, as expected, John saw a completely destroyed building. Unfortunately, the teacher and the others were always gone. But even so, the guy at least decided to go in and have a look around, see if he could find anything useful. If you think about it, how much research was done in that lab, and now they're all destroyed as if nothing ever happened. When suddenly, in another building, John noticed a glow. As he got closer, he noticed a very rare item. It was that ES-707 weapon. Honestly, it was a shock that it was in this lab at all. Usually such items are only found in laboratories and leading positions, which was not the case with this one. It had long ago been on the verge of closing due to competition. At one point on his left side, John heard some movement. Of course, initially he thought it was people, and even got a little excited. Without thinking long, he ran to meet them, but what he saw next shocked him. Instead of finding a new companion, John saw a monster. He had never imagined such an outcome, to put it mildly. At first, the monster behaved calmly enough, and even smiled. He had no idea how to behave in this situation. At one point something didn't quite go according to plan. The monster began to show excessive aggression, and attempted to attack. Because of the intense shock, John couldn't resist. He couldn't even move from his seat. His body seemed to refuse all his requests. As it turned out, this monster, inside himself, can accumulate a certain energy, and then release it in the form of a shot through his mouth. But this time the concrete wall was able to block this blow, and John himself was finally able to move. At the first opportunity, the guy got up sharply and started running away. Well, unfortunately this monster not only can shoot, but also quite fast running. To stop him at least for a while we'll have to go on the sly, otherwise he without any problems will catch up and do whatever he wants. So to try and save himself, the guy ran in the direction where he found the gun. He turned there on purpose very sharply, so that the monster didn't have time to react, and hit the concrete wall at full speed. In principle, the plan worked perfectly, or even better, because he managed to free him without breaking ES-707. He fell out neatly into the sand. Of course John was not confused and immediately picked him up to fire the control shot. Initially everything was fine, the guy even waited for the perfect moment, but then he suddenly realized that he had no idea how this thing worked. In the end, such a fatal mistake led to quite severe consequences. Namely direct contact with the monster. John held him back as best he could, but at least light on his feet. But now the situation is even more complicated. The guy is lying on his back, and the monster is trying with all his might to squeeze his hands. By the way, the gun was lying quite close, and as soon as there is such an opportunity must definitely grab it. As this monster turned out to have not the best intelligence, instead of pushing the guy further, he decided to make another shot, and it is impossible to do it in such a position, so they had to move back a little, thus giving freedom to John, an extra few seconds to grab the gun. Since the guy at the moment got a lot of adrenaline, he immediately with great speed took the opportunity to grab the gun, and then without much thought fired a shot. As it is supposed to be, the creature in which he hit moves completely in another dimension. Well, this time you could say John got off with a slight scare, though he was on the cusp of being out of this life. So far, he's just impressed with everything that's happened, from the destroyed city to the gun that can make a monster disappear. In time the day began to come to an end. It got dark pretty quickly. John was in no mood, without much enthusiasm, just walked straight down the street, and when there was practically no strength left, he came to the nearest stone, and leaned on it to get some rest. Apparently, John, psychologically is no longer able to withstand what is happening. He several times aloud asked the same questions, such as what is this gun, and what was the monster, and the most important what is this place. At one point, the guy starts to get scared. Just any slightest sound, the brain is in perpetual stress and cannot relax. Also, the temperature has noticeably dropped, and became many times colder. To continue to affect the same place is simply unsafe for health, with a probability of 90% of a person will fall ill, and there is simply nothing to treat here. Because of the strong feeling that someone is standing next to him, John literally jumps out of his seat and starts running in an unknown direction. Everything around him scares him so much, he runs faster and faster, and never stops asking for help. Even after a whole day here, the guy doesn't lose hope of meeting someone who looks like a human being. John used to hate the noise of the big city. Once even he wanted to be all alone. He wished that everything around him would disappear. But now that he was alone, and remembering all his wishes, John finally realized how wrong he had been to think such a thing. In the end, he ran again until he ran out of strength. Looking around, in the darkness the guy saw a lot of red dots. As it turned out it was a whole crowd of rats, and at one moment one of them noticed the guy, and then all the others turned around. This time John made the wisest decision. He did not stand and did not look what would happen next, and just immediately at full speed began to run away. In general, the world in which the hero found himself alone has no hope. All that exists here is endless despair. When morning came, these creatures have disappeared. Apparently they appear only at night, but this does not solve anything. In any case, without food and water, last here long will not be possible. In the morning he was completely exhausted. Not that he couldn't run, he even had a hard time just moving around, but Blago met an abnormal body of water on his way, right in the middle of the desert. The guy didn't even care if the water was clean or unclean, he just fell on his knees and started to drink it, because he was very dehydrated. After the water balance was replenished, of course it became a little easier, But there is still the question of what to do alone in this ruined world. What is the point of living here at all? And the most important question is how to cope with the fact that your girlfriend disappeared at the exact moment you decided to propose to her. John is sure that if she were here, everything would be different, because together they are a force, and do not feel the obstacles of life. On the way, the guy saw another knowledge, judging by the cross that is lying on the floor. In the past it was a church, but now it is another ruin. Looking at this cross, John immediately thought of the right use for it. He took it out, stuck it in the ground, put stones around it, and thus honored the memory of his girlfriend and his teacher, Mom, Dad, and all the other people who lost their lives because of this disaster. So another day went by, and on the way John found a sheltered place, and decided to try to survive the cold night there. The temperature was so low that his breath was constantly steaming, and he also overheard that the rats were hunting again, and now he was sure that they came out only at night. The big disadvantage is that they go only large places. One by one they are almost impossible to meet. While there is an opportunity, the guy decided to take a closer look at his weapon. After all, he knows absolutely nothing about it. In his opinion, it cannot be that it just destroys monsters. 100% it works differently. All this tragedy in which the guy found himself reminded him of a conversation with Lolita in Peaceful Time. It was about work. Began to develop a very large project, which John participated in, but at one point he was kicked out because of the fact that the case entered the big companies. They needed people with experience. Taking John to work for them would be a kind of wasted training. Of course they weren't interested, because they'd already hired smart people long ago. Because he's a good-natured pessimist, he didn't feel bad about it, and he truly believed that everything that was his would be theirs soon. Of course, kindness is a good quality in a person, but mostly they suffer more often and give in too much to others. At one point in life, every man has a moment when he has to fight. There will be a situation and where it is simply impossible to keep silent, and it is necessary to act. The moment has really come. There is nothing left but to fight. In such conditions, a good heart will not help. Looking at the crowd of these creatures, John realizes that there's no time to wallow and cry, because they don't care what state of mind you're in. If Lolita were to see her boyfriend now, she would probably be disappointed, or even angry, because weakness in such moments is unacceptable, and in the beginning John completely gave in to his emotions, and slowly began to go crazy without realizing it. Of course it would be great to have a girl around. It was morning, but nothing had changed. If the days kept repeating, what would happen in the end? There must be some reason for John to be here. Since he'd last eaten 2 days ago, it was time to get to the bottom of it, which was to go through the trash, see if there was anything there. As luck would have it, John managed to find a whole sealed jar of canned food. At this moment, this find was as good as ever, so the guy opened it and began to eat it greedily, because he started to forget what food tastes like. At the same time, he wondered if he could make a difference here. Away from his favorite girl, in a world with absolutely no one but monsters with only one thing on their minds. Is there any point in continuing to live here? In his head, the guy had a clear answer to this question. In his mind, there is absolutely no point in continuing to live here. Another night came again. It was cold, of course, but this time it was raining. It was so cold, of course, but this time it was also raining, and John had managed to find a shelter with a cover, so he didn't get soaked to the skin, and the sky was so thick that he couldn't even see the stars, which only meant that it would rain for a long time to come. To calm himself down somehow, the boy kept remembering the pleasant evenings with Lolita. He especially liked to look at the stars with her. Every time they went for a walk, closer to the evening, it was an obligatory procedure. At this moment John was preparing to make a decision for himself, and stared at the gun. Since there was no reason to live here anymore, he thought it would be a good idea to lose his life just like those things he'd shot. But when John pulled the trigger, it wasn't what he expected. The displacement process kicked in. He found himself in the same place, only it was a clear day outside. John was surprised. He was really upset that he couldn't do what he wanted to do, so he decided to try again, but the gun didn't work. He probably just needed to replenish his charge. But now the guy really wondered why the rain had stopped. Does the gun have something to do with it? As suddenly, quite by chance, John noticed a bird. Surely this is the only good-natured creature which is in this world. He is alone in a ruined world, and he couldn't even take his own life with dignity. Suddenly, right in front of him, John notices a rather tall building. All he has to do is jump off it, and all his problems are solved. Of course, there is logic in his words, but it is far from certain that everything will go like this, because there is no asphalt, and everywhere only sand, and any normal person realizes that it is quite a lot of cushioning the fall. Well, for all that, surely our hero took about 20 minutes, and now he is on top. Frankly, even in this world, it's hard to get in the mood for that kind of thing. To make it easier, John decided to look only into the distance, as he thought it would be easier to make up his mind. But at one point, by chance, he noticed a more or less beautiful house, and it looked as if it had been recently built. As soon as John came up with the idea to jump down, under him immediately began to fall through the crumbling concrete. The guy managed to grab hold of a nearby column. But this is not the end of surprises. After a few seconds begins to collapse in the column. But even this did not prevent the guy to survive. At the very last moment he managed to grab hold of the edge, thus saving his life. Before anything began to fall again, John quickly got out and ran toward the apartment building. He ran as fast as he had ever run before, because he had a hope that right now he would meet a man. When he arrived, John saw various dishes, a towel hanging on the drying rack, and even a recently built fire. 100% people living here. Due to the fact that the fire was roasting meat, the boy involuntarily began to leak mica, due to the fact that he had not eaten anything normal for a long time. As soon as the boy decided to come closer, he fell into a trap that had been prepared in advance, so he was definitely expected here, but not to make friends. At the same moment, a wild man came out of the corner, with a cold weapon in his hands. You can tell by the look on his face that he's overjoyed with the loot, and even starts planning what he's going to cook. When he realizes that things are starting to smell hot, John starts crying bitterly right there, and says he's happy. That word is happiness, because he thought he was alone in the world forever. The man really felt sorry for him, even though they didn't know each other. It was clear from the outside that John had really suffered a lot, and now all he wanted was the warmth of comfort and good food. But even so, the desert dweller said he didn't care. He didn't care that the boy was in a lot of pain, not that he wanted to live, not that he wanted to talk to people. Of course the landing was far from soft, but then John got a nice bonus in the form of fried bacon. The man's name is Charlie, by the way, and he urged him to stop whining, because it's pretty annoying. Then he invited the kid over to his place, at least to show him around. Of course, the place wasn't great, but it was cozy. He managed to find some dishes somewhere, and make some weapons for himself. The first thing Charlie did was to ask who was standing in front of him, and where he had come from. The first thing he said was his name, and he began his story. He didn't understand how it happened, because just a couple of days ago he was in Tokyo, and suddenly there was an earthquake and it was as if he was in another world. Then he told her he was going to propose to his girlfriend and showed her the ring. Charlie wanted to take it for a closer look, but John wouldn't let him. At least the man said that such a luxurious thing means nothing in this world, there are completely different values. John still can't say for sure that his girlfriend has lost her life, because Charlie is alive, so Lolita is definitely alive. In that case, the kid demanded to know where they were, but at the same moment some critters came in. The man grabbed one of the bits and went for a showdown. As it turned out, it was a whole crowd of rats, only apparently day rats, not night rats. Charlie didn't think long that the hunt was starting, and went into battle. He behaved like a real professional. At first glance it may seem that the bat is his favorite weapon, because when he hits, he never misses. John was, to put it mildly, delighted with how the man was doing his job. But the guy's problem was that he was too relaxed, and at one point one of the rats quietly came up behind him and bit him hard on the leg. From afar these things seemed a little smaller, but up close they look even scarier. As John was very frightened, he began to twist his leg hard to remove the rat from there. In principle he succeeded, but at the same moment from the other side came another one, and with all its power pounced on the boy. Because he is quite weak and thin, could not resist such a blow and just fell. In order to save himself, John decided to pull out his gun, but at the same moment he was bitten again by a rat on the other side of his arm. Of course, it's an incredible pain, and it's almost impossible to hold the gun, so he falls to the floor. While John was trying to get rid of one rat, 3 more quietly approached him. Of course their intentions were not the kindest. Charlie finally noticed that the guy was in trouble and came to his aid, first using his bat to remove the rat that was on his arm. After that, he immediately started on the others. His blows were so powerful that the bodies of these creatures just flew apart. When they finally realized that there was no way to resist, they made the most correct decision of their lives, which was to turn around and just run away. When things really quieted down, Charlie held out his hand for his friend to supposedly help him up, but as soon as he did, Charlie punched him lightly in the face with his fist. But it wasn't out of anger, it was out of admiration. Despite the fact that John was rather weak, he didn't start running away, but fought like a real warrior. At least the guy was grateful that he was saved and not left to his fate and these rats. To begin with, our young traveler decided to ask what kind of monsters they were. Charlie was really surprised to hear such an elementary question. They're called heteromorphs. It's literally a heteromorphic creature. These parts of the world are overrun with these creatures. They're found at almost every turn. These are the ones the guys just encountered, they're mice, so it's safe to say that these parts of the world are only inhabited by weak creatures. It was really surprising to John that these monsters were considered weak, because he had no idea what strong ones looked like. Take the Vase emoji as an example. They don't appear often, but they're ferocious and weapons don't work on them. If a man encounters one of these creatures, he should run as fast as he can and not even think about stopping. John told him that he'd already seen him. Charlie couldn't imagine how such a weakling could survive such a powerful monster. The story was very funny, but it was decided not to tell about the magic gun. Then the boy began to ask about how these mysterious creatures appeared. To be honest, even Charlie did not know their exact origin, but one day they swallowed the whole world. It happened very suddenly. At this point, this place could be described as a living hell. And if you think about it, is this place really a hell, or is it just some kind of underground world? Well, whatever it is, John still feels that all this is just a dream, which can end at any moment. As Charlie had run out of water in the house, the guys immediately went to the river. It was a long way to go, but there was no other choice. On the way, Charlie said he had to go to the church to do some work. When John took a closer look at it, he just froze in place and couldn't believe his eyes. The cross was still there, and the grave he had made himself was gone. It was mystical. John remembers exactly how, just a few days ago, he took that cross and put it in the ground. It was definitely not a dream. Now there was a genuine desire to know how everything was restored to its place. What was wrong with this place? Suddenly the gun started making strange noises, and now the dial instead of 1000 reads 999. Just 5 minutes ago, the gun was definitely reading 1000, and then a puzzle began to form in John's head, as he remembered how he had shot himself with that gun just yesterday. And then the rain stopped abruptly. He remembered how just yesterday he had shot himself with that gun, and then the rain had stopped abruptly. As a result, John finally came to the conclusion that all this was like a world turned backwards. The boy kept inviting him to say something, but Charlie didn't understand a single word he said, and John himself sometimes didn't know what he was talking about. But it wasn't out of spite. It was because of a lot of questions in his head that just don't have an answer. In the end, the guy confessed for Charlie that he shot himself in the head, and after that the weather changed. The man immediately assumed that most likely there was time travel, but first of all for him it sounds only as a fantasy, and no more. He is a realist, and as he knows time travel is impossible, especially with just a gun. The drone was not going to say that this was 100% true, but he realized for himself that this confusing world seemed more and more unreal. After all these words, Charlie showed interest in the gun. He wanted to familiarize himself with it in more detail, because he had never seen such objects, which allegedly can move in time. Since they had already trusted each other, John did not hesitate to hand him the gun. The man looked at it very closely from every angle, and finally decided to taste it to make sure it was real metal. John was really scared, because he thought that maybe his only salvation in this world right now might break. But Charlie turned out to be a responsible man, and after conducting it made his inference. For a toy, it is quite sturdy, and really looks like some real device. Then John told me that when he used it for the first time, some strange light came out of the gun. After the man began to dabble and point the gun at his new friend, he played a sincere childish desire to use it at least once. At this point John could not stand it, and as if off the chain. As a result, they had a small fight, during which Jack accidentally pulled the trigger and fired a shot. They ended up in a bucket of water, and it disappeared right in front of them, presumably to some other time. Charlie was shocked to say the least. He refused to believe in all the nonsense that John kept saying, but after the bucket disappeared, his worldview changed a little. Meanwhile, the day was coming to an end. The boy was sitting under the house, and he was still sorting out his gun. Now he wanted to try to fire another shot at the stone, but he could not. Afterwards, he looked at the dial again. It said 999 days. Perhaps this number represents the time relative to the beginning of the journey. There was one problem. When the boy first discovered the gun, the dial said 1,000 days. Since then, at least 2 days have already passed. That is, purely in theory should be written 998, not 999, and how to understand it. Definitely time has changed since John shot himself in the head. The gauge that goes around the numbers probably means the gun's charge is currently at 0, so it can't be fired. Well, if that's true, that's amazing. But how could this object have that kind of power? Maybe it was someone's secret research at the science center. Amidst these thoughts, John remembered his master's words. If the time machine really existed, there were still plenty of things he would want to explore, and things he would want to do again. Maybe he had created this thing in secret from everyone, and didn't show it because it worked rather strangely. But if this is true, is it even possible to create something like this in such a small research center? It would be possible to do such a thing if it were a larger research institute, such as the one Lolita worked at. John really vividly remembered the day when the girl told him that she was hired. It was just great news, even though research is not one of the top research activities in Korea. But that particular research institute is one of the best in the world, which is a great prospect. If a person is hired in such a place, it means 100% that he or she will be engaged in exclusively cutting-edge research, even those that no one has ever done before. Each such work done significantly raises the qualification of the employee, and accordingly increases his income. In general, the girl was lucky that day, and it could be called a real holiday for two, because without John's help he could not do without. On such a beautiful note, the boy fell asleep in the street. But Charlie came in, kicked him hard, and told him it was time to wake up. These rises in the middle of the night are considered obligatory. They are called rounding time, because in the middle of the night monsters come out even more. This procedure is considered here an integral part of life, if one wants to survive, of course. If you ignore it properly, one day you may not wake up. Initially, they walked around the area around the house, and then went up to a hill to look more closely to see if there was any wildlife around. As they walked around, the conversation about the gun began again. Charlie had a different attitude toward these stories, and listened to them with great interest. John was not really used to having such a unique thing in his hands, but it was not the form of time machine he had envisioned, probably targeting elementary particles. It seemed to be just a form of transition to another dimension, but not full-time travel. After these words, Charlie immediately realized that the guy had graduated from a research institute. And he apologized in advance, because much of the above is incomprehensible to him. He is just an ordinary working man who has always had problems with his studies. Unfortunately, such complex words are quite difficult for him to understand. However, it is quite a funny story. Unfortunately, in this world, such knowledge is of no use. The only thing a man needs here is survivability and strength, only that. John is a deflowerer by nature, and has a weak spirit. Charlie thinks he can't survive here, now that the world has changed. There's nothing else to rely on but his strength. Then the boy caught himself thinking that the meat he was eating was really delicious. He wondered who it was cooked from. Charlie didn't quite understand the question at first, because he thought the answer was obvious. But finally he smiled and said that it was the meat of the guys who had come to them in a pack. As soon as John fully processed the information, he instantly pulled the meat out of his mouth and threw it on the floor. Of course, such an act was not to Charlie's liking, and he began to shout loudly. After all, even such a product is extracted in a rather difficult way. It was unacceptable for the boy to eat such horrible creatures, even considering the fact that their meat is really delicious. Apparently he hadn't fully realized where he was. There were no restaurants here, and the choice of food was very limited. At least it was considered a feast. If a man wants to live, he'll eat anything to keep his body full and energized, which is the most important thing in this world. Of course, at least these things can be poisonous, but Charlie has tasted both of them, so he concluded, if you cook them well, they're quite edible. As a friend, the boy came up with another ingenious idea. He suggested hunting cattle instead of wild creatures. The man immediately replied that he had never seen cattle in these parts. They had probably been exterminated, and the only alternative was an insect. But you'd have to eat about 100 of them to fill your belly. A man would spend more energy searching for such a large number of insects than he'd end up with after a meal. In any case, since John has managed to survive, he will soon start eating all the meat creatures, too, without even thinking about it. On that note, the boy had an interesting question. What was the reason Charlie was still alive? What was the point of staying alive in this hell-like world? He answered that hope is the only reason he's here. When the detour was over, the boys returned home. They had a nice bonus waiting for them, namely another little monster that had fallen into the trap, which worked perfectly and without fail always. Charlie took it off the rope and began the process of preparing the meat for further cooking. Meanwhile, John Very was watching this very closely, and in parallel was reloading the trap for future new customers. In this world, everyone has a story. As long as we live in a record called life, different stories accumulate, and these records are not easy for other people to deal with. John realized that even Charlie had his own destiny. His life was an unbearable story that couldn't be put into words, and it only went on from day to day. The man noticed that the boy was idle again, and reminded him at once that he had to work, and as soon as possible, because there were still a lot of things to do. It must be very difficult to patrol the traps every day, because heteromorphs are really scary creatures. If they have the slightest opportunity to overpower you, they'll take it. At one point Charlie seemed to read the guy's mind, and said that he didn't care about the heteromorphs, because there were more scary creatures besides them. In this case John, of course, decided to ask about whom exactly we are talking about. Before answering, the man sighed heavily, and said that the most frightening creatures here are people, because they are able to thoroughly hide their real intentions unlike animals. He didn't say it to insult the boy, but to make him stop following human rules and all the laws of life. There are no laws in these parts. No one will even say a word. If John does something wrong, they'll just take a moment to kill him and forget about him tomorrow. In general, people themselves are funny creatures. Despite the fact that the world has changed so much, there are people who are trying to somehow fit into the second system. Man smoothly brings to the fact that there are people who want to rule the whole world through various inhumane ways, and there are quite a few of them here. There's an armed organization called Babylon. It's a group of people who claim to be the chosen ones. They use their power to destroy the survivors of this world. These so-called radicals commit robberies for their own gain. And if one day they catch John, he will be in cruel slavery, and they say that they treat themselves as people of the upper class, and all the rest is the lower class, which has no right to a normal human life, and must work all his life, and nothing else but this to see. So it's safe to say that heteromorphs are nothing compared to them. They're really hard to deal with, and Charlie is really afraid that he doesn't have the strength to go up against them. He doesn't know what the reason for their behavior is, but the root of the problem is probably a government agency or something like that. In general, from all this we can understand that it makes absolutely no sense to ask for help from the government, because now, as John knows, this world is ruled by anarchy, and if he gets in front of the guys from Babylon, the only correct solution will be to run away. Since the boy is now fully informed about the situation in the world, he can safely take the tools in his hands and continue to work, because the only thing scarier than these people is a hungry stomach. If it is empty, there is nothing left but to fight. Of course, the behavior of these people is terrible, but at least more questions arise when you realize that there are people in this world besides Charlie. In the meantime, the boys had begun to make firewood. Charlie was busy splitting the big logs into several pieces, and John was looking for as many small twigs as he could find, so that it would be easier to make a fire in the future, since such twigs would be used up very quickly. Because the guy is just starting to get into the work, of course he didn't get everything done, and the man was quite annoyed, but there was no point in showing his aggression, because the guy is still weak, and failure is normal. Since heteromorphs become more active after dark, you have to get everything done before the sun goes down. At the same time, at his own risk, John wanted to ask a stupid question that had already been answered, which sounded something like this: what do I do if I meet people from Babylon? As expected for Charlie, he didn't like it, so he threw the guy the first thing he could get his hands on. Then he said it again. They're dangerous people. Don't you see what you have to do? But anyway, John dreams of meeting other people, if there are any in this world, whoever that is. If there are still people alive in this world, why not help each other and live as friends? Charlie's regretted telling that information to the guy all these times. That's why he hates stubborn people. In John's opinion, you can't live in total isolation. You have to do your best to communicate with these people, because it's the only chance to start living normally, not just surviving. Charlie picked up the axe, put her feet shoulder-width apart, and said again, it's either you or you in this world. Then John allowed himself to call them partners. The only problem is they have different thinking styles, but they're all human, like those guys from the superior race. Shouldn't it be the other way around in a world like this, humans uniting with humans, against all those monsters that populate the planet? With anger, and Charlie hit the wood hard with the axe, then asked the boy not to be mistaken, because he had never said that they were partners. They were still a long way from being partners, for now John was at best an apprentice, and at worst an ordinary tenant. After this intense dialogue, the man went to the bathroom. To put it mildly, the boy was even a little upset. He really for this short period of time back to consider the man not so much a partner, but his close friend. But since Charlie didn't think so, it was decided not to argue with him, because there was nothing to talk about with a man who didn't reciprocate. As there was still a lot of work to be done, he immediately went into the forest to get more thin branches. Deep in his heart he realized that it made no sense to cross a man who had lived most of his conscious life, and indeed if there were such dangerous people it was better to avoid them. However, no matter how hard John tries, he can't get his girlfriend out of his mind. Just the thought of her makes him try to talk to these people. No matter how the world has changed, people should not forget that it is necessary to live to help each other. In general, as you can already understand, John in any case will try to talk to these people. It's just a matter of time. Meanwhile, the boy notices that the sun is about to set. It is necessary to return home as soon as possible, otherwise 100% on the way he will catch up with some creatures. And to resist them alone will be almost impossible, because of their large numbers. To destroy all of them simply will not work, so John, not wasting a minute, decided to take in his hands as many wands as he can, and return home. But at one point there was a disaster. It turned out that under this pile of small wood, all the time hiding quite a strong monster, and at one point he came out. To put it mildly, it was a shock. At least the kid has no idea how to resist him. Of course, the monster did not stay in one place for a long time, and almost immediately decided to attack the easy victim. The first attack was able to plus or minus repel, but because of the strong blow the kid fell on his back. The best solution to this situation would be to take his gun, but during the flight it fell to the ground. At the first opportunity, because of all his strength, he started trying to get him, but this monster was not so primitive and understood everything. The creature sharply grabbed the guy by the leg and lifted him up, and then threw him hard into the tree. The blow was so powerful that not everyone would be able to get up after him. Almost immediately John began to feel his consciousness fogging up, his body slowly starting to go numb, and refusing to perform any actions. When his eyes began to close, he heard a girl's voice, and then gunshots. This voice said to his so familiar and friendly, and when the girl began to try to bring him to his senses, the guy immediately realized that before him stands Lolita. When John started to open his eyes, the girl felt a real relief, because she managed to save the man after all. At the moment when the boy came to his senses, he looked at the girl and shouted her name out loud, and then began to move very sharply, although it was contraindicated for him, after such a strong blow to the tree. A little later he felt a lot of pain, and he didn't do that again. John even thought it was just a dream, because any girl in a place like this, it's almost impossible. These words very alarmed Lolita. She could not even roughly understand what the guy was talking about. She really didn't remember the man she'd been in a relationship with for 4 years. To make sure of this, John passed her hand, and in response to this the girl sharply grabbed her, and sharply took her in the hall. She regards the gesture as an attempted attack, and decided to defend herself. Of course the guy did not understand what was going on, and why his girlfriend treats him like that, so immediately lets him ask a bunch of questions. In response to this, with great anger, the girl began to ask who was in front of her. John immediately told her his name, and asked her to let him go, because he was in so much pain that he could not live. Unfortunately, the girl did not recognize him, and said that it was the first time she had heard such a name. John, in turn, hoped to the last that it was some kind of joke, and in the near future everything will work out. Then at one moment the girl abruptly lets go of the guy. The situation gets very heated, because all those things that the guy had unknowingly woken up were now starting to surround the guys. Realizing this, Lolita quickly took out her gun, and was already in full combat readiness. The girl could hardly believe that John didn't even know that there were such monsters in these parts, and if they were awakened, they became quite fattening. Now their main goal is to kill the one who disturbed their rest. As soon as Lolita saw fit, she ran sharply into the battle, and began to destroy all the monsters one by one. She was doing it more than perfectly. None of them had even managed to touch her. It was a magnificent clean job, a true professional's work. John looked at it all from the outside, and at the same time imagined the very Lolita he was about to marry. In the back of his mind he begins to realize that this is far from the girl with whom he was together, but only her image. In this case, John first of all decided to change his behavior and asked the girl who she really was. The response was rather harsh. Using some sort of magical object she shoved him, and the guy fell out of the tree again. Even though the collision was just minimal, he was in incredible pain because of the previous blows. The first thing Lolita wanted to know was how John knew her name. It is desirable to give her an answer right now, because you can see how angry she is, and she will not tolerate it for a long time. In this case, John decided not to hesitate for a minute, and told her what a different person she was to him. As suddenly, a car pulled up in the distance and headlights sharply appeared. Lolita urged the guy to sit tight and stay quiet. It was for his own good. Eventually I got a huge armored truck pulling up here. You can probably tell right away, it's probably the same people Charlie was talking about, and Lolita is just working with them. By the way, they addressed her very politely, so most likely they were her underlings, and she was their commanding officer. The first thing the men asked was if she was hurt, and how the situation was in general. Lolita said she was fine and didn't need any medical attention. Then she got in the car and just drove away, Most likely, really, she is one of the few people who treats people by dollars, so urged the guy to hide. But even as she was driving away, she turned back. Surely in the near future she will definitely find him to socialize again. Well, we can say with certainty, this girl is without a doubt a Lolita, but she is so very different from the one that was in town, it's like having two opposite personalities, you cry. I wonder what happened and why she became like that. In the end it was decided not to stay long and go home. When John was already there, he told Charlie everything in great detail, especially the girl, and he was really affected by the fact that Lolita didn't recognize the guy. But at least it was definitely her, in a completely different frame of mind. Honestly, Charlie didn't understand what John was talking about at all because it was too confusing. How can a guy not understand it was his own girlfriend or not? Now the strength of his love seems pretty fragile because usually these things are answered confidently. Surely all of this is directly related to this world. At one point towards the end of the meeting, someone in a military uniform appeared and the guys separated. If the guy manages to meet her again, he will try to find out the details. Charlie really didn't like the phrase, in a military uniform, then he asked if they had some kind of emblem. John answered that yes, it was black and red angular. The smile immediately disappeared from Charlie's face, because somehow John had managed to survive his encounter with the Babylon people, the same dangerous guys who are trying to take over this world by force. That girl John was talking to already seems pretty amazing, to say the least, because she didn't attack the guy. It was hard to believe that Lolita was really one of them. In turn, since the military was there, Charlie strongly recommended lying low. It's a must since they've been hanging around. You have to be a little careful. A man doesn't want anyone to know he's living here, because if he does, it could attract a lot of attention. John is absolutely forbidden to even think about doing anything stupid, let alone seeing that girl. The events of this story begin inside a virtual reality game called Last Step. Inside a luxurious castle, things were very heated, because the inhabitants were fighting among themselves. The reason was that the Duke overstepped all boundaries. Over time he began to ignore the princess of this empire, and then came to the point of starting a close relationship with another girl, given that the princess is already his fiancée, because of the strong anger of the girl threw dishes all over the house, and demanded to immediately tell the Duke to come to the imperial castle now. When suddenly the system sent a notification saying that this kind of action was a demonstration of the princess's pride, thanks to which her reputation increased by 1 unit. But unfortunately there is one problem. So far it is still impossible to leave the location for some time. The name of this fierce princess is Olivia, and she still doesn't understand why she has to go through all this for a duke who hasn't even arrived. As a friend of the servants informed the girl that the duke had arrived, it was really fast. The name of this lover of large numbers of women is David. What a bad man he was! But he himself looks quite decent, exquisite, well-tailored clothes and strict look, all the best qualities of a duke belong to him. But even when Olivia saw him, she still couldn't calm down. Now let's go back about 2 weeks, when a very unpleasant incident occurred. Namely a fire at the headquarters of Morse, the leading VR company in the country. In general, David is a member of a team of gamers, the leader of which is considered Olivia. But even if this man was not a member of the team, he is at least still a person for whom the company should be responsible. So without thinking long, the girl rushed into the burning building to get the guy out, because he was still in the game and did not contact her. By the way, there was a whole crowd of people in the neighborhood, both men and women, but no one volunteered to help her. But even so, Olivia was not afraid and ran alone. Literally within 15 minutes, the savior was in the capsule to start the game. Now her main task as soon as possible to find the guy, and notify him of the tragedy. Unfortunately, without problems did not do without problems. At the start of the game on the screen appeared an error, which says that an invalid player is detected. And to be more specific, access to login from this account was limited. The only quick solution to this problem is to create a new account. Now the question arises as to why this happened in the first place. The main computer itself is fireproof, so the problem is definitely not in it. In this case, Olivia tried to log out of the game, but she was denied access, and in general she lost the ability to do anything in the game. Wherever she clicked, everything was closed. As a result, the girl was locked in the game as a non-playable character instead of a player. When Olivia appeared in this world as an NPC, she started to do a lot of rash things. Of course, the game punished her for this, namely for each bad deed decreased the number of reputation by 1 unit. At the moment the current reputation is 25 points. If it falls below 0, then all actions of the player will be limited. At the moment the girl assumes that David is in the last dungeon, so she rushes there at full speed. One of her relatives is also following her, because he simply could not afford to leave her alone in such a dangerous place as a dungeon. As suddenly, not far from the destination, right in the middle of the road, the girl noticed a slug, and instead of driving around carefully, she decided to knock it down with her foot. Unfortunately or fortunately, such a rash act brought its negative consequences, namely Olivia fell on her back right from the horse and hit herself hard. The boy who was driving behind immediately stopped and tried to give first aid, but the girl was conscious. At this point Olivia began to feel a loss of strength, and eventually lost the ability to move a finger. In the end, she began to close her eyes, in which case the young man had no choice but to take her in his arms and carry her home. She felt a lot of anger inside, because she was only a few meters away from the beginning of the dungeon, and she had just been knocked out by some poor slime. In the end, because of her unacceptable behavior as a princess, her reputation fell below 0. Now Olivia cannot leave the specified location for 14 days, 11 of which have already passed. The only question on her mind is where David might be now. He's probably not in the dungeon. Before starting to do anything, it was decided to check the status window. In it you can check all the personal statistics of the player. What is his level, reputation, how much money, what opportunities are open, what are not open, and so on. Olivia found out that she was an unusual player, and the NPC in this case was a princess. In principle, she was not very embarrassed by it, but the low level is an unpleasant moment. Also in the statistics, girl found out that the princess suffers from chronic poisoning for 8 years and 2 months. It turns out that slipped her poison somewhere in 9 years. Then it's no wonder that this character lost consciousness after only 1 fall from the horse. With such statistics, the girl would never have been able to enter the dungeon and find David there. But at least the fact that the game is still running is pretty reassuring. They must have gotten through the fire. Against the background of all this situation had began to come not the best thoughts. Olivia already had time to regret that ran to save the guy. She wanted to do as better, but instead of that, most likely she just added more work to the development team. As suddenly in the private room of the girl walks an half-brother, by name Jack. Despite the fact that Olivia was the head of the team of testers, she did not know thoroughly all the plot of the game, so in the course of the game, made elementary mistakes. For example, now she called the half-brother, which the princess in principle in the story hates, dear brother. At this point Jack had a shock to say the least. He assumed that the girl hurt her head, and then even managed to take offense at such a rude statement, although Jack had no thoughts of insulting her. When the girl started to raise tones too much, it became known to the whole house that she finally woke up. People immediately began to tell her that she had done a very stupid thing, namely left the castle alone. It could lead to terrible consequences. Olivia still could not get used to the fact that she plays as an NPC and cannot disconnect, apparently, and the only thing she can do is just wait for the development team to help her out. At the same moment she gets a brilliant idea in her head. The girl remembered that there are locations in the game that the task force is always watching. As a rule, in these places are hidden legendary items, and if you go there will definitely be an opportunity to contact the outside world. The nearest relatively safe option is to visit the Imperial Treasury. The most important thing is that if someone gets to these locations, the entire task force will be notified and they will definitely get in touch. Now we need to figure out how to get into this mysterious place. Logically speaking, the Emperor should at least have the right to access it, But before asking him for help, we need to somehow find out what kind of relationship they have with each other. Meanwhile, the servants did not stop asking countless questions, each of them wanted to help in some way. But honestly, Olivia did not like it at all, because in her room now there are more people than in the store. It does not allow her to focus on her goal. After it was decided to check the number of skills that the princess has, maybe among them we'll find some useful, for this case. As it turned out, this character has only 3 skills. The most interesting at first glance of them is a skill called coercion, only yet unclear how it actually works. And when it became unbearable to tolerate the chattering around her bed, the girl got up abruptly, and in a rude tone began to talk about the servants to stop messing around, because they were only doing what they were doing, talking nonstop, and because of this Olivia began to have a headache. The servants in turn, instead of leaving, decided to justify themselves. After all, they did not want to disturb the princess, but just worried about her health. But even this had absolutely no effect on her decision. All who are here must urgently leave the room. Olivia also asked him to tell her to get back here as soon as possible. Not 5 minutes later, the kid showed up in the room. He was still puzzled that his sister was contacting him. She wanted to know, after the escape incident, how disappointed everyone was in her. The brother said confidently that he and the emperor were simply dumbfounded by this childish, irresponsible act. As punishment, the emperor gave the girl a 2-week probationary period. Now the most important thing is to understand what restrictions there may be because of it. Olivia then asked if she could just go and apologize for her actions. Unfortunately, that was not possible. She could only apologize if the emperor himself came to see the girl. In that case, the sister asked her brother to try to convince him and insist that the meeting take place. Jack didn't expect that. He even got a bit tense, because Olivia really became strange and behaves not as usual. In the story of the game, the girl is the only child of the Empress, and she thinks that Jack is a nuisance who stole her crown. And he's behind the girl's poisoning, which is why things are so strained between the guys. It seems to be the first time Olivia has asked her brother for anything in a long time, and of course he's curious as to why her attitude toward him has changed so much. In order to get in touch with him somehow, the sister invented a legend that she decided to give up the right of succession to the throne. She thought a lot while she was lying weak in bed, and thought that this right has no weight for her, because the girl will not live long anyway with such a weak body. This thought drove her crazy. That's why she made the escape on horseback. So now Jack has every right to become emperor in the future. In this case, the struggle for the throne for the girl still has no meaning. Her main task is to leave the game, and for this purpose and need good relations with all family members. And the fact that the main plot is about to begin and the entire continent will suffer from disaster and horrible war crimes. Even if Olivia inherits the throne now, in the future all I'll have is the ruins of an empire that she'll spend her whole life fixing up, and she'll never see normal, peaceful rule. After this story, the girl once again asked her brother if he could still transfer the emperor here, so that he could apologize to him as soon as possible. Then the system sent a notification that all these actions brought the girl one step closer to discovering one unknown class. At the end of the conversation, Jack said he would talk to the emperor, and then left the room. He must be in a very good mood, because he had just had a dream come true. When Olivia was alone, she started trying to remember how to look up the skills she had. After all, this class, which she began to slowly unlock, could be very useful to her. In the end, the girl dug into her interface all night, but found no hint of what skills she had begun to unlock. And by morning, she was in real trouble. It's the second time someone has put poison in the princess's breakfast. Someone must be really disadvantaged by the girls living here, and they're doing their best to fix it. At this rate, the girl could really lose her life, and she doesn't even know when she'll be rescued. Because the NPC doesn't have a settings panel that allows you to change the intensity of the light. After eating, Olivia felt a sharp pain in her stomach that slowly spread through her entire body. Amidst the intense anger and pain, the girl began throwing dishes across the room and asking who brought her those leftovers. The princess ordered her to clean up the mess and get out of here as soon as possible. The maid was frightened, to put it mildly, and involuntarily began to sob, because no matter who a person does not work, all of us are human beings, and have our feelings. When Olivia came to her senses, and even felt a little sorry for the maid, because most likely she was not guilty of anything, but at the same time the very first got under the crush. But no matter how hard it was, at least something had to be done, so that those who did it realized that they had failed, and now the princess will be constantly waiting for the sent food. Now Olivia is regularly tormented by thoughts of who put poison in her food, and whether there is anyone in this castle who is still on her side. When suddenly the system sends a new notification, which says that the girl's actions served as a demonstration of princess pride. From this moment her reputation has increased by 1 unit. As strange as it may sound, but in this world, if a person throws a tantrum, it means he defended his dignity, and for this he is rewarded, in the form of reputation points. Well, at least so just happened, although it may be just a special setting specifically for the NPC princess. So in no case should not stop, and continue to be even more hysterical. So far, no matter how hard she tried, she still couldn't leave the location for some time. There was only one way out: keep throwing tantrums, or just sit and wait. But something very important happened today. Olivia finally met David, who came as a duke. When the guys realized that they had the same problem, they decided to go straight to the table and talk about it a bit, over a cup of delicious tea. In general, the guys were trapped in the bodies of NPCs, and it is not even approximately known when they will be pulled out. But at least it's in their best interest to find a way out before their bodies reach their limit. In addition to being a good tester, David was considered the leader of the company's Morse medical team, and could say with certainty that their bodies would last a month or so without damage, and a year at the most. In 1 year, the brain will declare itself no longer functional, and the bodies will be taken from the capsule by force. And then there's the company contract that everyone who interacts with the game has to sign. As it turns out, you didn't do that, and you're actually in the game illegally, which means that he can legally be taken out of the capsule by force at any time. Olivia didn't like it, because she rushed into the fire to save him, but in fact it turned out that at any moment he could be taken out. It turns out that she made such sacrifices in vain, and got trapped in this game. But there's a hidden nuance to all this. No one has ever recovered from an artificial separation from the capsule. That's probably why all the other developers are trying to programmatically end their gameplay. In general, Olivia was mad. She could not understand why the guy during the fire decided to go into the game, and the guy did not hear the story. David was a very sensible guy, but it seemed that he was out of his mind, because he was acting recklessly, which was not like him at all. But whatever the case, there was no time to quarrel now. The most important thing was just to start thinking about how to get out of here. So without thinking long, Olivia decided to tell his rescue plan. It was to reach the control center. It can be done with the help of certain places in which hidden special objects. It is from there you can contact the security center. The whole problem is that NPCs can't interact with the outside world, so this option is the only adequate way out for the guys, at least for now. There is also one of the special items in the castle. It is in the Imperial Treasury. But to get there you need to get the Emperor's permission or a key, so the girl asked her half-brother to let her talk to the Emperor. At least Jack agreed, but he hasn't been heard from since. David assumed it was because of him, because Jack asked him for advice about the situation, and the guy advised him not to take his temperature because the princess might have ulterior motives. This is not good news, but now David has to fix the situation and convince the prince otherwise. Unfortunately, so far the guy is only in the way and Olivia likes it very much. But in spite of that she decided to ask him for help, namely to help her find an antidote, because she has often tried to be poisoned, so she can really lose her life. The antidote in this case will be very useful. Of course David was aware of this problem, because the story goes that someone had been trying to poison the girl for 8 years, and was still trying to do so. In that case, the guy decided to ask if the girl had been to the doctor. Olivia said that some imperial doctors came to her, and everything was fine. For some reason, the Duke was sure that the imperial doctors were in on it too, and that could very well be true, because even when the girl coughs up blood, they say her health is perfectly fine. Then the girl wanted to move on from the situation for now, and asked the guy to show her his stats. To be honest, it was really impressive, just a whole bunch of open skills, various enhancements, and so on. But most importantly, it is 10,000 units of health. For comparison, the monster boss of the 70th level is about the same amount, in general, the strength of it at least a lot. In that case, the girl asked for more details about the skills. Looking at them, it became clear to the girl that in front of her is the most real tank, with all advanced capabilities. Of course, it's a bit of a pity that some of his characteristics wasted on dexterity, intelligence, and psyche, but no matter how he is a S-class NPC, his natural characteristics are many times higher than those of the player. If Olivia offered to do more to pump him up, he'd make an excellent human shield. He said he had an urgent message for David, and the Duke allowed him to enter. For some reason, the man was very nervous, but finally managed to say that the Emperor had invited Jack and Olivia to dinner. The girl was very happy, but didn't show it. At least it was her one of the few chances to meet the Emperor, to apologize, and to find out some information about the secret room. Of course the guys agreed, got a little fancy, and went out to dinner. On the way they discussed how to behave in public, so that no one would suspect anything unnecessary, but since they were engaged, it was decided to call each other by their game names, and that should be more than enough. As for the poison, David could not forget about this incident, so he promised that he would find a solution in the nearest future. Suddenly the guy who saved the girl during the fight with the slime appears in front of the guys. It even sounds funny, but it is. Of course, Olivia thanked him again when she met him, because if it wasn't for him, the girl would probably have lost her life right at the entrance to the dungeon. His name is Oliver, by the way. David, as the groom-to-be, didn't like the fact that his girlfriend was allowed to escape and almost lose her life to a monster. Despite the fact that Oliver is, in terms of importance, an order of magnitude lower, even for him it was ridiculous to listen to this question, because David at this time was too busy looking for a new fling instead of taking care of his future wife, and at the very least it probably would have been worse if no one had run after her at that moment. And speaking of possibly taking her own life, Olivia had been on edge for days because of the poisoning from the monster's attack. Oliver didn't even know the real reason for the poisoning. Apparently the whole house doesn't know. In that case, the princess asked him to finish this conversation, took her future husband under her arm and went with him to dinner. As the subject came up, the girl decided not to lose the opportunity to ask David how it was with their daughter of Earl Edward. As it turned out, the Duke had to accompany her to the Imperial Ball. Literally all NPCs only talk about it. This girl's name is Katerina. She sent a letter to the guy asking to be her partner, and he replied that he would think about it. When David agreed to this, he reasoned that if he went instead of a large crowd of people, he would have a pretty good chance of finding the princess, i.e. Olivia. Even though they were engaged, of course the guy had no idea where she was in the game. The girl immediately asked. They could no longer just from someone neatly find out where she could be, and in general to go to the ball together with his fiancée would be much better. The Duke had been told in advance that Olivia was too weak to go to the ball at that time, so he didn't even think about it. In the meantime, the guys finally reached the dining hall. The first person they met was Jack. So far he was the only one in the hall. They decided to go up to him to say hello and basically see how he was doing. He was fine, but at least he was surprised that the guys had come together, because just recently David had gone to the ball with another woman. Unfortunately, Olivia could not boast that she was doing well, because of the poisoning she felt that day by day her condition was getting worse and worse, but at least she was optimistic and happy about life. Suddenly in the dining room with the guards enters the Emperor. His name is Tyler. Looking at him can be very frightened, immediately feels what power and authority he has. At the same moment, the system sends a notification, which informs that because of the appearance of the Emperor, on all nearby people imposes a negative effect of intimidation. Usually this effect is only applied when the player is near a boss that is at least 20 levels higher. It's hard to imagine what level Travis is if even his relatives are affected by this effect. Tyler said that he was informed that David was in the castle, so he decided to invite him to dinner. The guy said that he came here to visit the princess, and thanked for the invitation. The Duke apologized to the princess for the negative effect he was having on her. The girl was not offended in principle, but the problem was that she could not even speak because of the strong intimidation. If some monster boss was sitting in front of her instead of the emperor, she would most likely have already taken to the fight, because to tolerate such a thing is simply unbearable. It is impossible to relax for a minute. Everyone around had already started to eat dinner, and Olivia could not even move. Then after a certain period of time, the system sends a new notification saying that the princess has finally begun to resist the intimidation inherent in her mental power. This was just great news, so Olivia decided to take an interesting moment and act right away. She very sharply and rudely informed the Duke that she wanted to give up the right of succession. When Tyler heard that, he didn't even want to start eating the piece of meat he was about to put in his mouth. Olivia then added that the reason she wanted to withdraw was for the peace and stability of the imperial family. The emperor couldn't stand it. He slammed his hand on the table and ordered the princess to shut up. At the same moment, the girl lost the ability to resist the negative effect of terror, because its effect became even stronger. From that moment, the princess went into a state of panic for 5 minutes. Now 2 negative effects are acting on her head at the same time. Meanwhile, the emperor was expressing as it should be. Since Olivia was born a princess, she has only 2 options to choose from. Either she becomes an empress and rules this empire, or she marries for the good of the imperial family. In case the girl fails in both cases, she will be a disgrace to the family. Unfortunately or fortunately, Olivia couldn't even answer anything. The effects were 100% effective. All she could do was think and form sentences, and that with difficulty, which she couldn't say out loud. From what he said, we can understand that he left the girl unattended on purpose to make her and her brother fight for the throne. Then Jack jumped in and spoke in defense of the princess. In his opinion, her health affected her psychologically, and most likely she did not want to say it, so do not be very angry with her. After the brother told his sister to apologize to the Duke to keep the matter quiet. In this short time, the girl has already had time to regret a lot of things. For sure, she tried to cut the path too much, and made a mistake. First, you need to learn as much information as possible about this game to act really competently. At the very least, one should at least try to rectify the situation. When suddenly David burst into the conversation, he made it clear that the girl's statement wasn't just a disclaimer. Olivia brought up the subject of giving up the throne to bring the date of their wedding with the Duke closer. After these words, the princess began to feel a more pleasant effect called a steely defense from her young man. Personal confrontation with all the psychological effects temporarily increased, by quite a bit. David has finally done something useful. If he uses this gloom now, the girl can get the very thing she's been hunting for as a dowry. Basically, it's just a game, and there's no point in avoiding marriage. In the end, after a little thought, the princess confirmed these words and said that she was going to marry the Duke. It is also important to note that for the guy, this marriage will not bring anything material, so Olivia decided to offer something, namely to give the Duke a sacred sword from the imperial treasury as a dowry. Tyler wondered if he could afford such a gift or not. Olivia continued to tell him that the sword would be the most useful thing for the Duke, and that it fit all his skills perfectly. And even if it's just a loan instead of a dowry, the Duke won't bring up the subject of divorce anyway, which is a big plus to keep a long, quality marriage. In general, by giving him a sword instead of a dowry, the Emperor will get an advantage in the sphere of state defense and in the treasury, and with the current problems it is very important. Tyler said that he would think about it and give his answer in the nearest future. At the same moment, the system sent a new notification, which said that the princess's actions lead her closer and closer to the discovery of an unknown class. At the moment, the girl is already on the second stage of 3. Even though the exact answer had not yet followed, Olivia had already managed to thank her father several times, at least for listening to her. The girl ate sitting at the table, and David, of course, together with her, because a happy wife equals a happy husband. Well, since all the questions were solved, it was suggested to continue the meal, and finally have a delicious meal. Since the princess had no more negative effects, she felt fine, which meant that it was time to eat. With absolute lightness of mind, the girl began to eat everything. The food she was served in the castle was nothing compared to this. The princess must not have been so satisfied for a long time. The food was really delicious. The girl was chewing and smiling at the same time. David couldn't believe that she really tasted so good. When dinner was over, the guys started to get up to leave the table. At that moment, the princess felt a strong pain in her stomach, and basically almost lost the ability to move normally. David was really frightened and started to ask what had happened. Then Jack came up to them and asked the Duke to step away from her so he could carry her to her room. Of course, David would not tolerate such treatment, so he rudely asked the prince in front of everyone to move away, and said that it would be appropriate for him to carry her himself. Well, Olivia must have stomach cramps. She definitely shouldn't have rushed her dinner so much. She should have eaten more slowly and experienced the food more, but now she would know how to eat properly in the future. To ease the pain a little, the Duke strongly recommended deep breathing in and out at least a few times. Despite her intense pain, the guy was confident that everything would work out for the best in the end, and it wouldn't be long before the girl was back on her feet. Meanwhile, the chief imperial doctor arrived in the room to administer his first aid. As soon as the opportunity arose, Jack decided to talk to David. He was sure that something had happened between him and Olivia. Because he could see the Duke behaving differently toward her, and it wasn't even clear what had gotten into him. When the doctor finished his work, David went straight to him to get his opinion on the situation. He was shocked, to say the least, that the Duke himself had approached him about it, because that's usually the job of the princess's guardian. Anyway, the doctor said that it was all because of poor health. Fatty food caused stomach upset. Nothing too serious in it, just next time as I need to eat bread. After David decided to ask about the poison, which recently the princess again slipped into the food. The Duke openly demanded that the prince give him the antidote, because otherwise the girl would not last long. Then into the room for the parents, and they were pleasantly surprised that the boy shows such sincere care. It only speaks of one thing: the kid was brought up a really real person. The mom was very proud of her son, because he did a great job while taking care of the girl. She also said to keep it up, because unfortunately there are fewer and fewer good people in the world. It had been a few days since that dinner, and Olivia had no trouble moving around the room and trying on different outfits. David didn't quite approve of it, because he knew that the girl wasn't fully recovered yet, and going to the ball might be quite an arduous task for her. The princess, in her turn, didn't even want to hear about it. She was sure that she just had to be there. Because if you miss such an important event, then in the future, everyone else will look down on the princess who missed the imperial ball, and NPCs looking down on you is very bad, then you can expect anything from them. So even though the Duke is very worried, it's impossible not to go. As a result, after this conversation, the guys went to the ball together. The event was really great, with live music, tons of guests, various drinks, a lot of exquisite food. In general, as it was supposed to be at the highest level, and it could not be otherwise, because despite his seriousness, the emperor is also a man and likes to have a good rest. The guests were also pleasantly surprised that the princess, and not the count's daughter, was accompanying her, but it was probably just a rumor that someone had the advantage of spreading. Olivia felt awkward at the event, because she had the feeling that she was always being talked about. Then the guys noticed that the emperor for some reason leaves the hall. Since they do not know much about the plot of the game, they do not even know what to do such a situation. Then looking around, the guys noticed that absolutely everyone in the room was looking at the princess. I wonder why she attracts their attention so much, as suddenly at one moment to the Duke came the daughter of the Count and Catherine. On the expression of her face, you could immediately understand that she is mildly upset, because she hoped with all her soul that David will be accompanied by her. Olivia thought it would be best to leave them alone, to give them a chance to talk. David didn't like that idea, because he was against the idea of the princess wandering around alone in these parts. But at least she wasn't even going anywhere, she just wanted to wait outside. Unfortunately, even that argument didn't satisfy the Duke. Then, while the guys were fighting among themselves, one of the girls purposefully poured the contents of the glass right on the princess. Good David quickly reacted, covered her with his body, and all the liquid got on his white beautiful suit. In general, we can already say for sure, the party began far from the best way. By the way, even though Olivia is not a real princess, but this girl spilled wine on the emperor's daughter out of spite, this incident should not be ignored. Otherwise, next time she will allow herself to do something much worse than this. When she realized that she smelled fried, she began to apologize for her terrible impoliteness, because she spilled the wine completely by accident. Olivia took a new glass of wine in her hands and poured some of it on the girl's head. I wonder how she managed to spill the entire glass that time, because even if it is slapped, it will spill half of it. Against the background of this situation, the personal reputation of the princess increased by 11 units due to the demonstration of the desired behavior of the princess, and the system also informed that with a higher reputation can safely move anywhere. Then Katerina couldn't stand idly by any longer, and stood up for her sister. She tried to justify her by saying that the girl was too young and had made a mistake, so she shouldn't humiliate her for so long in front of everyone. Then Katerina thought of accusing the princess of stealing her partner for the ball. Apparently, in this situation there is still a long way to apologize, because Catherine really exceeded her authority. She actually tried to steal David. Because how could she seriously suggest to a Pomolino man to go with her to such an unknown event? The Count's daughter began to justify herself by saying that getting David on her side was not her main goal, and in her opinion, just because a man is betrothed doesn't mean you can't invite him to the ball. The princess made it clear to her that only a powerless woman would let another take her man. This man exclusively belongs to her, and even when the princess cannot keep him company, no one has the right to replace her, because that is her place forever. From now on, the two sisters are banned from the castle for attempting to steal from the princess of the empire. After these words, Olivia's reputation points skyrocketed. Literally just for one time she was able to get as much as 100 points. At the moment the account has 124 points. This is just an incredible result. We can say with certainty going to the ball was a real success. Then the guys came out to talk. The girl had mixed feelings about it, because she didn't expect people to be so dismissive of her. But apparently being a princess didn't stop them. As it turned out, there were more people who wanted to hurt Olivia than imagined. By the way, the guys left everyone, not just to talk. At the moment they came to the Imperial Treasury, there are no guards here, because everyone is busy with the ball, and it's late at night. Maybe this place doesn't even need guards, because the door is locked. As it turned out, Jack had been following them the whole time, and when they started to pull the door, the guy gave away his location. The princess said that they were discussing their future marriage in this secluded place, and when it came to the treasury, they decided to go down and look at it. Then Olivia asked a follow-up question. "What's Jack doing here?" His answer was as unexpected as possible. Instead of justifying himself somehow, the guy took the key in his hands and asked the guys if they would like to go inside, and in general whether he should give them the key. To put it mildly, the guys were stunned. They didn't even know how to react to such a suggestion. Even though it might be a trap, the princess said with a smile on her face that she would gladly accept the key, because she really wanted to get inside and see how it worked. Jack didn't see anything wrong with that. It was like a romantic date for him. So he handed over the key. Olivia knew it couldn't be that simple, but she took the key in her hand and said they'd be quick. Jack urged them to remember to lock the door before they left, and he started up the stairs. Olivia held the key to the door, and it automatically opened. David was worried about the way Jack was looking at them, and the way the princess was looking at him, too, but that wouldn't matter when they got out of here. Now their main task was to find the sacred sword, and try not to touch anything else, so as not to arouse suspicion. Maybe there was some kind of alarm system. David looked carefully at the wall and noticed one very interesting specimen. As it turned out, it was the magic sword. Olivia was insanely happy, because they got through it pretty fast, and that was very important for them. The sword's peculiarity is that it's small at the moment, but as soon as the player gets hold of it, the sword takes the most suitable shape for him. Initially, the girl wanted to take it herself, but then she remembered that if she touched it, it could be hers forever. So the best solution would be to entrust it to David. At least for him, this sword is more relevant. Of course, the Duke agreed and did so. As soon as the guy took it in his hands, everything around him took on a very bright color, meaning that they had succeeded, and now finally the guys could really ask for help. Then at one point, a screen appeared in front of the players, through which they could live chat with one of the developers for 5 minutes. The girl was shocked, to say the least, that NPCs had somehow gotten in touch with her. She had never had such an experience in her life before. Of course, as soon as the opportunity arose, Olivia immediately began to tell that she was not really an NPC, but one of the members of the testing team, and next to her stood David, from the medical team. Then another developer came to the screen, but at the same time there was some interference, and the connection was interrupted at times. It is still unclear what this is due to. Olivia replied that it would be much better if she was pulled out of the game as soon as possible. In general, the girl is authorized in the game as a princess of the empire, and David is authorized as a duke. They don't even know how that happened. To be honest, colleagues could not even guess why they fell out these two characters. After all, they have not even adjusted the balance in the imperial family. Then, as it turned out, there is another person in the game that the guys didn't even know about. He still can't disconnect like them, and most likely he is also wandering around the game world as some NPC. In general, at the moment, basically no one can understand what is going on, because the main office closed the server room of the game, without explanation. Probably they know something, but hide it. The development team doesn't have access to the main server either, and they can only monitor the game in 9 locations, such as this treasure trove, and that's where the powers of all employees end. In order to help the guys, they'd have to at least check all the data if they wanted to get out of there unscathed. Olivia knew exactly what he was talking about, which meant that no one could get them out right now, but at least they had made themselves known. To help them out early on, the developers have created an inventory and game interface for their 2 characters. This should at least make gameplay easier. David then decided to inquire about the condition of their game pods. Fortunately, they were undamaged, and the guys' biosignals were also normal. But if you stay in the game too long, it can have a very bad effect on their bodies. The longer the guys stay in the game, the more chances of something bad happening. At least the fact that they got in touch is a big relief, because the developers were worried, but at least they're still worried about the fact that the third player didn't get in touch. Unfortunately, at the moment, there is no way to adjust the difficulty of the story or stop it, so players need to be very careful and control the situation around them, otherwise they can really get hurt. The 5 minutes that were allotted for the conversation were over. It was probably the fastest 5 minutes of my life. To be honest, the guys were a little upset, but since the girl is optimistic, she will not allow long to be discouraged, and will always find a positive in any situation. At least the guys managed to contact the outside world, and this is already at least half done. Now know that they are actually alive, and need help. In general, for today they have done a very good job, and to deal with the rest will be a little later. At least now you need to quickly leave the treasury, so as not to arouse much suspicion. With a high probability of guys here will still linger, so you need to be careful in relation to other NPCs, so they do not do anything bad. In the end, the guys said goodbye and went to their rooms, but in Olivia's room the girl was in for a surprise, namely Jack. He went in there without asking, under the pretext that he wanted to get the key to the treasury. In principle it was so, but as it turned out later it was not the only reason why he was here. As it turned out, Jack realized that his sister was not his sister, but only her body. Their consciousness is so different that it was compared to the disease she had suffered. Jack has been in competition with his sister his whole life, and he's doing everything he can to take what she had and destroy it. No one knows her better than he does. When the girl was just starting out, Jack truly believed that she was just going through an emotional change. After the kid became a prince, it was obvious that he had the upper hand. At this point, Olivia started to become more closed off, and Jack thought that finally his sister had just given up. But even now, the girl should not look at her brother, as she looks now, as if he has absolutely nothing to do with her at all, and that disturbing look of hers is just maddening. In spite of all that, the brother says that the girl should not be so indifferent to him. With the help of this key, the guy checked her, and 100% convinced for himself that in front of him stands not his sister. Because the princess also has her own key to the treasury, and she does not need to borrow it at all from her brother, especially with whom she has been competing all her life. The situation really smells hot, and it is necessary to do something urgently. On the way, Olivia invented a legend that she lost her memory, and in general problems with her head has already started quite a long time ago. The princess has countless times forgotten what was just a day ago, or even a couple of minutes ago. Unfortunately, the story was not so plausible that Jack would believe it right away. But in any case, it was up to him to believe it, and the girls had nothing more to say about it. As of late, their bloody rivalry with their brother is in the past and will never return. When her sister wanted to end the dialogue, Jack grabbed her by the shoulders and told her that she was either a dark mage or a witch, 100% one of the two. Because you can see with the naked eye how she's trying to fool everyone in the princess' face, even her future husband. In this case, Olivia was also aggressive, and told him in a commanding tone that Jack should finally prove that it was not his sister in front of him, and not as he was doing now with some guesses and small checks. That's what Jack decided to do. Now he would do his best to collect the maximum evidence on the princess. The first thing he did was to call the guards into the room, and order them to lock the girl up in an underground dungeon until further proceedings. As strange as it may sound, they treated her like a real prisoner, put her in solitary confinement, and put her in huge metal handcuffs. I wonder how David will react when he finds out what happened to his future wife. The next morning, the girl spent the whole night talking about how much she hated her half-brother. At least he should feed her, because her weak body was not ready for such hunger strikes. The girl decided to check the statistics window to see how bad the situation is. In general at the moment, the problems are malnutrition and light bleeding. Maximum health has increased, but basically there is a big problem with the body condition. Is it in this way? Jack is trying to allegedly accidentally destroy his sister. This is a rather dubious option, because if the princess will lose her life in this way, then even the prince will not escape punishment for such a terrible act. Then the girl decided to check her inventory, which added for her developers. She happened to find a bait to cause a disturbance, a poison gas bomb, and some kind of potion. It was decided to use the poison gas bomb to remind the guards of themselves and get them to start moving. Meanwhile, Jack was conducting a survey among all the inhabitants of this castle. In this way he tried to find the answer to all his questions. Luckily, everyone was sure that the princess was not connected with black magic or sorcery, at least not because she was of the same blood as Jack. The doctor then issued a concluding dictum. In his opinion, it can be safely assumed that the princess is broken, and her body is so weakened that her mind has suffered a loss. Looking at her, it is safe to say that in principle these are quite expected symptoms. If it were not for her strong psyche, she would probably have lost her mind a long time ago. She would not be able to function normally. But as it is, at least she goes around socializing, and in principle from the outside behaves like a very ordinary person. Then all the guests began to congratulate the prince on the fact that his sister is still alive. Suddenly a man knocked on the room, and then he rushed in and said that someone had broken into the underground dungeon where the princess was locked up and used a poison bomb, so the girl is unconscious right there, and it is not certain that she will survive. Jack was shocked to say the least. if his supporters had tried to take the life of the princess. When they came to the place, the guys of course immediately pulled the girl out of the prison and carried her to the doctor to give her first aid. Despite the fact that the girl was unconscious, Jen apologized to her for his rash act. Literally within 15 minutes, Olivia was brought to the room, put in a warm bed, and given certain medicines to relieve the intoxication of the body. Gracefully, almost immediately, she opened her eyes. Despite the fact that she is lying completely without strength, we can say confidently, she will definitely live. She clutched at her brother with her hand and asked him to finish what he had started, because she was so tired of it all and had no strength to endure the bullying and poisoning of her brother. After these words, the girl passed out again. Jack examined her quite carefully. He realized that it was all his doing, and that he was to blame for all her troubles, and that this poor little girl didn't deserve to be treated like that. Jack urged all the doctors to do their best to save his sister, and declared in front of everyone openly with the rivalry is over. Surely when Olivia will be back on her feet, Jack will treat her very differently. Maybe finally the princess will have the opportunity to feel this true brotherly love. Olivia, after being backed into a corner, made the decision to back down. Jack knew how much she hated him, but she managed to get rid of her desire for revenge and offer a normal life. Her brother should have done the same a long time ago, taken their places and lived as one whole family. Suddenly another young boy bursts into the room and says that he has an urgent message for the prince. They discussed the matter quietly among themselves. The man said that he understood everything perfectly well and would go himself to the case. Then when they had done all they could, they stood for another 5 minutes and went to their rooms. When everyone had left the room, Olivia carefully opened one eye to make sure no one was there. Now she could say with certainty that the plan had worked just fine. Jack wouldn't be in her way anymore, and in the best case scenario, he'd be helping her. The first thing through the system of the girl decided to check how many units of health she had fatigue, after such a regular abuse of his body. As a result, out of 300 units, she had 161, a little more than half. Well, as they say, it could be worse. When Olivia was in prison, before using the poison bomb, she drank a potion that restores 15 health units per hour, and now we can say for sure that she survived only thanks to it. The poisonous fog that was gradually coming out of the bomb took off 10 units of health per hour. Thus, by using these two objects, the girl was able to lie in the poisoned fog without injuring herself. In the process, the poison gas leaked through the door, and the guards ran to report the incident. Everything went much smoother than Olivia had imagined. Princessa even came up with a brilliant idea, after she gets out of the game, to become an actor and start acting in movies. Surely with such skills she will always have a leading role. But for now, the best solution would be to stop thinking about nonsense while the third developer hasn't even been found yet. In general, there are still a lot of things ahead, but it is desirable to solve them as soon as possible, because it is strictly forbidden to linger in the game for too long. Suddenly the girl in the corridor heard a strong and decided to carefully look at what is going on there. Of course it was her future hubby, who came practically at the first call of his heart. As soon as David found out that his girlfriend was in prison, he immediately went to the castle, and began to beat up just anyone who got in his way. Jack immediately burst into the hall and asked him to stop. After that, the guys went to the table to discuss the recent events that had happened in the castle. David was incredibly angry, and as soon as possible he wanted to hear an adequate explanation of the situation. It seemed that if Jack didn't provide it, the Duke would pounce on him right away. The prince said that there had been a misunderstanding on his part. Olivia had been released and was resting now. Jack also wanted to talk about something equally important. The prince would like to break their engagement to Olivia, but why he needed it was not clear, and he wouldn't admit it himself. Jack assumed that David, through the engagement, wanted the sacred sword. The prince said he could find another way to give him that sword, not necessarily to get married. The princess is also excluded because of the fight for the throne, so there's no point in the engagement at all. In that case, David was very curious as to what the principal planned to do after the engagement broke off. Personally, the Duke seemed to think he was going to lock her up in his castle again and keep her there for the rest of her life. Jack said he wanted to trust her to someone who would truly love and care for her, not just want the sword. Breaking off the engagement so his sister can live the rest of her life in peace and not have to worry about anything else. But who told him that David didn't love Olivia, a point that needed to be clarified. The Duke decided to pretend this conversation never happened and asked her to take him to the girl because all he wanted was her. After these words, the guy literally jumps out of his seat and starts running towards the princess's room. At this moment the girl was sitting in her bed, dressed in beautiful pajamas, and pretended as if she did not understand what was happening. When Jack saw that his sister was already conscious, he immediately asked how she was feeling. When he saw that the girl was really back to normal, he felt a strong relief, and was madly glad that she was finally relieved. Now it was time for the prince to say a few words. The man said that he would never doubt his sister again, and in that situation he was really wrong. For his rash act the guy apologizes a lot. Suddenly, the system sent a new notification, in which it informed that thanks to the girl's active actions, she managed to activate a new class. But in order to fully start using it, it is necessary to pass the quest to awaken the class. Well, an apology is a very good thing, but this time the princess won't let her brother get away with just one apology. Of course, if anything is needed, Jack will provide it promptly. Olivia is left to say what she really wants. In that case, the girl asked him to help her find one person, a so-called stranger. This is the designation of players for the inhabitants of the castle. David didn't realize who he was talking about at first, but then he remembered that they needed to find another developer who was stuck in the game like them. The princess asked him not to ask too many questions, but she would tell him everything when the time came. Olivia also asked him not to declare him wanted. She wanted the search to be quiet and not to attract much attention. There were very few leads to find this man, but at least there was something. Jack had said he wouldn't devote much time to the case, but at least he'd do his best to find him. The princess was grateful to him, and thought that since everyone was here, she might as well go now. The next day the map took his horse, and through the forest the boys went in search of this mysterious man. Olivia was confused by the fact that the knights went with them, because at least this is a low-level location, and it does not require such a strong defense. But with a little effort, the girls still managed to throw them off their tail. Just in case, the princess decided to ask her lover if he remembered all the skills and techniques of combat that she taught him. As suddenly the system came a new notification for the girl, which announced that began the first quest to awaken her as a guide. Now her main task is to avoid any blows battles, dodge as many as 100 times. The first thing was to at least try to find a stranger, and now also to fulfill the quest. Given how little time the guys have, to do it is almost impossible. By the way, what class the girl should get, she still has no idea. But with the help of two young promising guys, Olivia's quest should be a problem to cope with. All in all, by rough estimates, the alien should be somewhere in this neighborhood. He pointed his finger at the slime and asked if it was the monster that had hurt his girlfriend. Olivia said yes, it's 100% him. The Duke clenched his hand into a fist and punched it, after which the unfortunate slime lost its life. From the outside it certainly looked very funny. At least the princess was telling her young man how to use the skills correctly, but for some reason he just can't use them properly. To get Olivia to finally stop laughing, David decided to try again, and this time he managed to activate the defense field. In principle, it looks impressive, but it is not necessary to voice the skill at all, and even more so that outsiders NPCs could hear it. The Duke got rid of a potential risk, i.e. slime. On the way the girl saw another one, and decided to check what she could do after full recovery. She took out her small blade and tried to attack the slime. After the attack, the princess was very happy because she felt that she had made a critical hit, but looking at the slime, she realized that the slime was not even dead from her attack. But at least the girl was not confused, and continued to strike, thereby honing her skills. Finally, after a full 5 minutes, the girl was able to cope with him. she defeated the opponent without getting a single blow in return. Well, that's at least because he just can't throw punches. But for some reason, even this victory was not counted in the quest. Probably such an opponent as a slime is not suitable for them. To put it mildly, this fact spilled her very much. Now it turns out to fulfill the quest will be much more difficult than you can quickly assume. Looking at it all from the side, Jack realized that his sister even had a hard time catching a slime. He didn't think her skills were that low. The girl even managed to sweat a little for one slime. In any case, she was already sure that she would not be able to complete this quest in the forest. For this she needed to go down to the dungeon. Since there was no trace of strangers, the princess assumed that it would be impossible to find him, so she suggested we go down to that cave, pretending not to realize that it was a dungeon with monsters. Jack warned her that it was very dangerous, and there was nothing for the girl to do there, but since he owed her a favor, he couldn't refuse. Especially near her was her strong young man. In principle, she is under the full protection of 2 warriors, so do not worry in principle. Guys agreed that they will go there, but as soon as it becomes dangerous to leave the place as soon as possible. In places like this, David urged his girlfriend to go behind him. The princess didn't refuse, because she realizes that her strength is not at the highest level and safety is first and foremost, so hiding behind her back is an excellent option for everyone. Everything looked quite beautiful around. Literally every meter in this dungeon was illuminated with flashlights. Usually beginner type 3 players come to it. Olivia used to spend a lot of her time here before, so she knows it like the back of her hand.